Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Bakugou Teamed Up with Kira. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 2 years ago. You have to understand, Kira, she said, kneeling in front of the crying child. This is just business. But no more crying now. There's no more time. Kira stared up at her mother as she headed towards the front door, her vision blurred with tears. Don't go. She sobbed as her mother paused. Don't go like Dad did. Look after her, she whispered to her assistant over her shoulder. I'll be back, Kira. Don't you forget that. Present day. Akira can't believe it. Today's the day of the entrance exam. She stands in front of the towering building, her eyes gleaming at the huge initials engraved on the front. Q. She closes her eyes momentarily, trying to remember what her mother looks like. Mainly, Kira's doing this for herself, but she wants to eventually become a pro hero and join her mother wherever she is right now. Just imagining fighting by her side brings a smile to her face. Move it extra, comes a harsh voice, and Kira's eyes snap open as a boy with blonde hair shoulders past her. She's just about to respond when she hears others whispering and pointing. Isn't that the guy who fought the sludge monster? What was his name? Bakugou? Yeah. He's the real deal. Kira frowns at Bakugou as he enters the building with his head hung low. She heard about that incident on the news watching the amateur footage taken at the scene. She remembers seeing him struggling against the villain. She wonders if that experience was traumatic for him at all. If she were in his position, she wouldn't want to be known as the person who was taken hostage by a villain. Sighing, she shrugs on her rucksack and heads inside, following the crowd of anxious students into a large hall. Kira chooses a random seat, finding herself next to a boy with black hair and red eyes. Next to him is a girl with pink skin and horns. She wonders if they know each other. Gazing around the enormous space as the others take their seats, Kira can't spot anyone she knows from her class, let alone her school. Maybe they didn't pass the written exam. Hey there UA students. The pro hero present mic announces, raising his arms enthusiastically. Are you ready? The silence is deafening. Kira squints from her seat at the very back of the hall as present mic shows a large, bright screen introducing the rules of the exam. Maybe present Mike is friends with her mother. Perhaps he knows her differently than Kira does. Kira's mother's hero name is Lightbringer. She once told Kira that she wasn't the one to choose it. When she got her provisional license, she rescued a bunch of civilians with her abilities, and people started calling her Lightbringer. Kira inherited her mother's powers, her father being quirkless. Kira will never be able to forget that day when her quirk finally decided to show itself. 11 years ago. It's your fault. Lightbringer yelled, pointing furiously at her father. Look at her. She's quirkless. Kira clutched the front of her shirt tightly, hating her parents arguing in front of her. She's not. She's just late. Late? Is that supposed to make me feel any better? Lightbringer shrieked, her hand glowing by her side. Stop. Kira heard her own voice as a burst of light filled the room. It took a few seconds for her vision to clear. When she came to, she noticed her mother, Lightbringer, shielding her father with a barrier of pure white energy. The furniture had been pushed aside, and the walls were scorched. Finally, Lightbringer whispered, Present day. Kira stares at her own hand, still amazed that her quirk finally blossomed. At the age of 4, everyone in her class had gained their quirk, but she didn't get hers until the day before her 5th birthday. It was a miracle. According to her mother, Kira had inherited everything her mother had, the power to create light. Her quirk gave her the ability to shoot light from her palms. At her most powerful, the light becomes white-hot, severely burning anything nearby. When it's less concentrated, it becomes a dull green and is cooler to the touch. Are you ready to go beyond? Let me hear a plus ultra. Once again, there's silence. Good luck. Kira stares down at her card, her hand trembling slightly. She breathes deeply, cursing herself for not paying attention to present mix instructions. Looking at the sheet, however, the directions are clear. defeat as many robots as possible within the time limit, and avoid the zero-pointer. Now, she just has to join the others who are also in battle zone. Everyone stands up with a great commotion of bubbling anxiety and determination, following the signs to their designated changing rooms. I couldn't help but notice we're in the same zone. Kira looks down at the hand on her shoulder before turning to meet the black-haired boy she was sitting next to. Judging by his demeanor, he seems warm and enthusiastic. "You're in Zona too?" she says, introducing herself with a kind smile. "That's right." He nods. "Name's Akira Kiriya." Akira Kiriya. They walk side by side until they have to part ways in the changing rooms. She pushes open the door and shrugs off her bag. It's good that she might have made a friend already. Hopefully, he'll pass too and they'll be in the same class together. Kira digs through her bag for her more practical gear, quickly getting changed so she doesn't fall behind, before shoving her other clothes into her bag and then into one of the lockers. She then joins the other girls, who are already buzzing with excitement, and follows them out into the courtyard, where they're greeted with a massive set of double doors. Beyond that, numerous skyscrapers loom over the walls surrounding the mock battle area, as if taunting them all inside. "All I can say is good luck," Kirishima beams, approaching Kira on her right side. "Same to you," she murmurs in reply. Through the crowd of eager students, Kira spots Bakugou at the front right by the doors, looking especially determined. "He looks intense," Kirishima points out, noticing Kira staring at the blonde. "I guess he wants to prove to everyone that the incident with the sludge monster wasn't a weak moment for him," Kira says, tilting her head in thought. "Maybe," Kirishima says quietly. "I'm still gonna steer clear of him." Present Mick's voice suddenly echoes around them. "Are you ready? Battle waits for no one. Begin." Just like that, the double doors open with a loud groan, and Kirishima sends Kira a grin before shooting off. Kira races after them as Bakugou propels himself forward with bursts of explosions from his hands. She still needs to master using her quirk for propulsion. It would be incredibly useful in moments like this. For now, she pushes herself onward, keeping pace with most of the other competitors. Almost immediately, they are ambushed by robots of various sizes, their point values marked on the sides. Kira faces a two-pointer and prepares herself. Its red eye locks onto her, and she charges at it, knowing she has only 10 minutes to fight. She aims her hand, the light already glowing. Suddenly, a cloud of dark smoke obscures her vision as the two-pointer collapses into a heap of metal. "Too slow," Bakugou grins, leaping into the air before Kira can even react. Kira clenches her fists, light radiating up her arms. If she wants to pass this test, she'll need to think creatively. She spins around and sees Kirishima facing off against 6 one-pointers. "Need a hand?" she smirks, her hands glowing. "By all means," he replies. His entire body hardens, his skin becoming tough and his hair transforming into a rock-like texture. Together, they smash the robots to pieces. Kira blasts some of them toward him with her weaker green beams of light, and he shatters them with a powerful swing. Kirishima holds the robots steady, gripping their legs for Kira to take her shot with her strongest twin beams of light. "Nice quirk," he comments. "Right back at you," Kira smiles as he hardens himself again. Kira scans the arena, noticing most of the other contenders working alone and appearing more effective. "As much as I love our teamwork," she says, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow, "I think we'll achieve better results if we split up." She gestures toward Bakugou, who is flying around, demolishing robots one after another. "Right?" Kirishima nods, determination etched on his face. Kira bids him farewell and charges down the main path, her hands glowing and ready. To her left, she spots a fellow student trapped beneath 2 three-pointers. Seizing her chance, she pivots quickly and launches herself into the air with a double beam of light, a move she's still getting used to. The robots turn their heads too late, and they are obliterated by beams from each of her hands. She crouches next to the student, checking on them. They nod in gratitude before Kira sprints off toward another group of robots. 3 three-pointers and 1 two-pointer. Her legs ache and her heart races, but she ignores the discomfort and wipes the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, she realizes she's not alone. Get out of my way. They're mine. Bakugou yells, using his quirk to surge ahead of her. No, she shouts at herself, frustrated at the thought of losing to him. She feels her legs heating up, and twin beams of light shoot from the soles of her feet, incinerating her shoes. This has never happened before, but the pressure and her desire to win must be pushing her. She can't lose this. Her goal isn't to be the #1 hero, she just wants to make her mother proud, someone to team up with. Her hands project light, allowing her to control her flight. Before she knows it, she's matching Bakugou's pace, soaring just behind him. You've got to be kidding me, she hears him roar. I told you to get lost, loser. Ignoring his insults, she suddenly feels the light vanish from her feet, and she begins to fall, the ground rushing up to meet her. It all happens in slow motion, Bakugou's explosive power propelling him forward, the ground approaching. Her hands instinctively aim downward, and the light cushions her fall, forcing her into a roll. She definitely scrapes her elbow, knee, and back, but the adrenaline surges through her, pushing her onward. She leaps over a fallen piece of rubble or a robot at her speed, she can't tell. Bakugou lands with a blast, creating a small crater. He chuckles triumphantly, aiming his hands at the remaining robots. Kira glances at the leaderboard. Her name is at the very bottom. A failure. She shakes her head, frowning at her negativity so unlike her. You better duck, she yells, finding her voice. Huh. Bakugou grunts, turning his head lazily. Kira extends her arms and sweeps them in a wide arc, unleashing her strongest beams in a semicircle. She starts from the outside, bringing them together in the center. Her light slices through all 4 robots, severing them instantly. Bakugou barely has time to dodge. You idiot, he shouts, storming over with fury in his eyes. I'll get you for that. Remembering his earlier words, Kira seizes the moment to mimic him. Too slow. 5 years ago. I'm so sorry, Kira. Her mother knelt in front of her, wrapping her arms around her head. Kira stared at the television through her mother's hair. The shocking event that happened just moments ago, containing 4 casualties and 1 fatality. Lightbringer's assistant switched off the television, and Kira slowly closed her eyes, her tears soaking her mother's shirt. Present day. You idiot. I'll get you for that. Too slow. Bakugou appears furious, explosions crackling between his fingers as he storms toward Kira. She never knew someone could radiate such rage. Now's not the time to fight you too. Kirishima suddenly interjects, stepping between them in his hardened state. Kira follows his pointed finger as a massive robot crashes through a building. It sets its sights on the contenders, swinging down an enormous hand that collides with another building, sending debris raining down on them all. I'll take this thing down. Bakugou roars, a grin spreading across his face. There's no point. Kirishima adds. It's worth 0 points. In white paint, it clearly states 0 points. Bakugou isn't paying attention. He launches himself into the air, meeting the robot at eye level. Die! He screams, aiming both hands at the robot's face. He's on his own. Kirishima shakes his head almost shamefully. Kira nods and retreats with him. The other students seem to be screaming in fear. Look out! Kira shouts suddenly, shoving a random student out of the way of falling debris. Kira sneaks a glance back at Bakugou as he fires another round at the robot. It merely stumbles at the impact. He doesn't seem to be winning. Judging by the fury on his face, he knows it. He's in trouble. The teachers wouldn't let him get seriously hurt, would they? What does she care? It's his fault for going after it in the first place. 7 years ago. Lightbringer has done it again. The commentator beamed on the television. Kira sat on the carpeted floor, her hands wrapped around her dress anxiously. She didn't know why she had to worry. Her mother was a pro-hero, the Lightbringer. Lightbringer, her mother scoffed, combing a stray bit of dark hair from her face. I still hate it. But it's the truth, the commentator added. You bring light wherever you go. If you say so. The camera panned up to the nearby building, the fire finally having been extinguished. Thank you, Lightbringer, one of the victims cried, ash and dirt covering her face and clothes. Thank you so much. Just be more careful in the future, Lightbringer told them, practically wagging her finger. They nodded so quickly that their hair flicked all over the place before being whisked away by the paramedics. What's this? The commentator frowned, gesturing for the cameraman to direct it at the building once more. A fireball suddenly launched out of the building, crashing into one of the ambulances. Oh my God! The commentator cried before the camera cut off. Present day. Akira didn't know what happened that day, but she heard the rumors. A monstrous villain had killed everyone at the scene, except for Lightbringer. It was a tragedy. But no matter how terrifying the villain, they must be stopped. Demenit! Kira yelled, spinning on her heel and charging back in the direction of Bakugou and the zero-pointer. Kiriya! Kirishima shouted, catching up to her. What are you, crazy? Maybe, she shrugged. But a hero wouldn't leave anyone behind. He stared at her wide-eyed as they charged back at the robot side by side. I've got your back, hero, Kirishima grinned, making his body hard again. She nodded at him and concentrated back on the fight. To her, it looked as though Bakugou wasn't tiring. Nevertheless, he could use a hand battling the robot, which didn't seem to be weakening either, apart from a few dents here and there. You go for the legs, Kirishima, she instructed, and he nodded in reply. Do your best to get it off balance. Just be careful. And you, he panted. I'll help Bakugou. Pisich, good luck with that. He vanished into the smoke surrounding the robot's feet, and before she could reconsider, Kira propelled herself upwards, leaping off the building for an added boost. Die, moron! Bakugou yelled, sweat beading on the side of his face. The fact that he stayed in the air for so long was impressive. Kira leaped onto the roof, swinging her bare feet over. She almost forgot about her bare feet until she felt the impact on the concrete, causing her to wince slightly. What the hell are you doing here? He roared, causing another explosion at the robot's face. It staggered even more, and Kira sneaked a peek over the building, hoping to spot Kirishima, but there was too much dust. I'm here to help. Kira shouted over the next explosion. I don't need your help, you idiot. I'm doing just fine on my own. I can see that, she retorted, and Bakugou snarled in frustration. Listen, Kirishima is down below. That idiot is here too? Bakugou interrupted, the knowledge of someone else riling him up even more. This guy was unbelievable. I don't need you or him, he continued, blasting another explosion at the robot's hand as it tried to attack. Just go help some other poor loser. Would you shut up? Kira snapped, trying to give herself a moment to think. She really wished she had thought of a plan before coming up here to help the most ungrateful person in the world. Suddenly, the robot stumbled back before collapsing onto one knee. Kira peered over the edge of the building, noticing Kirishima far below with his thumbs up. She smiled at the sight, realizing this was the best chance she was ever going to get. Time to finish this, Bakugou grumbled. Kira hadn't even noticed him land on the edge of the building. But now, he readied to propel himself again, his hands crackling. She nodded to herself and leaped off the building with him, using both of their firepower to destroy the robot. Bakugou noticed her in the corner of his eye and looked like he was about to protest, but decided against it. There was nothing he could do to stop her now, she was already midair next to him. They charged up their attacks before aiming both of their hands straight at the robot's face, their quirks lighting up the dusty sky. They both let out a cry of effort as they unleashed their abilities, a combination of smoldering light and explosive power. Die! Bakugou shouted, the look on his face intense. The robot's head was obliterated, and then its body toppled backward into one of the buildings as if it were sitting down. Kira and Bakugou allowed themselves to fall to the ground, where the other contenders ran up to meet them, punching their fists into the air and cheering. Kira stumbled as she landed, completely out of breath and her powers spent. Bakugou, however, looked like he could go another few rounds. That's it, folks. Present Mick's voice boomed around the arena. Time's up. Already? Kirishima questioned, his brows raised. Kirishima! Kira cried, jogging to greet him. She noticed his black shirt torn through the midsection. Are you okay? Bah, this is nothing. He waved a nonchalant hand. You should see the other guy. He stuck a thumb back at the 0-pointer, and Kira couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, losers. Kira turned around as Bakugou marched over, his hands swinging dangerously by his sides. I didn't need your stupid help. He fumed, his explosion quirk crackling in his hands. Yeah, you did, man. Kirishima nodded as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. If it weren't for Kiriya, you'd be robot food. All right, an old lady muttered, waddling into the stadium. Everyone settle down. Is anybody seriously hurt? Nobody? It must be some kind of record. Well, everybody come with me. Kira and Kirishima exchanged an uncertain glance before following after the elderly lady, leaving Bakugou still furious. Perhaps you should go see the nurse, Kirishima suggested, looking down at her. Are you kidding? Kira scoffed, gesturing to her scrapes. I'm fine. All right. He shrugged. That could just be the adrenaline talking. Oh yeah? Right back at you. He blinked for a second. Touché. The tired group of kids finally reached the double doors, practically dragging their feet. I'm going to sleep for a week, one of the students said. A week? Try a month. That was amazing. Present Mike exclaimed, causing everyone to groan and cover their ears. You all performed spectacularly. Some better than others. Kira tried to count the points in her head, but she just couldn't keep up with how many she actually destroyed. It didn't seem like much. Don't worry. Kirishima patted her back, noticing her concerned expression. You nailed it. I hope so. 1 week later, Akira waited impatiently for the results. The week couldn't have gone by any slower. During that time, she practiced her quirk on the 5 acres of land her family owned. She lost her favorite pair of shoes that day during the examination and still had no idea how she was able to produce light from the bottom of her feet. She even resorted to asking her mother's right-hand assistant, who stayed with her. If she weren't underage, she would happily stay on her own. Of course, she didn't have any answers, and when Kira asked if she could send a notice to her mother, she was immediately shot down. Some help she was. She pictured how she felt that day at the exam, wanting so badly not to fail, chasing after Bakugou in pure determination. She opened one eye and stared down at her bare feet for any kind of distinctive difference. But there was nothing, not even a tingling sensation. She stamped her foot angrily before letting loose a twin beam of white-hot light at a nearby tree, disintegrating it instantly. Akira! She turned at the sound of her name, as her carer held a small envelope in her hand. I believe this is from UA. She smiled ever so slightly, a rarity Kira had noticed. Thanks. She took it from her and sat down against the tree she had just obliterated. She tore into it without hesitation, eager to know the results. She pulled out a device, roughly the size of her thumb, and it projected an image of the number 1 pro hero All Might before her. I am here. He bellowed. Congratulations, fellow student. You've made it into UA with astonishing results. The projection revealed the scoreboard. Katsuki Bakugou in first, no surprise there. Eijiro Kirishima in second, Achiko Uraraka in third, and right there Akira Kiriya in fourth. Fourth. She practically squeaked. That was way better than she thought it would be. The note inside revealed the scoreboard in print and notes on her performance. According to this, she only got 19 villain points but 52 rescue points. So, for future reference, she should focus on improving her offensive strategies. She reread the note again and again, noting her teacher for the year and general equipment she needed to bring with her. On the offensive, Kira muttered to herself, jumping to her feet and resuming her attack stance. I'll be with you soon, Lightbringer. 5 years ago, Akira accompanied her mother to the funeral. Losing a parent at such a young age is no easy feat. Thank you, Lightbringer said to one of the other attendees arriving at the funeral. Akira barely paid attention to what was being said. She didn't take her eyes off the coffin the entire time. He was killed during a robbery. Of course, he had to go to the shop on that exact same day that a villain decided to strike. Why wasn't there a hero around? Where was her mother? From that day, Kira promised herself that she would become a hero strong enough to be there and stop any crime. However, as she grew up, She knew that was impossible. No one can be everywhere at once. All she could do was become a pro hero and stop villains whenever they decided to make an appearance. Present day. Akira made sure she was early to class. The last thing she wanted to do was make a bad impression. In the real world, being late could mean danger for a civilian. As she stood outside the giant door labeled 1A, she hesitated. Who would meet her behind this door? She opened the door with determination, but her shoulders immediately sagged when she noticed Bakugou in one of the seats with his feet up on the table. He wasn't even bothered to wear his tie. Her eyes scanned the room, noticing the pink person with horns, someone with golden blonde hair and a lightning bolt, someone with multiple arms, and someone sitting at the back with red and white hair. "We're in the same class after all," said a familiar voice, swinging an arm around her shoulder. She stared at the arm on her shoulder and then up at the boy. "Except, your hair," she blurted. "You like it?" He questioned, removing his arm to rub the back of his head. "Oh yeah." She nodded approvingly, giving a thumbs up. "It suits you." She turned her attention back to her classroom as Bakugou insulted one of the other students. "Oh," Kirishima murmured, his face dropping as he noticed the angry blonde. "Maybe he's nicer in the classroom?" "Here's hoping," she chuckled, with a one-shoulder shrug as they entered the classroom, taking 2 desks next to each other in the 3rd row. "I saw you and Bakugou take down that 0-pointer, the pink girl said. "I mean Ishido." "You did." Kira scratched the back of her head. "Up. It was awesome." "Well, thanks," Kira replied as Kirishima coughed discreetly beside her. Kirishima helped too. "Did he now?" Mina narrowed her eyes at him. "You two know each other?" Kira raised an eyebrow curiously. "We sure do." "Yeah." Kirishima nodded. "We went to the same school." "Hello, everybody," a tall student with glasses addressed the class, gesturing with a swift hand. "My name is Tenya Ida. I hope we'll all have a pleasant time with each other here at UA High." They all blinked at the interruption when he suddenly rushed over to Bakugou, gasping audibly. "Take your feet off of that desk now." "Oh boy," Kirishima mumbled. "Huh," Bakugou said lazily. "It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property," Ida said sternly. "You're kidding me, right?" Bakugou scoffed. "Did your old school put a stick up your back? Or were you born with it?" Kira rolled her eyes when she noticed a boy with green hair lurking by the door, eyeing Bakugou with something resembling embarrassment but also fear. Kira spun in her seat. She hadn't even noticed all the other students arrive. Kirishima still seemed to be focused on the argument going on between Bakugou and Ida. "It's him," Ida said suddenly, and all heads turned to the door. The green-haired boy was immediately taken off guard at the sudden attention and became flustered easily. "Good morning," Ida marched over to him. "My name is Tenya Ida from—" "Yeah, I heard," he says, waving his hands dismissively. "I'm Izuku Midoriya." Kira didn't catch what happened during his exam. What made him so special that he captured the attention of the entire class? "Oh," Kirishima whispers, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Midoriya. He was the one who passed the exam entirely on rescue points. I heard he took down the 0-pointer all by himself." "All by himself?" Kira repeats, intrigued. "Yeah," Mina chimes in. "Isn't that wild?" Peached, Kira hears Bakugou mutter. "I could have taken it down myself if those idiots hadn't gotten in my way. If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your things now." All eyes turn to the floor, where a man in a yellow sleeping bag pulls out a drink and slurps from it. "Welcome to UA's hero course. It took 8 seconds before you all quieted down. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that." He steps out of the sleeping bag and into the room, his weary eyes scanning each of the students. "Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa," he says in a bored tone. "I'm your teacher. Right, let's get to it. Put these on, then come outside." Aizawa holds out gym clothes for everyone, and the students stand to take a pair from him, shuffling to the changing rooms in a confused yet excited huddle. It's the first day of school, but they're already heading outside for a physical assessment. Finding the changing rooms isn't difficult, though all the other girls are too nervous to even speak to one another. Aizawa radiates a strong sense of authority, as if he could dismiss them all at any moment. That's the last thing Kira wants after making it this far. So, Kira and the other students gather in one of UA's many courtyards where Aizawa waits for them. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, Aizawa explains, pulling out a phone with a list of exercises, not even pausing to greet the students again. But you've never been allowed to use your quirks in exams before. The country still pretends we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. Aizawa then focuses on Bakugou, speaking directly to him. Bakugou, you scored the highest on the entrance exam, he continues, and everyone turns to listen in. What was your farthest distance thrown with the softball in junior high? 67 meters, I think, he replies. Try doing it with your quirk. Bakugou nods and moves toward the circle as Aizawa tosses him a ball. Anything goes, just stay in the circle, he instructs. Go on, you're wasting our time. Kira watches Bakugou stretch his limbs and wonders how she'll launch the ball with her own quirk. Looking at her hand, she's never considered using objects to help her in battle. Bakugou launches the ball sky-high, an explosion sending dirt flying into the air. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities, Aizawa says as the class stares at the ball finally descending. It's the most rational way to gauge your potential as a hero. Mr. Aizawa presents the phone to the class, displaying Bakugou's results, 705.2 meters. Whoa! 705 meters, someone gasps. Are you serious? I want to go. That looks like fun. Mina adds. This is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want. So this looks like fun, huh? Aizawa says quietly, catching the class off guard. You have 3 years to become a hero. You think it's all going to be games and playtime? Think again. Today, you'll compete in 8 physical tests to assess your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Expelled? Kira glances at Kirishima next to her, who shares the same shocked expression as everyone else. Of course, UA is the most prestigious hero school, but expulsion on the very first day seems incredibly unfair. You can't do that. Achiko Uraraka speaks up, stepping forward slightly. We just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, that's not fair. Oh, and you think natural disasters are fair? Aizawa retorts. Or power-hungry villains. Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities. The world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you're going to be a pro, you have to push yourself to the limit. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one challenge after another at you. So go beyond, plus ultra. Kira stares into Aizawa's tired eyes, realizing the sincerity behind his words. Plus ultra. The phrase all pro heroes use in battle to ensure they're giving it their all. Now, onto the first task, Aizawa instructs, leading them to a 50-meter sprint. How can she utilize her quirk here? During the entrance exam, she unexpectedly shot light from the soles of her feet. Over the week, she's desperately tried to replicate that, but to no avail. She'll have to rely on her hands to boost herself, similar to how Bakugou does. She rolls up her sleeves to her forearms, preparing herself at the start line. Denki Kaminari, the person she's racing against, introduces himself. No hard feelings, okay? Sure, Kira smirks, noticing yellow electricity crackling around his hands. She allows her own quirk to manifest, faint green light glowing from her skin and up her arms. It intensifies, burning a brilliant white. Runners, on your mark, the robot announces. Ready, go! A gunshot-like sound goes off, and Kira propels herself forward, the wind whipping her hair back. Kaminari speeds past her, laughing triumphantly, his quirk fizzing from his pores. But it's not over yet. With all her strength, white light shoots from her palms, propelling her faster than she can comprehend. 5.21 seconds. The robot cheers as Kira skids to a halt on the ball of her heels. 6.06 seconds, for Kaminari. Wow, you're incredibly fast, he comments, bending over to catch his breath. Thanks. He extends his hand for her to shake and she takes it. Suddenly, he yelps in surprise as Kira forgets how hot her palms get after using her quirk. Oh no, she winces. Sorry. He just gives her a thumbs up, but she still feels guilty. Because of my quirk, if I use it for too long, I can end up overheating, she explains, hiding her hands behind her back. Lucky, he replies, massaging his hand. When I use my quirk for too long, I turn into an idiot. Kira laughs uncertainly, unsure if he's joking. Based on his expression, he isn't. She watches the others participate in the 50-meter sprint. Some are faster than her, while others are not. She's just glad she's about average at the moment. One of the faster students is Tenya Ida, thanks to the engines built into his calves. Bakugou is only slightly faster than Kira. She knows she needs to practice her speed over power. It will definitely come in handy in the future. During the grip strength test, Kira didn't perform as well as she had hoped. She just hopes her other performances will excel beyond her physical strength. The standing long jump is a success. She manages to clear the entire sandpit by projecting her arms at a 90-degree angle, similar to Bakugou's quirk. Unfortunately, some students' quirks aren't suitable for this kind of test. Izuku Midoriya, whom Kira has yet to see use his quirk, has received the worst marks so far. She watches him jump into the sandpit, not even making it past the robot. What is his quirk, and why isn't he using it? When they finally reach the ball throw, after a challenging repeated side steps, Achiko Uraraka throws her ball into the sky, thanks to her zero-gravity quirk. Whoa, into the sky? Kirishima exclaims, his jaw dropping as he looks at his phone. That's incredible! How is that even possible? Kaminari calls out. Uraraka pumps her fist in the air and makes her way back to the crowd. That was impressive, Uraraka, says Yaoyorozu, placing a hand on her shoulder. Kira, you're up next. Aizawa's voice booms over the chatter. Kira gulps. How is she supposed to compete with that? Following someone who sent their ball soaring is really dampening her morale. She steps into the center of the circle as Aizawa tosses her a ball. Kira glances back at the class for a moment, worry etched on her face. Kirishima gives her a thumbs up, and she turns back to the open dirt field. She has done fairly well in all the other tests, acing them enough to ensure she passes. But this is the one she worries about the most. How is her quirk supposed to help her here? Kira closes her eyes momentarily, opening them as she swings her arm back. Her arm starts to feel warm, all the way down to her shoulder. She's never felt her quirk travel past her elbow before. Hopefully, she won't accidentally destroy the ball in her attempt. The fabric of her uniform on her right arm begins to fray, sizzling away before it even hits the ground. As Kira uses all her strength to launch the ball high into the sky, a burst of light shoots from her elbow, creating a small crater in the ground beneath her and propelling the ball far ahead. The force of her quirk causes her to stumble a few steps, but she manages to stay within the circle. Sweat beads on the side of her face as she stares up at the ball until it finally drops onto the dirt with a soft thud. It doesn't seem very far. Her panic caused her to project light from her elbow, something that has never happened before. She stares at her elbow in confusion as Aizawa announces her score. 821 meters. Kirishima exclaims, and Kira looks up at the ecstatic crowd with wide eyes. Very good. Next, Aizawa says, watching Kira with tired eyes. The students continue to congratulate her, but she's lost in her own thoughts, her gaze locked onto her elbow and then down to her feet. Why are these new skills only appearing now? 6 years ago. Teach me! Kira yelled, standing next to the Lightbringer in the backfields beyond their house. Akira, Lightbringer laughed. You might not inherit all my abilities, you know that. But I can learn. Maybe. She tilted her head at her daughter. Maybe not. Kira stared up at her mother, the Lightbringer, her idol. She wanted to be just like her, a dynamic duo with matching costumes and abilities. What a sight that would be. But... Spit it out, Kira, her mother said, tilting Kira's chin up with her finger. Heroes are certain. Speak with confidence. Dad doesn't have a quirk. Doesn't that mean I'm just like you? I have all your powers. No, Lightbringer sighed. Think about the generations before you. Before me. In your generation, she pointed to Kira's chest, who knows what incredible powers you'll grow and evolve with. Present day. Kira had heard of the Quirk singularity effect, where each generation's quirks grow and evolve to become stronger and more complex. If she is an example of this, then shouldn't her father have had a quirk too? Maybe her mother tried to ensure Kira wouldn't be a victim of the singularity and wouldn't risk producing such a powerful quirk. But what happened with her quirk when she threw that ball? She hadn't even seen that happen to Lightbringer. Kirishima nudges her in the ribs, and she blinks up at him, putting her hand back down by her side. Mr. Aizawa is Eraserhead. He beams as Aizawa glares at Izuku Midoriya, his eyes bright red. You're not ready, Aizawa says, and Kira focuses on the conversation. You don't have full control over your power. Were you planning on injuring yourself again, counting on someone else to save you? No. That's not what I was trying to do. Aizawa grabs Midoriya with a piece of his scarf, pulling him forward. No matter your intentions, you would be nothing more than a liability in battle. You have the same reckless passion as another overzealous hero I know. One who saved 1,000 people by himself and became a legend. Aizawa leans back away from Midoriya. But even with that drive, you're ineffective if you can only swing a single punch before breaking down. Sorry, Midoriya, with your power, there's no way you can become a hero. Wasn't that a bit harsh? Kira whispers. Are you kidding? Kirishima scoffs. After what Midoriya did in the entrance exam, he definitely needed a pep talk. I was there when it happened, Achiko says, stepping up next to Kira and Kirishima. His power is pretty impressive, but he did what he did to save me. So, Mr. Aizawa is wrong. He has every potential to be a pro hero. The class falls silent as Midoriya prepares for his throw. His arm glows with a red, vein-like pattern, vibrating before the light gathers at his index finger. With a swift motion, he sends the energy soaring into the sky, only causing a minor bruise on his finger instead of injuring his entire arm. Aizawa reveals the score, 705 meters. Mr. Aizawa, Midoriya groans, clenching his injured hand into a fist. You see, I'm still standing. Over 700 meters. That's incredible. Achiko exclaims, leaping into the air. His ability is quite unusual, Ida observes, stroking his chin. Just like during the entrance exam, he seems to have pushed himself to the limit. Suddenly, Bakugou charges at Midoriya, his quirk flaring up in a display of anger. Hey, deku, tell me how you did that or else. Aizawa swiftly intervenes, preventing any harm from coming to Midoriya. The class is taken aback. They know. Bakugou has a fiery temper, but his desire to confront Midoriya is shocking. What did he just call him? Deku? Stand down, Aizawa warns in a low voice. It would be unwise to provoke me. I have my limits. He releases Bakugou. Hurry up, you're wasting my time. Whoever's next can step up. Everyone gathers around Midoriya, concerned about his injured finger, but Kira keeps her gaze fixed on Bakugou, her anger simmering. He walks away with his head down, hair obscuring his eyes. Kira glances between Midoriya and Bakugou, realizing they must have attended the same school. After completing their fitness exams, Kira excels in all of them, her rigorous training with the Lightbringer keeping her in top shape. Alright, here are the results, Aizawa announces, returning to his usual tired demeanor. I've ranked you from best to worst. A projected image lights up against the side of the building, displaying the rankings. First is Momo Yaoyorozu, then Shoto Todoroki, and to Kira's surprise, she places third, surpassing Bakugou. What? He roars, still fuming over his earlier incident with Midoriya. There's no way this loser is better than me. Bakugou pushes his way to the front, ready to confront Kira. Enough! Aizawa bellows, his eyes flashing with intensity. I deserve to be in the top 3 more than anyone. Bakugou continues, ignoring Aizawa. Fight me. Dude, chill, Kirishima says calmly. It's just how it is. Kira is better than you. You're not handling this very well. I was joking, Aizawa interjects suddenly, causing even Bakugou to pause. No one's going home. That was just a tactic to ensure you all gave it your best in the tests. That was so nerve-wracking, Kira sighs, placing a hand over her racing heart. I'm always up for a challenge, Kirishima grins. Of course you are, she smiles back. That's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus from the classroom and review it before tomorrow morning. After changing back into their school uniforms, they move on to their next lessons, but Kira finds it hard to focus after her experience with Mr. Aizawa. He is strict yet fair, precise and reasonable. The school day drifts by until it's time to head home. Kira lives just a half-hour walk from UA, while others take the train. As she walks, she glances at her hand, examining her elbow as if expecting to find a mark from her quirk. Hey, light girl. Kira turns to see Bakugou stomping toward her, fire in his eyes. You think you're better than me? He shouts. What? She frowns. You idiot. You think you can beat me? No. I'll get you. Kira narrows her eyes at him, curious about his hostility. She wonders what drives him to act this way, so aggressive toward everyone, even his classmates. Did he really chase after her just to threaten her? I'm talking to you. Look, she sighs, trying to stay calm. I did well on the physical exam, okay? But... She glances at his hands, which look ready to unleash chaos. Your quirk is definitely stronger than mine. Huh, he grunts. Yeah. She attempts a smile. I've been training for physical tests my whole life. But using my quirk in combat? You're definitely the stronger hero. Whatever, he grumbles, turning and trudging back down the street. I'll take you down someday. Kira watches him mutter to himself as he walks away, attracting curious glances from bystanders. She exhales deeply, not realizing she had been holding her breath, and turns the last corner to her house. One of Lightbringer's sidekicks is already waiting for her, opening the door and taking her bag and coat. How was UA? She asks in a monotone voice. Kira glares back. Like you care. Kira ignores the sidekicks whenever they try to engage her in conversation. She is moving forward in her life, progressing in ways that are both terrifying and exhilarating. Today exposed her to new abilities, new people, and new challenges. For some reason, she can't shake off her strange encounter with Bakugou for the rest of the night. The next day is filled with the usual lessons, learning about grammar and other school subjects. The food is gourmet, prepared by the pro chef hero himself. Eventually, it's time for the hero lesson. I am here. All Might bursts into the room, dramatically presenting himself. Everyone admires him, but Kira has her own idol. She is excited to finally meet the #1 hero in person, though she can't quite match the ecstatic energy of her classmates. Today's lesson will be intense, he announces with a hearty laugh, revealing a card that clearly says battle on it. Grit. Kira had even told Bakugou that she struggles in battle. Get suited up and meet me in training ground beta. Kira suddenly remembers her costume. Her face lights up as they emerge from the wall. Hopefully, it meets her needs. They gather outside the large doors of the training ground, all dressed in their superhero outfits. Everyone looks amazing, suited up in attire that complements their quirks and fighting styles. I love it. Achiko squeals next to Kira. Kira looks down at herself once more, examining her costume for the umpteenth time. She requested the colors to match her quirk, and the designers did a commendable job. The bodysuit is black and white, complemented by dark green gauntlets, a dark green collar, and dark green boots. The shade of green perfectly matches her eye color. While the front is a bit plain, she reminds herself that the costume is temporary, and she can always ask for more detailing later. The boots are reinforced to support her during high falls, and the gauntlets are crafted from a heat-resistant mesh. She hopes they will hold up if her arms get too warm. By the time she submitted her costume, she had discovered that she could produce light from the soles of her feet and her elbows, so she hopes the outfit will remain intact when she uses those abilities. And yours, she exclaims, admiring her friend's cute pink outfit. We're all here. All Might's booming voice cuts through the chatter. Now shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of heroes and villains. He continues, This year, we have an unusual number of students, so one team will need a third player. I'm sure you can manage that. No way. Isn't that unfair to whoever competes against them? Someone protests. I don't care who it is, I'll take them all down, another declares. I want the third person on my team, someone else adds. Kira listens intently as All Might explains the rules of the battle, already trying to think ahead. Time is limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. All Might announces. Akira reaches into the lot and pulls out the letter J. She's thrilled to find out that she's on Team J with Kirishima and Siro, and they share her excitement. Yes. We get the third player. They chant in unison. Kira laughs as they do a little spin on the spot, waving their arms in joy. Don't get your hopes up, guys, she warns. We still need to see who we'll be up against. You're absolutely right. All Might bellows. You never know what quirk your opponent may have, and they can use that to their advantage to defeat even the strongest heroes. We still stand a better chance anyway, Kirishima whispers in her ear. Now then, the first teams I declare will be fighting are these guys. All Might pulls out 2 ball, Team A and Team D. Everyone else can head to the monitor room. Bakugou versus Midoriya. Based on their encounter yesterday, this battle is bound to be intense. 5 years ago, it was all over the news. Lightbringer had fiercely confronted the villains responsible for her father's death. When a store was robbed, Lightbringer didn't hesitate to pursue the suspects. Upon discovering the identity of the victim, her anger was uncontrollable. The incident was broadcast live, and other heroes had to intervene to restrain her. It was said that the villains would never recover. This incident was a significant reason for her departure. Present day. The only time she has felt anger nearly as intense was during Bakugou and Midoriya's battle. Bakugou left his position to confront Midoriya, driven by personal vendetta, which ultimately cost him the match. His anger and grudges clouded his judgment. Everyone keeps their distance from Bakugou when he enters the monitoring room, fearful that any provocation could set him off. He nearly harmed Midoriya in his quest for revenge. Is he truly fit to be a hero? Kira refrains from judging. Ever since her father's death, her mother has been distant, even before she left. She was always reserved, yet quick to anger, filled with sadness. Their training had ceased shortly after. Perhaps Bakugou is dealing with personal issues that are affecting his performance at school. One battle after another unfolds until it's Kira's turn. A hand on her shoulder snaps her from her thoughts, and she follows Kirishima and Siro to their battle zone. They are up against Tokoyami and Azui, both of whom possess unique quirks. Azui can mimic the skills of a frog, while Kira has only glimpsed Tokoyami's quirk during physical exams, and it seems formidable. Got a plan? Kirishima asks once they position themselves near the bomb. They're acting as the villains in this scenario. Me? Kira squeaks, pointing to herself. Yeah. He shrugs. You were quick on your feet during the entrance exam. If it weren't for you, I don't know where Bakugou would be right now. Kira glances down at her elbow, still unsure how to maximize her quirk's potential. Kiriya? Yeah. She sighs. Siro? He nods. Tape up the area, all over the place. She gestures with her arms to illustrate jagged angles. Cover the whole area so they can't get through. Then stay right next to it. Don't move away from the bomb, even if we get into trouble. Right. He nods, already projecting tape from his elbows. And you too. We'll take the offensive, Kira decides, frowning slightly. When they get close, we'll ambush them. I don't know much about Tokoyami's quirk, but Azui. She likely has quick reflexes. We should focus on her first since we know more about her right now. I saw Tokoyami's quirk up close, Siro calls from near the bomb. It's big and intimidating. That doesn't sound promising. Kira puts a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She hears a faint sound reminiscent of Azui leaping, like a frog. Closing her eyes, she listens for Tokoyami, his deep voice breaking the stillness. Kira nods, signaling Kirishima to hide behind a nearby pillar. He hardens his body, ready to spring into action. Oh look, you found me! Siro exclaims dramatically, alerting the others that they are now in the room. Kira peeks around the pillar. Tokoyami has already revealed his quirk, and it looks powerful. How are they supposed to compete against that? Kira meets Kirishima's gaze across the room and waits patiently. Where are the others? Tokoyami asks. Went looking for you, of course, Shiro replies, stalling for time while also distracting them. They took a page out of Bakugou's book. Figured it would be a surprise. The heroes remain silent, seemingly waiting for the attack. They are on high alert. This plan may not work. Kira glances at Kirishima as he assesses their opponents. She can't let them down. So, she'll wait for the very last moment, making them truly think they're alone with just Shiro. So, it's just you then, Azui says, glancing around the room. Afraid so. He sighs, preparing himself into a fighting stance. Tokoyami's quirk enlarges, advancing on Shiro like a stormy cloud. Azui leaps onto the side wall, propelling herself toward the bomb. She's nimble and small enough to slip through Shiro's tape. Wait for it. Kira counts down on her fingers, and Kirishima readies himself, a grin spreading. Wait for it. As soon as Azui's fingers leave the wall, that's the moment Kirishima needs to go. Wait for it. Kira nods with a tight fist, and Kirishima bursts out of cover, slamming into Azui. In his hardened state, that would have been a tough hit. As for herself, Kira launches at Tokoyami, her light glaring from her palms. His quirk roars as twin beams shoot out at the shadowy figure. Tokoyami retreats, having been so close to touching the bomb that he momentarily forgot about potential attackers. His victory was so near that his vision became clouded. She fires again, her hands glowing brightly. His shadow seems startled by the light, shrinking back into his cloak as he backs off, his beak twisted in frustration. Azui is back on her feet, her reflexes quick and her body agile. Kirishima hardens his body further, blocking the bomb from her sight. Shiro restocks the area with tape, some of it having been exposed during the brawl. 2 minutes left. All Might's voice echoes around the building. Already, huh? She hears Shiro mutter behind her. Go help Kirishima, Kira says to him without taking her eyes off Tokoyami. I've got this. Shiro doesn't argue. Behind her, she hears his steps retreating to the other side of the room. You sure that was a smart move? Tokoyami wonders, his shadow rustling under his cloak. I think so, she whispers. Because I think I've already figured it out. Oh yeah. He raises his head in curiosity. What's that? Your weakness, she says plainly, allowing her quirk to glow in her palms. He scoffs at her response. You willing to bet the battle on that? His quirk reveals itself from its hiding place once again, soaring above their heads. She wonders if letting that touch the bomb will count too? Nevertheless, she has to keep in account where Tokoyami is and where his quirk is. She's about 90% sure about this, but it's better than nothing. Tokoyami allows his quirk to fly overhead, hoping to get her full attention on it so that he can possibly slip by and touch the bomb himself. Kira smirks at the move before aiming both her hands into an arc like she did at the entrance exam. Instead, however, she aims them vertically. Her light sears from her palms, bursting through the shadow and into the ceiling, where debris falls onto Tokoyami. It was a risky move, but now he's focused on saving himself rather than going for the bomb. He dives out of the way, his quirk retreating quickly enough to help protect him too. The debris falls nearby, spreading dust all over the room. She can hear Kirishima battling it out with Azui still. Where's Shiro? She rubs her eyes, dust collecting in her lungs. Shiro. She wheezes. Over here. She follows the sound of his voice, noticing Tokoyami has been tied up by Shiro's tape. Kirishima and Azui are still fighting somewhere on the other side of the room. Go! Shiro jerks his head towards the sound of the ruckus. I've got him. Kira nods determinedly, rushing over to where the bomb should be, nearly tripping over Shiro's elaborate tape trap. The sound of struggle grows louder as Kira approaches a certain corner of the room. She can even spot silhouettes fighting in the falling dust. Akira hesitates before calling out to her comrade, not wanting to alert Azui that he has backup. She steps around a pillar just as Azui uses her incredibly long tongue to lift Kirishima off the ground and toss him aside. Did she calculate it? Did she know Kira was coming? Because at that very moment, Kirishima's hardened body collides straight into her, knocking the wind out of her. They roll momentarily before coming to a stop, with Kirishima on top of her. Ow, she says, her eyes closed. Kirishima instantly cancels his quirk power, and when Kira finally opens her eyes, she finds herself staring up at his sheepish grin. Then she gasps suddenly, remembering where she is. The bomb! They both turn their heads just in time to see Azui leap for the bomb. However, just milliseconds before her fingers touch, All Might announces the time is officially up. Phew! They both sigh simultaneously. Kira allows herself to relax, only just remembering a certain someone still on top of her with his hands on either side of her head. Kirishima, Kira whispers. Get off, she says blankly. He nods and scratches the back of his head, his face turning as bright as his hair. He offers her a hand up, which she gratefully accepts. That was a close one, eh? Shiro comments, unwrapping the tape from around Tokoyami. Sure was, Kira replies, kicking a small stone away. Tokoyami brushes off his cloak and looks up to see Kira's extended hand. No hard feelings? She offers a smile. Of course not, he says quietly. You won fairly and strategically. They all leave the building to a very chaotic scene. The other students all slap each other on the back for their efforts, whether they won or not. You were amazing, Akira. Achiko beams. Your leadership in there was unexpected, Yaoyorozu adds. Kaminari offers a thumbs up, but behind him, the smaller student known as Mineta seems to have lost his cool about something and is repeatedly hitting Kirishima. What a perfect example of teamwork. All Might howls, presenting himself in front of Kira, Kirishima, and Shiro. If this were a test, you'd get full marks. Young Kiriya, what powerful leadership qualities you possess. Young Kirishima, excellent fighting techniques. And young Shiro, remarkable quick responses and the ability to listen to your teammates. Getting praise from the #1 hero is enough to get anybody hyped, but Akira's just hoping that her mother knows of her efforts. 5 years ago. He couldn't tell them. He couldn't tell anyone. Nobody knew about it. Not even when he was in school. The only people that knew were his parents, but they were gone now. Thank goodness. What would she say? How would she look at him? He loved her. More than anything. But this. It's unforgivable. Lying about it. It's killing him inside. It was quiet. Weirdly quiet. He stared at the item, his tired eyes drooping to a close. His thoughts had been haunting him for far too long, robbing him of his sleep and appetite. But this wasn't for him. It was for her. He didn't even blink, he didn't even breathe before the bullet struck him. The pain was intense, but that wasn't why he started tearing up. This was his out. This was the only way. This was for her. Chapter end. 7 years ago. What's the most villains you've taken out in one go? Kira wondered, walking side by side with her mother down the street. Akira, she laughed. Come on. Is it a lot? I bet it's a lot. Lightbringer sighed before stopping. It's not a competition, Kira. I know that, she sulked. But All Might has defeated loads of bad guys. Well, I'm not All Might, she said, continuing down the path. Don't forget about your own strengths, Kira. Don't try to be someone you're not. Okay. She nodded, taking her mother's hand in hers. Present day. The class chose their representatives after much debate. Tenya Ida was elected as the main representative after he managed to control the chaotic crowd that erupted during the alarm at lunch. Momo Yaoyorozu was chosen as the deputy representative, based on her precise criticism during the battle exam. Sir, what kind of training is this? Shiro asked, raising his hand. Aizawa flashed a rescue card for the class to see. You'll be dealing with natural disasters. Shipwrecks. Things like that. Kira found herself smiling at this news, as rescuing had been more of her strong suit lately. She would be able to show the pro heroes just what she was capable of. I know you're excited about costumes, Aizawa continued, quieting the excited chatter from the class. But keep in mind, you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities. The costume ref extended out of the wall, and Kira felt goosebumps travel up her arms. This special training is at an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. After everyone changed into their hero gear, they clambered onto the bus in an excited rush, eager to continue with the rescue task. The layout of the bus was different from the ones she had been on before. She glanced around for a spare seat. The only one available was next to Bakugou. Darn. She should have been faster to get onto the bus. Kira took her seat next to him, but he was too lost in thought to pay much attention to her. With his hand on his chin, he gazed out the window, completely ignoring her. That was good. The last thing she wanted was for him to lose his cool and yell at everybody. Wait, hold on, Sue, Kirishima was saying as Kira listened in on their conversation. You're forgetting All Might doesn't hurt himself. That makes a huge difference. Still, I bet it's cool to have a simple augmenting type of quirk. You can do a lot of flashy stuff with it. My hardening is super strong and can take down bad guys in a fight. He hardened his arm to prove his point, but it doesn't look all that impressive. Don't be so hard on yourself, Kirishima, Kira spoke up from her seat. I think your quirk looks awesome. You're definitely going to become a pro hero with a skill like that. Oh, you think so? He blushed slightly, canceling his quirk. Seems like it'd be easier to be a popular hero if I had something flashier. Well, if anybody has what it takes to be a pro hero, it's Todoroki and Bakugou. Maybe so, but Bakugou's always angry, so he probably won't even be that popular. Kira covered her mouth with her hand suddenly, remembering that his presence was right next to her. What did you just say? He growled, turning his head to face her. You know, we basically just met you, Kaminari began, catching Bakugou's attention away from her. So, it's kinda telling that we all know your personality is a mix of flames and garbage. Kira had to lean back to avoid getting smacked in the face by Bakugou's huge gauntlets. I'm going to make you regret the day you applied to this school, you loser, he yelled, gripping the bar in front of him. Now that I think about it, Kirishima said thoughtfully, gazing up at the ceiling, Kira here also has a better chance than the rest of us to become a pro hero. What? She squawked. Yeah, you've already proven yourself a lot just over the past few days, he explained, looking down and meeting her eyes. You're level-headed when it comes to battle techniques, quick on your feet, and not to mention, you beat Bakugou in the physical exam. Kira winced at that, as Bakugou set his sights on her once again, his teeth bared. He's right. Midoriya added, making a fist with his hand. You came fourth in the entrance exam, right? Shut up, nerd. No one asked you. Bakugou screeched, nearly clambering over the bar. All of you settle down, Aizawa finally spoke up. We're here. They all stepped off the bus, only to be greeted by the Space Pro Hero, 13. From what Kira knew about her, she mainly dealt with rescue missions. Hello, everybody, she beamed, throwing her space suit arms in the air. I'm sure you all know who I am. Pro Hero 13. The class cheered in unison. Aizawa and 13 led the students into the stadium. It was huge inside and divided into different sections so students could train in various scenarios. Kira could see many different types of arenas, including a lava zone, a hurricane zone, a landslide, and what looked like a shipwreck. Today you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives, 13 said. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other. Only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about, ensuring the safety of others. 13 then did a little bow and passed over to Aizawa. Suddenly, a surge of electricity crackled around the arena, and everything went dim. Down below, by the fountain, Kira squinted at a purple shape forming. It twisted and warped until it spread across the whole area. Stay together and don't move. Aizawa yelled, unraveling his scarf. 13, protect the students. Hey, what's going on? Kirishima asked, pointing at the purple mist. Has the training started already? I don't think this is part of it, Kira whispered, the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. The class watched, shocked, as a couple dozen villains stepped out of the purple cloud below. Kira could already feel how much trouble they were all in. Aizawa placed his goggles over his face and took a few steps forward. Stay back, Aizawa ordered as Midoriya went to take a step. This is real. Those are villains. 13, you get the students out of here and alert the main campus. I'll head down there and see what's going on. Aizawa's voice was calm, but determination filled his stance as he prepared for the challenge ahead. Just in front of Kira, Kirishima and Bakugou dashed toward the doors when suddenly, a villain emerged from the ground, blocking their escape. Kira's mind flashed back to her encounter with the zero-pointer during the entrance exam. Before she could think twice, she instinctively unleashed 2 beams of green light. For some reason, she hesitated to use her more powerful abilities. Was it because she was facing a person, even if they were a villain? 7 years ago. Okay. She nodded, taking her mother's hand. What about the toughest villain? You're not going to stop until you get an answer, are you? Lightbringer chuckled. Kira shook her head vigorously. Let me think, she mused, tapping her finger on her chin and gazing at the sky. Present day. Bakugou blasted apart another section of the building in their quest to descend. I really don't think that's a good idea, Kira said, stepping through the hole he had just created. This is the quickest way to reach that villain, he argued. And if the building collapses? He turned to her. You got a better idea? She opened her mouth to respond, but nothing came to mind. That's what I thought, he said quietly as he blasted through another wall. Kira looked to Kirishima, who simply nodded before following Bakugou through the wall. She hesitated, wondering how the other students were faring. Hopefully, they were in better shape than she was right now. Keep up. Bakugou shouted from ahead as he exploded through another wall. Seriously, how many rooms are in this building? Kirishima complained. Kira dashed through the opening Bakugou had made and caught sight of the stairs out of the corner of her eye. Guys, she called out, using her hands to amplify her voice. Stairs. All right. Kirishima grinned. Bakugou stomped back, and Kira peered over the banister, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. She stepped back, her legs feeling unsteady. We're really high up, she said, her voice shaky. It'll take a while to get to the ground floor. What do we do from there? Let's just get there first, Kirishima said, resting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Move it, Bakugou grumbled, pushing past them and taking the stairs 2 at a time. Kira and Kirishima exchanged smiles, their spirits lifted by Bakugou's growing camaraderie. They followed after him, Kirishima taking up the rear. Stupid stairs, Kira muttered. They had only descended a few flights when a large villain ambushed them, lunging toward Bakugou. Watch out! Kira yelped, instinctively reaching out to Bakugou. But he was quick. Bakugou leaped high, narrowly avoiding the attack. You children are very, very noisy, the villain said, their voice high and raspy. Kira brushed some dust from her face, finally getting a good look at the villain. They stood roughly 11 feet tall, with dark red dreadlocks swept back, a few thick strands hanging across their face. Or rather, faces. One appeared male, while the other was female. Staring is rude, you know, they said, flexing their massive arms. You want to take this one? Kirishima asked Bakugou, who grinned at the villain with fierce determination. Die! He roared, launching himself at the villain and exploding on impact. He flipped backward away from the villain, landing in a crouch. Bakugou's grin faltered as the villain remained unscathed. You'll have to try harder than that if you want to beat me, they taunted, their conjoined faces stretching into a menacing smile. Oh man, Kirishima gulped. If someone as powerful as Bakugou couldn't stop this villain, then we're in trouble, Kira said, taking a cautious step back. 7 years ago. Him. Kira gasped, her jaw dropping. That's right. Her mother nodded. He may not have been the biggest, but he was definitely, what did you call it? The toughest. Lightbringer observed Akira's thoughtful expression, impressed by her depth for an 8-year-old. It's all about finding weaknesses, Lightbringer explained, crouching in front of her daughter. That villain was hard to defeat because their weakness was hard to uncover. You need to expose their weakness. Present day. Expose their weakness, Kira murmured. You morons plan on helping at all? Bakugou shouted, glancing back just in time to dodge a massive fist. Bakugou. Asking for help. Kirishima said, wide-eyed in disbelief. Kira watched Bakugou fight, analyzing everything she could about the villain. Their size suggested they might lack the stamina of 3 adrenaline-fueled kids. She scanned the room. Just the 3 of them against this one villain meant they could focus their efforts and wear it down quickly. Bakugou flipped over the villain, aiming a blast from above. Kira tilted her head, noticing the conjoined persona seemed to have 2 distinct minds. How were they even functioning? I know that look. Kirishima smiled slowly. You've got a plan. Glad to hear you know me so well. Well, I'm ready when you are, Kira. He grinned, hardening his entire body. Kira explained her strategy to Kirishima, and they faced the villain together. She hoped Bakugou would understand and follow through. From what she had learned over the past few days, Bakugou was smart and surprisingly rational when it mattered. She was confident he would catch on. Hey, ugly! Kirishima shouted, drawing the villain's attention while Bakugou slid away, watching his classmates. Over here, Kira teased, beckoning the villain with 2 fingers. The villain grinned menacingly, cracking their knuckles. Kira exchanged a quick look with Bakugou before launching her attack, praying he would cooperate. This might be their only chance. First, Kira dazzled the villain with the same skill she had used earlier, temporarily blinding them. She then aimed twin beams of green light at the ceiling, causing it to collapse onto the villain, just like she had done to Tokoyami during their battle lesson. It was a risk the whole building could come down. The falling debris created a dust cloud, concealing everyone from view. Now, she was relying on her classmates through blind trust. She heard the villain curse in frustration, their voice strained. That was a good sign. From the sounds of it, Kirishima slid across the ground, aiming for the villain's legs, hoping to make them stumble. If they were worried about their legs, they should start to panic. If she were the villain, she'd have no idea what the heroes would attack next. Kira avoids using her quirk now, knowing that creating a light show would alert the villain to her presence. Based on the lack of explosions from Bakugou's side, he understands the situation too. She nods, a smirk spreading across her lips as she loops around the villain, hoping Kirishima holds up his part of the plan. He does. The villain is solely focused on Kirishima, even throwing out random insults as a means of distraction. Quickly, Kira leaps onto one of the remaining pillars and activates her quirk at the last moment for a surprise attack. Any moment now. Perfect timing. Bakugou appears right next to her, activating his quirk simultaneously. Was he able to see her through the dust, or was it just lucky timing? Either way, they both release a cry of effort as they blast the villain with every ounce of power they have, mimicking their actions from the entrance exam. Kira predicts that with the villain having 2 personas, they may argue often and struggle to make quick decisions. By attacking from behind, the villain won't be able to process which way to turn first. With Kirishima distracting them, it becomes even harder. As soon as Kira and Bakugou's quirks strike their opponent, Kirishima dives for the villain's legs, forcing them to fall over. They land with a heavy thud, creating a whirlwind of dust. Bakugou keeps one arm pinned while Kira has the other. Now Kirishima. Kira orders. He approaches the villain, hardening one of his arms, and strikes until they lose consciousness. Hesitantly, Kira straightens with a stretch, wincing at her temporarily forgotten slightly burnt back. That was easier than I thought it'd be, Kirishima shrugs, transforming his arm back to normal. Kira scoffs. As Bakugou doesn't take a second to recover. He heads down the stairs without looking back. It doesn't take them long to reach the ground floor, as Bakugou descends with rapid urgency, sometimes missing several steps to speed his progress. Yay! Kirishima croaks sarcastically, waving a tired fist in the air. We made it! Shut up, dumb hare, Bakugou snaps quietly. What's up with you? Kira wonders, following his gaze to the center of the arena. Is that, Kirishima starts. All might, Bakugou finishes, his tone unusually somber. Kira stares up at Bakugou briefly. It's the first time he's shown even mild concern for anyone. All Might has been everyone's hero and idol. For his life to be in such grave danger must come as quite a shock. Without another word, Bakugou tears down the collapse zone, using his quirk to steady his fall. Kira slides down the dirt behind him. Whatever reckless thing he plans to do, he's not doing it alone. Kira watches as All Might launches a powerful attack at a strange-looking villain, large and blue with an exposed brain, planning to throw it over his shoulder. Suddenly, the brain villain disappears into the ground, the result of the warp villain they encountered earlier. Bakugou accelerates at the sight of his appearance, and Kira struggles to keep up. Bakugou flies ahead, using his quirk to boost himself, slamming into the villain he had his sights on the most. "Get out of my way, Deku!" Bakugou roars, pinning the warp villain down. Kira nearly slips on a section of ice, a result of Todoroki's quirk. "Guess I found your body that time, you sneaky villain!" Bakugou shouts, holding the warp villain down. With the other villains temporarily incapacitated, Kira targets the one with extra hands clasped to their body. She leaps into the air, aiming her hands at him, but her light only scorches the ground where he stood. "Is quick." Kurojiri, the villain, finally speaks, their voice raspy and muffled. "How could you let this brat get the best of you? You've gotten us into a real jam here." "You got careless, villain," Bakugou says, leaning closer to his captive. "It wasn't hard to figure you out. Only certain parts of you turn into that smoking warp gate. You used that mist to hide your actual body, thinking it made you safe. That's why we missed. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed." At that moment, the warp villain tries to move, tilting their smoky figure slightly, prompting Bakugou to activate his explosion quirk on the neck armor as a warning. "Don't move." He leans down again. "You try anything funny, and I'll make sure you regret it." "Oh, that doesn't sound very heroic," Kirishima comments from beside him. The hand villain, who seems to be the leader, stares at each person as if trying to gauge their strength. "Nomu," he finally says, and the larger villain bends its body up through the warp gate, its right arm snapping off. "What the hell?" Kira gasps. "How is that thing still standing?" Midoriya adds. "Everyone stay back." All Might bellows, blocking the students with his arm. "What is this? You said his power was shock absorption." "I didn't say that was his only quirk," the leader counters, his voice dry. "He also has super regeneration." "More than one quirk? No one has that much power." But then again, the brain villain doesn't look normal. Was it created to be like this? Kira's eyes turn to All Might, the #1 hero. To defeat him, the Nomu must have been designed to match his power. "First, we need to free our method of escape," the leader continues. Kira understands immediately and rushes over to Bakugou. "Get him, Nomu." Kira isn't fast enough. The Nomu charges ahead, not giving anyone a chance to react. "Kaken!" Midoriya screams as the area where Bakugou once stood is obliterated. "Oh, Kaken? Wow, you dodged that." "Shut up." "No, I didn't, you nerd." Kira suddenly realizes she's sitting on the ground beside Bakugou. It happens so fast she only remembers reaching for her classmate before finding herself in the dirt. "Then how'd you get over here?" Kirishima wonders. The students turn their attention to the point of impact, the smoke clearing to reveal All Might blocking the attack with his arms. The pure strength of the pro hero has always been astonishing, but witnessing it in person is something else. "You're nothing but a lunatic," All Might argues with the leader. "Criminals like you always try to make your actions sound noble, but let's be honest, you're only doing this for your own enjoyment." "We've got them outnumbered," Todoroki says, raising his hands in front of him. Kira nods, glancing at Todoroki quickly. And Bakugou already figured out the warp villain's weakness. "These guys might act tough, but we can take them down now with All Might's help," Kirishima adds, hardening his arms. "Let's do this." "No!" All Might orders, swinging his arm around. "All of you get out of here." "If it weren't for me, you would have been in trouble," Todoroki argues. "You need us. And I'm grateful, but this is too dangerous. Just sit back and watch a pro at work." "We can't leave you here against them." Midoriya yells. "You're hurt, you're bleeding, and you're almost out of time." He stops abruptly, covering his mouth with his gloved hand. All Might and the villains face off before Nomu launches itself at All Might, and the leader advances toward the students. Looks like we're going to have to fight after all, Kira sighs, raising her palms. As All Might and the villain with multiple quirks begin to clash, it's as if a storm has suddenly erupted. The intensity of their blows sends Kira and her classmates tumbling before they roll to a stop. Kira can only watch, lying on her stomach with her head tucked down to avoid any stray blows, as All Might unleashes his fury on the Nomu, delivering a final powerful punch that sends it soaring into the sky and crashing through the arena's glass roof. He knocked the shock absorption right out of him, Kirishima states, staring at the massive hole above. I've never seen such raw strength before. Imagine having power like that, Bakugou says, all evident in his voice. He must have been hitting that monster so fast it couldn't regenerate. Everyone here is striving to become the next best hero of their generation, but looking around at her classmates, Kira can't imagine anyone surpassing All Might's power. There's nothing like it. You've been bested, villains, All Might declares. Proudly. The leader seems to tremble, and Kira can't tell if it's from anger, humiliation, or fear. Still, they should turn and leave now, especially with their strongest villain out of the picture. The leader tilts his head at All Might, and Kira realizes he's actually been weakened. The Nomu was a formidable opponent, and it took all of All Might's strength to defeat it. We should go, Todoroki speaks up suddenly, breaking the tension. Yeah, Kirishima agrees. Last thing we want is to get in the way or be taken hostage. Hesitantly, Kira follows the others toward the other students by the entrance when suddenly the weaker villains begin to stir. One by one, they stand up, facing the students. I think All Might can handle those two main guys. Let's make sure these guys don't hurt anyone else, Kirishima says. Midoriya? Kira frowns at the boy who seems frozen in place. Suddenly, the leader charges at All Might, hands outstretched. Consider this revenge for what you did to Nomu. Instead of countering the attack, All Might stands still, as if any sudden movement would cause him to collapse. Is that what Midoriya figured out? Midoriya! Kira yells, as the green-haired boy suddenly leaps for the villain, arm pulled back to strike. It happens too quickly to process. The warp villain creates a portal for the leader's hand to sink through, meeting Midoriya's face. Just inches before they connect, a shot rings out, echoing around the arena, and Kira instantly ducks, shielding her head. They're here! Kirishima shouts, a relieved smile spreading across his features. Kira glances behind her at the source of the shot, spotting a crowd of new heroes pro-heroes. She closes her eyes briefly in relief. Behind her, the leader begins grumbling irritably, but the weaker villains engage in combat. If they lost against first-year students, how do they think they'll fare against pro-heroes? They should have run when they had the chance. I'll be back, All Might, the leader spits with disdain, cradling his injured hand. More shots fire out, striking the villain in the arms and legs, just before the warp villain teleports them to safety. The pro-heroes handle the weaker villains with ease, and everyone is ushered outside where they are met by a detective. I think they're all accounted for, apart from the boy who broke his legs, he says, closing his notebook. Yeah, we were in the collapse zone, Kirishima says to his classmates. Kiriya and Bakugou really took down that huge bad guy. He gestures with his arms. You helped too, Kira laughs. Oh yeah, because being the bait is a real charming job, he replies, hands on his hips. It is, she exclaims, widening her eyes. Without you, she points a thumb at Bakugou, wouldn't have been able to get behind him. I could have done it on my own, Bakugou says plainly, crossing his arms. Kira rolls her eyes, choosing to ignore him altogether. What about you? Where did the villain send you guys? The lava zone, Ojiro says. I didn't even know I was on my own. You must be really strong to take out the villains by yourself, Kira says, making a determined fist with her hand. Me and Todoroki were in the landslide zone, Hagakure adds. I didn't even have to do anything. He's so strong, it's amazing. Well, I'm just glad everyone's okay, Kira says, looking down at her feet. Apart from Midoriya, Kirishima tilts his head thoughtfully. Detective, Tsu walks toward him. What about Mr. Aizawa? He sighs heavily. His arms are splintered, and he has facial fractures. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any serious brain damage. But Kira steps forward. But his orbital floor has nearly been completely destroyed. We have no way of knowing if his eyesight will be impaired once he wakes up. What about 13? Mina asks. There's no need to worry there, he replies, turning to face her. Despite some pretty bad lacerations to the back, 13 is going to pull through. Good as new. Same goes for All Might, he continues. He's with Recovery Girl right now. What about Deku? Achiko steps forward. Midoriya? Ida emphasizes. He's also with Recovery Girl. He's going to be fine. They all breathe a sigh of relief at the good news. Despite the villain's vicious attack, no one was killed. With the number of injuries that occurred, however, the pain in her back has significantly dulled. She touches it slightly, thankful that her costume took the damage for her. Maybe if she was wearing normal clothes, there would have been a lot more damage. Let's get you back to class, the detective announced, prompting groans from everyone. The night before she left. Come at me, Lightbringer said, adopting a combative stance. Right now. Kira squeaked, the giant moon hovering above them. Without warning, Lightbringer lunged forward, playfully jabbing Kira in the gut. You always have to be ready, Akira, she sighed, helping her daughter to her feet. Do you expect the villains to wait for you? Kira remained silent, rubbing her stomach. She aimed her arms in front of her, mimicking Lightbringer's actions. Taller and stronger, Kira targeted her legs, unleashing a beam of light at her feet, forcing her to dodge. As Lightbringer landed, Kira charged, sliding across the grass to aim a kick at her shins. However, Lightbringer anticipated this, sidestepping and easily standing on Kira's back, pinning her down once again. Try again, she ordered. We've been practicing all night, Kira complained. The villains. They won't wait for me. I get it, Kira snapped, her impatience bubbling over. If you know this, then stop complaining. Get up and try again, Lightbringer said sternly, stepping back from Kira. Fueled by anger, Kira leapt to her feet, channeling her power to propel herself upright. She lunged, firing 2 beams of light at Lightbringer. Creating a shield, Lightbringer blocked her attacks, prompting Kira to run around, still firing. Frustrated, she closed the distance, swinging a punch that was easily deflected, followed by a knee to the gut, which was also blocked. Her anger peaked, and she roared, unleashing a shockwave of blinding light that lifted Lightbringer off her feet and sent her flipping through the air. Yet she landed gracefully, her clothes singed and smoking. Lightbringer straightened, flicking her hair back. Control your emotions, Akira. Don't let them control you. Kira took a deep breath, her arms shifting from their usual dull green to a bright white. Again. Present day. UA High was closed the next day, which didn't surprise Kira. She spent the entire day indoors, lacking the motivation to practice or use her powers. Instead, she sat on the edge of her bed, staring at her hand. She flexed her fingers, turned her hand over, and brushed her sleeve up to reveal her forearm. All Might's quirk was incredible to witness. The sheer power he displayed against that Nomu seemed unimaginable. If Kira hadn't seen it herself, she wouldn't have believed it. Was the villain's goal truly just to eliminate All Might? Because he was the symbol of peace and hope? Kira allowed her quirk to activate, a dull green light glowing up her arm and illuminating her room with an eerie glow. If her quirk were stronger, maybe she could have taken down one of the main villains on her own, perhaps even the leader. That would have made a difference. She scoffed at her negativity. If she were stronger, that two-faced villain wouldn't have been a problem. If that were the case, they could have reached All Might faster. Her arm glowed hotter, her emotions fueling her power. Still, she was grateful she wasn't alone, even if one of those people was Bakugou. If she had been on her own during the villain's attack, she might not have made it. Her arm turned green again before slowly fading. She collected her quirk in her palm, forming tiny ball of light the size of marbles. Taking a sharp breath, she watched as the light slowly lifted off her fingers, floating in the air before her eyes. This was new. Lost in her thoughts about that day, the villains, All Might, Kirishima, and Bakugou, she recalled how Bakugou had actually captured the warp villain, Kurogiri. If she hadn't stood there frozen, she could have helped keep him there. Then the villains would have been in real trouble. The orbs began to glow hotter, shifting to a blistering white, vibrating with intensity as they hovered in the air. Suddenly, they burst, exploding with a soft fizz, their remnants drifting to the floor like tiny flecks of dust. Kira stared at the spot where they once floated. Well, that was anticlimactic. Everyone was back at school the next day. Kira thought they would give the students more time to recover and for the school to devise a plan to ensure safety. Yet hero work waited for no one. Did you see the news last night? Hagakure beamed, facing Ojiro. Though I doubt anyone noticed me. Well, you are pretty difficult to spot when you're just a pair of gloves, Ojiro replied. Kira took her seat beside Kirishima as he and Kaminari joined the conversation. Yeah, those news channels love us, Kaminari said, leaning back in his seat. We're practically celebrities. It's crazy, right? Kirishima added. Get over yourselves, Kyokujiro sighed, fiddling with her earphone jack. The hero course was attacked, that's all the news cares about. I don't want to think about what would have happened if the teachers hadn't arrived, Kira said quietly, placing her bag on her desk. Why would you say that? Mineta screeched suddenly, having been eavesdropping as he climbed onto his desk. I'm gonna pee myself just thinking about it. Oh, shut up, you idiot. Bakugou yelled from the front. Grow a pair. Everyone settle down and take your seats. Ida ordered as he rushed to the front of the class. Homeroom is about to begin. The class stared at their class rep for a moment. You're the only one not in your seat, man, Kirishima finally pointed out, causing Ida to sink back into his seat. Kira glanced up at the clock above the door. I wonder who our teacher's going to be. Aizawa's still in the hospital recovering from his injuries, Kirishima said, following her gaze to the clock. So, I've got no idea who it could be. Suddenly, the classroom door slid open, and Mr. Aizawa stepped through, head to toe in bandages. His arms were strapped in front of him, and his eyes had only a small gap to see through. Mr. Aizawa, the class shouted. Sir, are you even okay enough to teach us? Mina stood up at her desk. My well-being isn't important right now, he whispered, his voice muffled by the bandages. What's more important is that your fight isn't over yet. Surely, there are no more villains, Kira says quietly, just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Chapter end. 7 years ago. Did you participate in the sports festival? Kira asked, pointing to the television as the competitors engaged in their next task. I did, Lightbringer replied, lifting Kira onto her lap. It looks fun. Kira beamed. It was, Lightbringer nodded, her gaze fixed on the television as memories flooded back. But it was also quite dangerous. I remember it well. My class faced some tough challenges, each one very different from the others. How come? Kira wondered, tilting her head. Well, some tasks had to be done independently, while others required teamwork. Sometimes, the tasks relied purely on quirk power, and other times, it was all about endurance. It really keeps everyone on their toes. Wow, Kira exclaimed, looking back at the television. How were you ever ready? With lots and lots of training, she sighed. I'll show you after this is over. Present day. The crowd is electric, screaming and shouting, waving confetti of all shapes and sizes. And now for the student pledge, we have Katsuki Bakugou, everyone. Midnight announced into the microphone. Bakugou. Kira murmured under her breath. It makes sense, Kaminari shrugged. Yeah, Kirishima nodded. He did come in first place in the entrance exam. Bakugou stepped up to the microphone, his hands in his pockets. I just want to say, he said, sounding bored, I'm gonna win. Kira had to dodge the playful jabs from her classmates and Class 1B. They booed and hissed, but it was clear Bakugou was unfazed. You can't say stuff like that. Ida yelled over the crowd. You're supposed to represent our class. Hey, it's not my fault, you're all just stepping stones to my victory, he replied calmly, turning back to his classmates. Bakugou trudged down the steps and into the crowd of disgruntled classmates, completely ignoring their taunts. People blamed his attitude on overconfidence, but Kira could see something deeper in his expression. Without further ado, Midnight shouted, quickly silencing the noise. Time for the first game. What will it be? Kira glanced up at the enormous board as it spun before landing on obstacle course. She clenched her fists tightly, a rush of determination coursing through her veins. Everyone, take your positions. Two massive double doors creaked open and Kira prepared herself beside her classmates, stretching her limbs. Time to show what we've got, someone from Class B shouted. The countdown blared, the green lights flashing down until begin. Kira raced ahead, squeezing in with the others through the narrow doorway. She elbowed someone who had previously elbowed her and tried to push through, but it was chaos. Suddenly, Kira felt a familiar chill and noticed ice spreading across the ceiling and along the sides of the doorway. That's Todoroki's Quirk. What's he planning to do, freeze everyone? Kira frowned. That's exactly what he intended. It was just what he needed to gain a head start. Careful not to injure anyone else, Kira pressed herself against the wall as closely as possible and leaped just milliseconds before the ice reached it. She activated her quirk at a 90-degree angle, just like she did during her physical exam. Hopefully, no one else decided to jump behind her, or they'd be in for a nasty surprise. This move was risky, but it was either this or be frozen with everyone else. She propelled herself past the heads of the complaining crowd, furious at Todoroki's quirk. A few others made it through too: Bakugou, Yaoyorozu, Mineta, surprisingly, Kirishima, and Aoyama, to name a few. Bakugou was the fastest, using his explosive quirk to blast himself straight after Todoroki. Kira grunted with effort, her arms already struggling to hold her upright. She refused to let herself fall now. This was exactly what she had been training for over the last 2 weeks. She followed closely behind the others, speeding down the straight, just as the other competitors began to free themselves from the ice trap. That was cold, Todoroki. Kirishima shouted, laughing at his own pun as he sprinted to keep up. Suddenly, enormous robots, just like the zero-pointers from the entrance exam, appeared, blocking the way forward. This was unbelievable. They were nearly impossible to take down in the entrance exam. Kira slowed to a halt, landing as Kirishima caught up, panting slightly. This has to be a really bad joke, right? Kirishima said to no one. Everyone seemed frozen before the massive machines. Sure, the robots were intimidating and powerful, but it had been a few weeks since the entrance exam, and Kira had helped take down the villains at the USJ. She could handle these robots. Before she could move, however, Todoroki sent a wave of ice up at the robots, freezing them instantly. He really was powerful, maybe even more so than Bakugou. He froze them. Kirishima announced. Let's go, someone from the other class shouted. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Todoroki warned as he sprinted between the legs of one of the robots. But it was too late. Kira, along with a few others, had already begun to follow him when the ice wall started to tremble. A robot arm broke free, sending great blocks of ice raining down on the students. It went dark for Kira. When she finally found the courage to open her eyes again, she was enveloped in a cocoon of ice. She should be dead right now. That's when she noticed her quirk, bright and blinding, spreading out like a circle, similar to Lightbringer's shield. Grunting with effort, she concentrated, increasing the power of her quirk, relieved to hear the ice sizzling and cracking. Someone pulled her out once a hole had been created. She didn't have the strength to break free from the ice herself. Am I glad to see you, Kira joked once Kirishima smashed through enough ice to free her. Watch it, Todoroki. Kirishima shouted after the lead, completely ignoring Kira's quip. She shivered, activating her quirk along her arms timidly to warm herself up, already burning through her gym clothes. Bakugou wasted no time, practically scaling the robot using his hands to boost himself up. Siro followed suit, taping up the robot's head and swinging himself over. Everyone was advancing, and Kira just stood there dumbfounded. She shook her head, waking her brain up, and clenched her fists determinedly. Aiming carefully, she sent one burning beam at one of the robot's legs, slicing right through like butter. She wouldn't have been able to do that before the entrance exam. Proof she was getting stronger already. The robot toppled, crashing into a few other competitors who were flying over the top. She smiles at that, gaining a few positions already. As the robot falls, she slides under it, avoiding its metallic arms lashing out. Her legs propel her forward, kicking up dirt behind her, as she finally leaps into the air and pushes herself ahead once again. She catches up to the others when she notices they've all stopped. Grinding to a halt, she cancels her quirk and pushes her way to the front to see what all the fuss is about. Her legs go weak when she spots the cavernous drop before her. She steps back, feeling a wave of nausea. Thin ropes connect to each rock cliff, and already on the other side is Todoroki, with Bakugou close behind. Tsu pounces suddenly, latching onto the rope with her stickiness. This inspires the others, and they clamber onto the ropes, causing them to wobble. Ida activates his engines and promptly flies across the ropes, quicker than everyone else. A pink-haired girl also leaps, giggling with excitement about her tech. Gulping, Kira decides to take a run-up, praying that her quirk doesn't fail her, causing her to fall. She breathes out shakily and then charges, boosting herself high into the air. "Don't look down. Don't look down." She repeats to herself in her head. But she can't help it. She wants so badly to see how high up it is. The moment Kira looks down, the earth shakes, and she feels herself wobble in the air. What if Lightbringer's watching her right now? Watching her fail? What will she say? What a waste. All that training. For nothing. Kira opens her eyes. She did fall, but she landed on one of the rocks posted around. That's some luck, but now she's so far behind the others. She turns around, wondering how far she made it, when she notices that there's only one person left on the other side. Is she really that far behind? This is not good. Panicking, she leaps again, before even activating her quirk, and prays that her instincts kick in enough to carry her to the other side. It's wobbly but effective enough as she makes it to the other side, landing awkwardly. She shakes off the fear, pushing that task behind her and sprinting after the others, giving her powers a temporary break. She eventually catches up. The scene is hard to miss. Pink mist explodes in her face as she reaches the minefield. She spots some people tiptoeing while others are sprinting. Kira comes across a rather peculiar sight. She stares at Midoriya as he holds a piece of metal from the robots. She glances down at the pile of mines he dug up and then back at him again. "You're crazy," she says with a chuckle. He smiles sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "If that works, I hope you win," she decides to say, warming up her hands to carry her over the entire minefield. She gets as far away from Midoriya as she can, her arms stretching out behind her as she shoots across the minefield. Her quirk hits every mine on the way behind her, erupting her path with pink mist, blinding those behind her. Suddenly, there's a huge explosion, and Kira just knows that Midoriya did something daring. Sure enough, she spots him flying over her head, lying flat on that sheet of metal. She finds herself laughing at the sight, even though she knows she's already lost. Well, he did say he was going to aim for the top. Midoriya's party trick distracts the others, and Kira takes the opportunity to zoom past some of the competitors, gaining on the leaders. Suddenly, Midoriya's soaring down, swinging the metal sheet down, causing a bunch of mines to explode in front of her. Coughing, she curses when people start to pass her, and she jets it to the exit, earning a few last-second positions. She activates her white-hot power, diving through the double doors and onto the main stadium, where the audience erupts in a chorus of cheers and excited screams. Confetti flies down to meet those who finish, and Kira feels it brush across her arms before sizzling in contact with her hot skin. First place is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight's voice echoes around the stadium. Let's take a look at the rest of the leaderboard. Panting, Kira straightens to read the board as it lists those that made it. She trails her finger down, finding her name in 8th place, before Siro and below Tokoyami. Because of her failure at the fall, she's certain that she was never going to be able to catch up. She has Midoriya to thank for the distraction. Without that, she probably would have ended up further down the list. Amazing! Midnight squeals, admiring the board. However, now it's time for the next challenge to commence. What will it be? What will it be? The wheel spins behind her before finally settling onto cavalry battle. This one's going to require teamwork, but who is she supposed to work with? One thing is certain, Lightbringer was right. The sports festival really does vary. 7 years ago. Did you win? Young Kira wondered, just as the sports festival came to an end on the television. Unfortunately, no, Lightbringer admitted with a sigh. And it was my own fault. I was determined to keep to myself, so that I would only have to worry about myself. But, like I said, the sports festival has a variety of different tasks, and my decision to be independent hindered my success. Kira gazed up at her mother. She's never known her to lose not to anything. Don't make my mistake, Akira, she added. When it comes to it, trust your partners and trust your instincts. Present day. Kira stares up at the board, one arm crossed over her waist, her other hand placed thoughtfully on her chin. Everyone's on a short break before the next task begins, but Kira can't move. Poor Midoriya has 10 million points placed on him, making it impossible for him to win during the next task. Every team is going to be aiming for him and those 10 million points. If that happens, then won't it be wiser to strike the lesser teams and gain points that way? Either way, Kira still has to decide who is best to group up with. She has 170 points to her name, a precarious position to be in. Okay, everybody. Midnight's voice echoes around the stadium. Break's over. Kira sighs deeply. Teaming up with Todoroki or Bakugou would probably be best. They're both powerful and talented with the most points. She glances over at Todoroki, noticing a crowd of students begging to be chosen, but it seems he already has his mind made up. Before Kira can even turn around, a hand latches onto the back of her shirt collar, dragging her backward to a spot on the field. You'll be on the right side, Bakugou states blankly. Kira's too confused to process what's going on. Huh. When the enemies get close, you use that flashy trick of yours, he explains, turning his attention to Kirishima and Shiro. Bakugou chose her for his team? She doesn't have to fight for a place alongside him. She shrugs, accepting it. As much as she doesn't want to admit it, her powers complement his well, as proven during the entrance exam and at the USJ. Did he choose her just to blind the opponents, or does he recognize how well their quirks work together? Bakugou is smart, he probably just doesn't want to admit it in front of everyone. Kira glances at her other teammates. Is it just a coincidence that they were the same team during the battle exam? Or did Bakugou remember this and use it to his advantage? Kirishima, Shiro, and Kira were the perfect matchups then, so it makes sense for Bakugou to choose them. Now this is what I call a team. Kirishima yells, getting excited. Yeah, you better not mess this up, you hear me? Bakugou threatens, making his hand explode with energy. Their team prepares themselves, Bakugou climbing onto Kirishima's back. Kirishima hardens himself slightly, making it easier to carry him. Kira covers the right side at Bakugou's command, holding his right foot in her left hand. Shiro covers the left. All things considered, Kirishima is right, this is one incredible team. Wouldn't it be better to go after the smaller teams instead of the 10 million? Kira wonders, readying her quirk in her right hand. No. Bakugou argues, leaning forward. I'm going to get my hands on that 10 million, even if it's the last thing I do. Kira sighs, knowing it's no use trying to convince him. Looks like time's up. Present mic booms into his microphone. Teams, ready up. Midnight calls. The countdown begins, and when the siren blares, they shoot off, racing after Midoriya's team. Kira notices Tokoyami at the front. His weakness to light should make it easy to get the 10 million. The other teams advance on Midoriya, each as determined as Bakugou. Faster, you idiots, he screams. Well, maybe not as determined as him. They get closer with every step when suddenly, Midoriya's team launches into the air. Diamond support course. Tetsu roars. After them. Kira and the others pivot, changing direction to advance on Midoriya. She still thinks they should be targeting the smaller teams. With Bakugou's skill, it would be a sure win. She sighs again, his desire for vengeance against Midoriya is clouding his judgment. The only reason Bakugou really wants that 10 million is to outdo his childhood friend. She knows he's smarter than this. She's seen it during classes and physical exams. Out of nowhere, Shoji charges toward Midoriya like a freight train. They try to escape, but Achiko's boot is stuck. This is our chance. Kira yells, urging the team onward. But they're further away than she would like, all because of that jetpack on his back. In the corner of her eye, Kira spots a team sneaking up on them from the side. Eyes, she calls out, hoping to confuse the other team while her own understands. Kira flashes her quirk quickly. It's a rough attack she can't afford to be precise while focusing on the other team and carrying Bakugou. Thankfully, it seems to have worked. The attacking team wobbles, blinking rapidly. She grins at her success, and when she looks back, Bakugou seems to acknowledge her achievement, even if his focus remains on Midoriya and that 10 million. Screw this, he roars, growing impatient. Bakugou launches himself toward Midoriya's team as they use their jetpack again. From way up there, Kira struggles to hear what's being said, but knowing Bakugou, she's sure it's something fierce. Tokoyami's quirk defends Midoriya, and Bakugou falls back down. Zero! Kira calls out, pointing at Bakugou's falling form. On it, he replies, swiftly casting a line of tape that wraps around Bakugou's torso, and all three of them help catch him. Whoa! Nice catch! Kirishima says to Zero. Now would be the perfect time to inform Bakugou of Tokoyami's weakness, but part of her hesitates to reveal that information. Sharing it with Bakugou, Kirishima, and Zero might undermine his skill. Kira chews her lip thoughtfully, but can't come to a decision. If they still haven't made progress toward the end of the match, then she'll tell them. Let's check the leaderboard. Present Mike bellows as a huge scoreboard lights up on all the screens around the stadium. Team Midoriya is still at the top, but look. Team Bakugou has 0 points. The night before he died. Dad. Kira jumped up and down. Lightbringer was out on patrol at this time. She never really allowed Kira to spend time with her father. Kira didn't know why. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he was quirkless. Maybe Lightbringer didn't want any of that weakness rubbing off on her. Is that the one? Her dad's soft voice asked, pointing to the screen Kira was holding. She nodded vigorously, excitement bubbling inside her. Okay, he laughed, warming Kira's heart. Tomorrow I'll see what I can do. It had been a while since Kira had seen her father, let alone him showing happiness. Lightbringer and he had been arguing constantly, mostly about Kira and how she was being raised. Her dad disagreed with Lightbringer's strict training, insisting that she was too young and deserved a normal life. Meanwhile, her mother was determined to keep up the training and even develop it further. Lightbringer always won the arguments, shooting him down with the same harsh insult. You're quirkless, you don't have a say. Okay, Dad. Kira giggled. Can I come with you? Her father's smile faltered. You have training first thing tomorrow. I'll go alone. Present day. Kira wishes she had gone with her father that day. Maybe she could have protected him so he could be here today to cheer her on. She shakes her head as she watches the matches commence below her. All the matches leading up to Kira's were over fairly quickly, except maybe Ida's match against Hatsum. She spent the entire time showing off her tech until she eventually stepped out of the box for Ida to win. Now, Kira's up against Mina Ishido. From what Kira knows about her opponent, she is acrobatic, quick on her feet, and has the ability to spray acid at anything. This first match is certainly going to be difficult. Kira steps into the arena, the cheers from the crowd overwhelming. The best strategy against her opponent is likely to keep her at a distance, but with her impressive dodging skills, that will be a challenge. Kira glances down at her hand as she ascends the steps. She could always use her powers to blind her, force her out of the ring, or simply knock her out. Her abilities can be particularly dangerous if used to their full extent. The last thing she wants to do is hurt Mina, but she can't afford to hold back. Kira recalls her training with Lightbringer, thinking about what she would have done in this situation. Fighters, are you ready? Present Mick's voice echoes throughout the stadium. You ready to get crushed, Mina? Kira grins, masking her anxiety. Come on, show me what you got. Mina counters, acid dripping from her fingertips. Begin. Kira aims her palms outward but holds her fire, waiting for Mina to charge into battle, which she does. Mina slides around on her acid, moving swiftly around the perimeter, and Kira tilts her head, trying to discern her strategy. What are you waiting for? Mina calls out. Kira remains silent, refusing to be distracted. Is Mina trying to tire her out? Granted, she's already worn out from the cavalry battle, despite the hour-long break. Her arms tremble slightly, and she hopes Mina doesn't notice. Mina attacks suddenly, moving with surprising speed, so fast that Kira takes a step back. She lowers her arms and prepares for hand-to-hand combat. Using her quirk against Mina would be a waste. She excels in physical confrontations. Mina comes in with a punch, and Kira leans back, crossing her arms over her head, struggling to recall her training with Lightbringer from years ago. Although she has been training with her assistant, it's not the same. Kira sidesteps an attack aimed at her leg, pushing Mina back slightly, causing her to stumble. So, you've got hidden talents? Mina whispers just for Kira to hear. Kira hasn't yet showcased her close combat skills, as they haven't had a lesson on it yet, giving her an advantage. Mina spins quickly, using her acid to propel herself. She feints a punch to Kira's face and instead jabs her in the stomach. Kira grunts, fighting the urge to double over. Mina is on the offensive, and her strike has boosted her confidence. Kira needs to change her approach quickly, stepping back closer to the edge of the ring. She can hear the crowd roaring and present Mike narrating the scene below, which is distracting. Her mother's voice echoes in her mind, urging her to block, dodge, strike. She manages the first two but struggles to find the willpower to fight back. Would it be easier to give up now and let Mina win? No, this is the perfect opportunity to be scouted by pro heroes. That's what Aizawa told them in homeroom a few weeks ago. This is one step closer to becoming the new Lightbringer, someone the public can admire. Kira doesn't even realize her eyes are closed until she opens them, realizing she's one step away from being out of bounds. Behind Mina, Midnight has her hand raised, ready to declare Mina the winner. Kira smiles, and Mina hesitates, noticing the change in her demeanor. Mina raises her knee, aiming to jab Kira in the stomach again, but Kira blocks with her palms and then headbutts Mina right on the nose. Pain flashes in her head, but she shakes it off, watching Mina hold her nose and stumble back, giving Kira some breathing room. With one hand, Kira flashes Mina, temporarily blinding her. With her other hand, she grabs Mina by the wrist and swings her around, tossing her out of the ring just as she herself was about to step out. Akira Kiriya is the winner. Midnight announces, and the audience erupts in cheers. Kira doubles over, clutching her stomach. She feels a cut just above her eyebrow. Was that from headbutting Mina or one of the punches? Either way, it stings. Kira wobbles over to Mina and helps her to her feet as she holds her nose. Sorry, Kira says. Don't be, Mina replies, her voice muffled. That was an awesome fight. I thought I had you. Yes, so did I. The next matches are even more intense than before. Tetsu and Kirishima battle fiercely but end up in a draw, as their quirks are too similar. Bakugou fights Achiko, and neither holds back. Achiko tries her hardest and comes close to defeating Bakugou at one point, but in the end, he remains the relentless champion. Kira sits patiently in the waiting room for her next match against Tokoyami. She feels more confident this time, knowing his weakness. However, Tokoyami is still extremely powerful, and who knows, maybe he has found a way around it. Kira gets up from the table, her chair squeaking on the floor behind her. She just has to shine as brightly as possible, and then Tokoyami will have no choice but to engage in hand-to-hand combat. She meets him face to face outside, and Kira finds herself breathing rapidly. They are getting closer to the end of the finals, and if she wins this, she will face Bakugou. She glances up at the seats where Class 1A should be, and they are all standing, excited about the match before them. Begin! Present Mike shouts suddenly, but neither moves. Tokoyami allows his quirk to manifest slowly, looming over him with its clawed hands at the ready. Are you sure about this? Kira sighs, speaking softly so only he can hear. He doesn't reply. You know you don't stand a chance unless you've found some way to overcome your shadow's weakness? Tokoyami glances up at his quirk and then back down at Kira. She directs her gaze back to the Class 1A seats. I didn't tell them, you know, Kira says, and Tokoyami tilts his head slightly. Bakugou and the others could have. It would have made the cavalry battle much easier, but I couldn't. It just wouldn't be fair for people to know your weakness so easily. It was just bad luck that I found out when I did." She sighed when he still didn't reply, her arms glowing faintly. "It's your choice," she continued, walking towards him slowly. "The whole world is watching. They're all going to figure out what your weakness is, and it'll be difficult to get any heroes to scout you, considering it will be impossible to defeat any villains when they know your quirk so well." She aimed her hands out, the light beneath her skin growing brighter. Kira wasn't waiting anymore. She sped up, ready to unleash her power when Tokoyami's quirk shrank and shook its head quickly at him. Tokoyami sighed, staring at Kira for a long moment. She had stopped moving towards him but hadn't lowered her hands, wary of a potential sneak attack. Tokoyami glanced at the rest of Class 1A quickly. "Thank you," he said finally, before turning around and walking out of the box. Everyone stood there, completely dumbfounded, even Kira. She hadn't expected him to concede so easily. He hadn't even fought back. Slowly, Kira lowered her hands as Midnight announced her the winner. "How did she do that?" Present Mike exclaimed. "She convinced him to quit." "Who is this girl?" The audience remained silent as Kira walked out of the arena. She decided to head back to the waiting room. Her battle with Bakugou would be soon, and she suspected that Ida and Todoroki's match wouldn't last long. Besides, she wasn't in the mood to answer a barrage of questions from her classmates. Leaning against the wall outside the waiting room, Todoroki stepped out, preparing for his next match. "I heard Present Mike," he said simply. "Whatever you did was impressive, but when it comes to quirk power, I think I'm stronger than you." "Maybe," Kira shrugged. "But I don't think I'll even get past my match with Bakugou, so you don't have to worry about me." He nodded slightly, looking down the hall towards the stadium entrance. "Your mother is Lightbringer." It wasn't a question. Kira stared up at him. Even if others in her class knew about her parents, no one had ever mentioned it. Until now. Todoroki met her gaze, and when she didn't respond, the faintest smile appeared on his lips before vanishing just as quickly. "I'll take your silence as my confirmation," he said, stepping past her with his hands in his pockets. She watched him leave until he turned the corner before entering the waiting room. That was the first time she had truly spoken to Todoroki, and he knew who her mother was. She glanced down at her hand, activating her quirk. Green light shimmered beneath her skin as she turned her hand over. Her connection to Lightbringer was evident power-wise, so did everyone know she was the daughter of the number 12 hero? Or did they just assume their powers were similar, like Midoriya's quirk being nearly the same as All Might's? Kira sat in silence, listening to Present Mike narrate the match between Todoroki and Ida. He watched the sports festival, feeling proud of her. She figured out that boy's weakness and all she did was convince him to quit. She was smart. He coughed, feeling more blood than usual. His condition was worsening. Breathing raggedly, he placed a hand on his chest, feeling the wound from that day. Because of it, nothing would ever be the same again. He was dead, at least to the world and to her. He stood from his wooden chair, limping across the room due to the bullet wound in his leg. Peering out the window, the sun pierced his bloodshot eyes. She was so far yet so close. The fireworks from the stadium weren't too distant, just beyond a few houses. He would give anything to see her, but he needed an escape. What would he say? How could he make up for leaving her? How would he explain his sudden appearance? He couldn't tell anyone about his quirk, not even the woman he loved. But she had a right to know. She had a right to know just how powerful she truly was. The night before she left. "Mother!" Kira called after her as they finished training for the day. She wanted to have a normal conversation with her like they used to before Dad passed away. Lightbringer froze by the back door, her hand resting on the doorframe. How was your day?" she asked almost shyly. "Catch any bad guys?" Lightbringer turned to face her slowly, a deep frown creasing her forehead. Maybe Kira could get her to smile again. "I don't have time for small talk," she replied briskly. This time, Kira mirrored her frown, frustrated by her mother's unwillingness to engage in a civil conversation. "Could you at least, I don't know, throw me a bone here?" Kira argued, stepping forward. "We haven't spoken to each other properly since Dad died." Kira watched Lightbringer sigh. her shoulders heaving heavily. "There's nothing to say." Her voice cracked. Kira felt a pang at the sound of her mother's broken voice, something she had never heard before. After Dad died, Lightbringer had only shown fury, punishing villains without mercy. But had she actually taken a moment to grieve? It had been 3 years. Had all this been bottled up inside her? "Mother!" Kira started, but Lightbringer ignored her, stepping inside the house and leaving Kira dumbfounded in the early moonlight. Present day. Finally, the time had come. Kira couldn't shake off her nerves this time. After all, she was up against Katsuki Bakugou. She took a deep breath, entering the arena and coming face to face with the hothead, a grin already on his face as if he knew he'd already won. "I'm gonna crush you," he yelled over the audience. Kira gulped as Present Mike announced the match start, and Bakugou lunged at her, covering the distance in seconds. She threw herself to the side, narrowly avoiding his attack. Bakugou knew about her skills by now, having been on the cavalry team with him and witnessing her during the battle exam with Kirishima and Siro. She wouldn't even be able to distract him during the battle. His focus was unwavering. Maybe she could try to provoke him like Monoma did, hoping to get him to lash out and lose his composure. Except, that didn't turn out too well for Monoma. "Fight back," he roars as Kira blocks a swing with her forearms, the pain rattling through her. She's overthinking it. Sometimes, you just have to go for it and match the opponent's speed and power. What would Lightbringer do in this situation? Wait for an opening? But Bakugou is so fast and intense, making it impossible to calculate the perfect moment to strike. Bakugou leaps back, aiming his hands together. Time to get this over with. Explosions erupt from his hands, shooting out at a more precise angle than usual, and Kira realizes she doesn't have time to dodge. It's going to hit her. When the smoke clears, Akira notices a light shield before her, her entire arm glowing white. The force of Bakugou's quirk has pushed her back to the very edge of the line, but she's still in just barely. She stares at the light shield, looping around her like a bubble. It's just like she did during the obstacle course at the beginning. It fades away just as Bakugou leaps into the air, trying to finish her off. "Die!" Kira's eyes widen, and light bursts from the soles of her feet, propelling her across the other side of the box in an instant. Her UA bottoms start to sizzle, burning away until they come to a stop just below her knees. She kicks off her ruined shoes and prepares for Bakugou's next strike. "Stop that, you idiot!" he roars, using his quirk to spin around. This time, Kira meets him in the middle, their powers clashing in a huge explosion. "Hey, how can I commentate if I can't see?" Kira hears Present Mike, sounding distant. With smoke all around them, Kira brightens the quirk in her hand, dull green illuminating her features. Is Bakugou really hiding in the smoke, ready for a sneak attack? "Come on, Bakugou!" Kira calls out, finding some hidden confidence deep within. "This isn't really your style." "You're right," he yells back, flying out from behind her. She gasps as he shoves her, and they both tumble out of the smoke cloud, rolling to a stop. Kira smacks the back of her head on the dirt, her vision blurry and the world spinning. She blinks rapidly, finding Bakugou crouched on top of her. "Surrender!" he shouts, sweat dripping from his chin onto her neck. The grip on her wrist tightens, and Kira has to fight to catch her breath. "Surrender," he repeats. "Okay," she whispers, just for him to hear. The grip on her wrist loosens as he starts to stand, and Kira seizes her chance, her free hand sneaking up and flashing him. However, it only partially blinds him, so he'll probably recover in the next few seconds. Kira quickly tucks her legs in, using both feet to kick Bakugou in the gut, forcing him off her. She then pulls herself up and swings a leg around at him, which he barely blocks with his arm, though it forces him back a step. He roars in fury as his vision starts to clear. "You know you shouldn't stop fighting until your opponent stops moving," Kira says, lunging forward with both palms out. 2 beams of her burning white-hot light shoot out, and Bakugou dodges easily, leaping into the air. She aims her palms up, tracking him as he hovers with his quirk. Her light spills straight up into the sky when he suddenly dives down, hoping to crush her. Will her shield save her again? Or must she try to dodge this one? Kira throws herself backward, the ground erupting in a huge explosion where she was just standing. She rolls backward, coming to a stop on her backside, looking up to find a massive crater where Bakugou is. He climbs out of it, advancing toward her again. Tired yet? He grins, his explosions crackling in his hands. Then give up already. Never, she retorts, pulling herself up on shaky legs. Achiko also put up a fierce fight against Bakugou. She's following her example. Then die, he shouts again, rushing at her. Does he ever tire? She decides to meet him instead of dodging. She's getting too tired to keep up the charade of continuously avoiding his attacks. Kira must meet his skill and overpower him. It's the only way. They punch and kick, each landing hits on the other, just as Bakugou flies backward and forces himself at her once again. Kira sighs, exhaustion creeping up on her. If this were a real villain, she wouldn't stand a chance. She hates feeling so weak. And what's with her power? It keeps doing things she doesn't know how to control. Things that would come in handy right about now. Mother! Standing before her, clad in an entirely black suit with black boots, her hair tied back into a ponytail just like Kira's, was Lightbringer. Her dazzling bottle-green eyes examine Kira briefly before she disappears into another room without a word. Kira glances over to her sidekick, who merely jerks their head to follow after. She frowns and follows Lightbringer to a large television. The sidekick hands Lightbringer the remote. Sloppy, she finally says, and Kira can't seem to take her eyes off her. She hasn't changed much, but Kira just doesn't recognize her. Has it really been 2 years? Look, she says sternly, and Kira forces her eyes to the screen, where it shows a freeze frame of her battle with Mina. Lightbringer taps the remote again, bringing up an image of her and Tokoyami. Curious, Lightbringer says quietly, tilting her head at the television. But time-consuming. Mother, you expect the villains to sit down and have a little chat? She cuts her off, frowning at her daughter. If this were a real fight, you'd be dead before you got your first word out. Kira's head snaps from the screen to her mother and then to the sidekick before landing back on her mother again. Before Kira can reply, Lightbringer switches the screen to her fight with Bakugou. You showed some sign of promise in this fight. Her voice softens until she flicks to an image of Kira glowing and Bakugou sitting in the dirt before her. You let your power get the best of you. Again. Again. Your emotions are your weakness, Akira, she explains, zooming in on her at the sports festival. My emotions? Kira gasps. I overheated, that's all. I used my quirk for too long and look where it got you, her mother yells, pointing at the television. Kira feels frustrated tears prick her eyes. Her mother has returned, and this is what she gets? No hug? No tears of joy? You could have put everyone at that stadium in danger. Through blurred vision, Kira forces her gaze back to the screen. She looks like a villain with her white hair and her glassy eyes. Where have you been? She croaks finally. Lightbringer pauses. Kira, this is no time for. Where were you? Kira yells, tears streaming down her cheeks. If you had been here, maybe none of this would have happened. You should have stayed. Dad's death broke you, it broke me too. And you left me. She trails off, her energy spent. Lightbringer remains silent, staring at her distraught daughter. What kind of mother are you? Lightbringer nods to her sidekick, who takes the remote and switches off the screen. You'll be choosing your internships at selected agencies soon, correct? The sidekick asks. Kira is too lost to respond. You'll take your place at Lightbringer's agency to fully harness your power. You're going to leave again, aren't you? Kira whispers, her eyes fixed on the ground. Lightbringer turns to gaze out the window at the calm road, now drizzling with rain. Not yet, she replies. I'm going to stay until you grasp your true power. You're a danger to yourself and others. What kind of hero would I be if I allowed you to hurt people? So, she's staying as a teacher, not as a mother. But she's staying nevertheless. Kirishima! Kira calls out, running after him in the rain, splashing puddles up her legs. Kirishima! He stops walking but doesn't turn to her. Hey, she pants. You okay? Yeah, he replies quietly, shrugging slightly. I've just been busy. He heads into UA without looking back. Kira tilts her head, puzzled by his behavior. Usually, Kirishima is full of energy and always has something enthusiastic to say. Frowning, she makes her way to her classroom alone. The 2 days off school felt long and exhausting. By the time Kira reached her homeroom, she could barely keep her eyes open. Her training with Lightbringer had been more intense than anything she'd ever experienced before. Her mother was determined to raise her to be a better pro hero than she ever was, especially since Kira had already developed abilities that Lightbringer never had. They barely spoke about their personal lives. From dawn until dusk, Kira was expected to train, and now that school was back in session, Lightbringer expected her home immediately afterward. "Are you awake under there?" "Huh." Kira raises her head, her hair falling over her eyes. "Geez, have you been getting any sleep at all, Kira?" Mina leans over. "You look terrible." Kira yawns as the classroom door slides open, revealing Mr. Aizawa, his bandages removed to reveal a scar along the bottom of his right eye. His encounter at the USJ nearly cost him his life. "Morning," he says quietly, rubbing his tired eyes. "We have a big class today on hero informatics. You need code names. Time to pick your hero identities." He explains the hero draft picks for the sports festival and their internships. "Here are the totals for those of you who received offers." Aizawa clicks a button, and a holographic screen reveals that Todoroki and Bakugou received the most votes, followed by Ida, and then Kira. She sighs. They probably didn't want her because of her meltdown during her fight with Bakugou. Todoroki came before Bakugou? Kyoka says in awe. "That's the opposite of how they came in the sports festival," Kirishima adds. "They probably weren't excited about working with the girl who had to be restrained," Siro comments. Bakugou turns in his seat. "If I scared off pros, they're just weak. Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros, got it?" Aizawa says sternly, silencing the chatter. "Even those of you who didn't receive any offers." The door slides open again, revealing Midnight, the pro hero who hosted the sports festival. "Midnight will be overseeing the names you choose for yourselves," Aizawa explains. "So you know, these names can be temporary," she adds. "But even so, I'm here to make sure that you're not all stuck with something utterly ridiculous." Everyone chooses their hero names, getting up one by one to announce them. Kira stares at her whiteboard, chewing her lip thoughtfully. Those who watched the sports festival saw Kira and her power. It reminds her of that day after school when a parent hid their child away from her as if she would ever hurt anyone. She sighs and taps her pen against her table as Bakugou steps up to the stand. The week was long and hard. Kira felt her body strain repeatedly in every attempt to surpass her mother. She sensed that her mother secretly wanted more than that for her daughter to be better than everyone. Even so, Kira should be striving for the top to begin with. All this talk about wanting to be the next Lightbringer when her abilities are far more evolved than that. "When do we start?" Kira asks, dropping her school bag with Lightbringer's assistant. "Right away," Lightbringer replies, leading Kira toward the back of the house, where their property surrounds the building. "Can I get changed first?" "No," she says simply. "This will be a good opportunity to train you in any outfit you may be wearing. You could encounter a villain on your way back from school one day. I doubt they'll stop and let you change into your outfit before you fight." "Was that a joke?" Kira scoffs as she ties her hair back. Her mother remains silent as she too ties her hair back off her face. "What first?" Kira questions, stretching out her limbs. "Same as always." Lightbringer stands in front of Kira, not bothering to stretch. "Close combat. Then we'll see." They fight for hours. Instead of pushing onward, Lightbringer allows Kira to rest. It's a surprising change, a softer side to her mother. What happened to the one who lectured her on her first day back? "Will I be heading out with you on your patrols?" Kira wonders, sipping some water. "Do you have your provisional license?" she counters. "Not yet." "Then no." Kira frowns, not meaning to pout. It would have been fun to test her powers in the real world. Besides, Lightbringer shrugs, tossing her own water to the ground. "You still need to gain control over your quirk." Lightbringer gestures for Kira to come at her, and she does. Kicking and punching, dodging and countering, Kira gives her all against her mother, but Lightbringer seems to effortlessly evade her attacks. Is she really that weak? After what feels like another 2 hours, the sun begins to rise, and Lightbringer glances at her watch. Patrol, she sighs. I'll be back soon, and then we can focus on helping you use your quirk. Kira nods silently, watching her mother enter the house, wiping sweat from her forehead. Whatever mood she's in, Kira is starting to feel a sense of warmth from her mother again. Throughout the second half of the week, Lightbringer assists Kira with her quirk more than her physical training. I've seen what you can do already, Kira, she says, preparing a set of dummies and obstacles for her to practice against. I had my sidekicks set these up so you can focus your powers. Why can't I just fight you? Kira frowns at the oddly shaped objects. I can't always be here, Lightbringer replies, lightly tapping one of the dummies, its head wobbling. When I'm away, you can keep practicing. Kira steps forward. You're not going anywhere, are you? Not right now. Lightbringer actually smiles, something Kira hasn't seen in a long time. Kira stares at her mother for a moment, noticing how beautiful she looks when she's happy. Usually, she wears a permanent scowl, but now she seems open and free. Now then, Lightbringer sighs. Let's start from the beginning. Kira trains with Lightbringer on the powers they are already aware of her light that can emanate from her feet and elbows. They decide that the power she displayed at the sports festival will be the last thing they practice. It would be best to work our way up to that one to avoid causing any accidents, wouldn't it? Lightbringer had said during their training, which made Kira frown. Kira runs out of dummies once Lightbringer heads out on patrol more frequently. Maybe she's planning to leave again. Kira kicks the already charred dummy, projecting light from her calf to propel her leg forward. Much like Ida's engine quirk, Kira has learned to aim light from different parts of her body to enhance her fighting style. Another half-hour passes when Lightbringer returns, carrying a white plastic bag. Akira, she calls from across the field. What's in the bag? Kira asks as she approaches. Lightbringer looks down at her hand, as if she forgot she was holding it. She blushes slightly and quickly disappears into the house before Kira can react. Mother! Kira frowns as she follows her inside. She calls her name again, finding the house dark and cold. Suddenly, Lightbringer appears in front of her, gently pushing her back outside. It's a surprise, she says, closing the door behind her. A surprise? Kira repeats, her frown deepening. Kira has noticed her mother acting increasingly strange over the past few days. She was odd even at the beginning of the week. I hate surprises, or did you forget? Kira crosses her arms, peeking over her mother's shoulder into the house. Let's continue your training. Lightbringer changes the subject, guiding Kira back to the burnt dummies. Kira huffs deeply, glancing back at her house. Does she really want her mother to be the strict, moody Lightbringer again? Even so, it feels uncomfortable. Like it's not really her. On the final day of her internship, Kira and Lightbringer spend the entire day training, continuing late into the night until the horizon begins to glow pink. I have an idea, Lightbringer says, resting her chin on her hand thoughtfully. You've already surpassed me in terms of power with your quirk, she explains. But when it comes to control. What do you mean? Kira asks, dabbing her neck with a cold towel. There may be more to your quirk than you realize, Kira. Kira frowns. All might mention something similar after her fight with Bakugou at the sports festival. It seems there's more to your power than you know. You can probably control your quirk in various ways, she suggests. We've already seen you use it for defense, attack, and flight. She counts on her fingers. Perhaps you could use your power to manipulate your opponent. Manipulate? Lightbringer nods. Your light could be used to distract enemies psychologically. But how would I even begin? Kira glances down at her hands. Try it on me. What? Kira's eyes widen. No. I could hurt you. Just manipulate the light around you to make me see something, Lightbringer urges. This could be crucial when you encounter a villain, as you could easily distract them. This really isn't a good idea, Kira mumbles. Unsure of how to start, Kira raises her arms, reaching for any sunlight, trying to feel it in her fingertips. She closes her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face. If she could master this, she could be unstoppable. Kira peeks one eye open, realizing how silly she looks. This isn't working, she states plainly. Did you really expect it to work on your first try? Lightbringer scoffs. Besides, the sun's going down. Maybe this skill can only be learned during the day. So what else? Kira asks. They continue to spar hand-to-hand throughout the night until early morning, when Kira has her first day back at UA after a challenging week at her internship. The ground is still wet from the rain earlier in the week, but today it has finally let up. Kira allows her foot to splash into a puddle as she trudges through. She hasn't gotten much sleep all week, and it's starting to show. Training with Lightbringer has been a constant adrenaline rush, but now that she has schoolwork to handle, she doubts she can focus on anything during her lessons, and if they have to do anything physical, Kira isn't sure she could even lift her arm. Finally, she arrives at her classroom, only to be halted by a new student. Kira glanced over her shoulder, noticing Shiro and Kirishima in fits of giggles, practically crying with laughter. Who's the pretty boy? Kira teased as she squeezed past and into the classroom. What did you call me? Bakugou shouted at her as she placed her bag on her desk. His hair returned to its usual spiky style as he pointed at her. Normally, Kira would be slightly fazed by his harsh words. Bakugou could be quite intimidating, but today, she was too tired to care. Pretty boy. Kirishima laughed harder. That's a good one. I have to use that sometime. Shiro struggled to form words, only able to point and laugh at Bakugou as he grew angrier. Kira hadn't meant to insult Bakugou, her exhaustion had simply brought out her blunt side. No way! Mina exclaimed from beside Kira. You got to fight actual villains. Well, I didn't really fight, per se. It's still way cooler than anything I ever did. Mina interrupted Kyoka, twirling her earphone jack around her finger bashfully. I came across a group of drag smugglers once, Sue added, tapping her chin thoughtfully. What about you, Kira? Mina tilted her head in her direction. Kira sighed. She had been eavesdropping on their conversation. I didn't do anything that fun, she admitted. I just spent the week training with Lightbringer to gain control over my quirk. The last thing I want is for what happened at the sports festival to happen again. The girls blinked at her in surprise. Still, you got to train with the number 12 hero, Lightbringer. Mina gushed. Kira looked up after placing her bag under her desk. It's not really that special. Are you kidding? Mina leaped off her desk. She's super cool. Her powers are amazing. I've seen her on TV before. She suddenly grumbled, muttering to herself, I can't believe I didn't notice that you're related. Your abilities are practically the same. Kira looked down at her fists on the desk, memories of her intense training flooding back. I don't know about that, she said quietly. If anyone's changed, it's those three, Kaminari said from across the room, pointing at Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki. Right? Kirishima added. The stain incident. Kira had heard about it on the news during the week. In Hosu, a villain attack had occurred. Nomus had been released into the city, wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, the hero killer Stain had confronted Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki in an alley. Endeavor had saved them. Before the attack began, Lightbringer had vanished, claiming she had something important to attend to. It didn't sit right with Kira, but she had no idea how to confront her mother about her strange behavior and sudden reappearance. Kaminari, Midoriya said suddenly, snapping Kira out of her thoughts. No, it's fine, Ida replied. It's true that he's quite a tenacious villain. I understand why people might think he was cool. But instead of helping the world, his beliefs led him to commit terrible acts. No matter his motives, killing cannot be condoned. To prevent anyone else from suffering like I did, I promised to strive to become the perfect hero. Let's do it. Midoriya added. After her unexpected performance at the sports festival, he just had to meet her. As he followed her back to her house that day, he was surprised when she didn't sense his presence close behind her. She must have been too confused and concerned to notice her surroundings. But when the door opened to reveal Lightbringer, he couldn't bring himself to take another step. Instead, he watched her over the week, training and pushing herself harder to master her quirk. Lightbringer didn't once use her own power against Akira, as if she considered him too weak to warrant her effort. It made him sigh she hadn't really changed much since he last saw her. He coughed suddenly, his chest wheezing, feeling a rush of pain before he steadied himself. He had to confront her without Lightbringer around, but when would be the perfect time? Come on, Kaminari. It's your turn. I don't know, guys, her classmate replied, glancing around nervously. Why doesn't someone else go before me? What's the matter with you? Kyoka yelled over the sound of the building rattling around them. Just go. Kaminari looked around at the shaking building and then at his classmates before his gaze dropped to his feet. Kyoka groaned in annoyance and slipped into the chute first, disappearing from sight. See? Kira gestured lazily at the emergency chute. Easy peasy. Your turn. I can't, he insisted. Suddenly, a huge chunk of concrete crashed around them, sending debris flying. Kira shielded her eyes from the dangerous shards as Bakugou stormed over, shoving Kira and Midoriya aside. Get a move on, dunce face, he roared, making his way to Kaminari. Wait. Kaminari threw his arms up as Bakugou pushed him down the chute. I don't do well in small spaces. Kira heard him squealing as he traveled down. My turn, Mineta said. Proudly, sitting at the entrance. Any of you ladies want to accompany me? He wiggled his brows at Kira and Momo, the only girls left in the building. Kira recoiled in disgust before marching over. Mineta perked up at her approach, thinking he had won her over, but instead, she booted him down the slide. Oops, she said sarcastically, shrugging. The building shook violently again, and Kira snapped her attention back to the others. Who's left? She looked around. Midoriya, Bakugou, Todoroki, Shiro, Momo, Aoyama, and herself. Okay, Aoyama, you go next. Midoriya took charge, urging the terrified blonde down the chute. He nodded frantically, hanging onto the chute before disappearing into the darkness. Shiro shouted a warning as the ceiling began to cave in, the concrete crumbling around them. Hurry up, you idiots! Bakugou ordered, his voice barely audible over the chaos. The ceiling snapped in two, ready to collapse on all of them, when suddenly, Shiro regained control of the situation, wrapping multiple layers of tape around the pillars. Hurry up, he strained, his face turning red as he exerted himself. Okay. Kira panted, feeling out of breath. Momo! On it, she called back, already disappearing down the tube. Todoroki! Midoriya summoned. While Kira ensured Momo made it down safely, Todoroki had encased the dangerous crack with a thick layer of ice. But how long would it last? It already starts to splinter, a crack spreading across its surface. Get a move on, icy hot. Bakugou shouts. Todoroki rushes over to the chute, placing a hand on top and glancing back at his ice covering the ceiling before turning his attention to Midoriya. The green-haired boy offers a reassuring nod, and Todoroki sighs, his breath escaping him like a winter chill. He finally escapes down the chute just as the ice gives way. Shiro mutters a curse as the force of the concrete pulls him forward a few steps, his feet dragging across the ground, dust and dirt flying everywhere. Kira returns the curse, sprinting over and grabbing her tape, tugging it from in front of him. Bakugou! Kira calls out, her voice strained through gritted teeth. I got it. He barks, grabbing Shiro's tape from his other arm. Midoriya accompanies Bakugou, heaving on the tape. Get out of here, you demon nerd. I don't need your help. Kaken! Get down the chute, Midoriya! Kira cries, her urgency evident. But Midoriya's head swivels around rapidly, searching for a solution. His eyes widen as he comes up with nothing, and he eventually releases Shiro's tape, dragging Bakugou forward a few steps. Damn it! He grunts, wrapping the tape around his wrists. Midoriya rushes over to the chute, mimicking Todoroki's actions, taking a hesitant step back. Go! Kira orders, skidding on the gravel. Midoriya's conflicting thoughts seem to fade as he squeezes his eyes shut and vanishes down the chute. What, now? Shiro asks. Gimme the tape. Kira mutters, trying to conserve her energy. And you go next. Shiro hesitates but decides to follow her lead, handing her the tape and slowly letting go. Kira slides forward, Bakugou beside her, sweat dampening the back of her suit and sticking her hair to her face. Hurry up, tape guy, Bakugou grits out, sweat covering his arms. Kira can feel her grip loosening on the tape, her hands slick with sweat, her arms trembling from the strain. Her boots slip on the concrete again, the ceiling one step away from caving in and trapping them completely. She didn't even realize her eyes were squeezed tight with effort, and she squints one open, her vision blurry with panicked and tired tears. Shiro's black hair vanishes from sight as he disappears down the escape chute. We gotta go. At the same time, Kira says, leaning back with her last ounce of energy. I know, Bakugou argues back. Don't tell me what to do. You want to count down then? She bites back, her exhaustion bubbling into frustration. Bakugou throws her a look that suggests he might explode, but he keeps quiet, and Kira releases a heavy breath. On 3, she starts. 1. Bakugou unwraps the tape from his wrists carefully. 2. Kira starts to lean up slowly while keeping the tape tight. 3. Kira and Bakugou simultaneously release the tape and bolt for the emergency chute. She just hopes that her classmate is right behind her as the ceiling collapses, causing a deafening crash that rattles her senses. Kira doesn't hesitate, she leaps headfirst into the chute, sliding on her front. For 10 seconds, she's shrouded in darkness, but a familiar presence reminds her she's not alone. Kira flies out of the chute, landing on her face on the safety of the ground, surrounded by her concerned classmates. Ow, she grumbles, twisting her bruised body around to find Bakugou on his backside, rubbing the back of his head. Akira! Mina rushes over, helping her friend to her feet. That was crazy. Achiko adds. What happened? Kirishima interjects. Mr. Aizawa steps towards the students, his eyes tired and his hands in his pockets. Alright, settle down. Kira rubs her palms together, willing away the friction burns from Shiro's tape. She's suddenly envious of those who escaped through the emergency chute first. They didn't have to witness the building collapsing around them. That was a disaster, Mr. Aizawa states bluntly. You should have been much quicker at evacuating the building before it became a risk to your lives. You could blame Kaminari for that one, Kyoka mumbles from somewhere to the left. Hey, shut up, Jiro. Kaminari retaliates, crossing his arms over his chest with attitude. Kira's brows shoot up at the sound of Kaminari's tone. He's always been the class clown, so she's never heard him so serious. Apparently, neither has Kyoka, based on the shocked expression on her face. What happened? Mr. Aizawa asks, his expression void of sympathy. The class is silent for a moment, Kira still rattled from her close encounter. Beside her, Bakugou is still rubbing his head, as if he might have bumped it on the ground when he came out of the chute. I wasn't there, Ida cuts in, stepping forward to make himself known. But from what I gather, Kaminari refused to exit the building and ride the chute. Yeah, I got that bit, Aizawa mutters. Aizawa eyes Kaminari, but his classmate defiantly turns his head away from their teacher. Kira sighs before raising her hand slowly, and Aizawa's eyes land on her sharply. I think that Kaminari. That idiot's scared of small spaces. Bakugou interrupts, yelling so everyone can. Kaminari drops his hands and points at Bakugou over the heads of his classmates. You're wrong. We heard you say it, Todoroki replies calmly. I did not. Dude, Kyoka places her hand on his shoulder. You were still panicking about it when you came out of the chute. But it's nothing to be ashamed of. Of course it is. He blurts. No one's gonna be impressed by a hero who's got claustrophobia. Kaminari, Kira sighs, placing a hand on her chest. I'm scared of heights, alright? But I haven't let that stop me from doing what I can to become a pro-hero. Kaminari, Aizawa speaks up, taking his hands out of his pockets and approaching his student. Everybody's scared of something. But we grow fearless by facing our fears. He then crouches down to meet Kaminari's level, pressing a finger into his chest. Decide that you want it more than you are afraid of it. Kira stares at her teacher, unaware of the wisdom he possesses. Aizawa may be their homeroom teacher, but he is still their mentor. All right, that's enough of that, he says, standing up suddenly. And just like that it's gone. Kira changes back into her school uniform and finishes her day with Aizawa informing them of Parents' Week next week. Their homework is to write a letter of appreciation to their parents. Because of all the intensive training Kira has endured, there are many things she's grateful for. But how can she express all her gratitude in one simple letter? Kira shrugs on her bag, reminiscing about today's lesson. It was a really close call in that building today. Aizawa only just let her and her classmates pass, but only because they all made it out unscathed. Sometimes, Kira really has to challenge herself and her thoughts when it comes to the safety of the prestigious UA school. The practical lessons are unbelievably harsh, yet they have to be, right? After all, they need to prepare for reality. Real villains outside of school lessons will be tough and cruel. Kira rubs the back of her head, her crowded thoughts causing her brain to rattle. She falters mid-step, bringing her hand back down and staring at her palm. For some reason, it reminded her of Bakugou. He hit his head coming out of the chute, and Kira doubted he went to see Recovery Girl about it. Kira shakes her head, a chuckle escaping her lips. Bakugou's fine. Why should she worry about that bully? Speaking of the devil, she spots him trudging down a path at the bottom of the hill, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. Kira wonders if she should show concern for her classmate. He certainly wouldn't care about her presence. In fact, it might just annoy him. After all, it's clear he basically hates everyone in Class 1A. But for some reason, Kira felt she just had to make sure. Bakugou, she calls out, chasing after the blonde down the hill, waving her hand and cupping her mouth with her other. Bakugou! He seems to flinch, bending over more than he already was, pausing mid-step at the sound of his name. As Kira approaches her classmate, she notices him trembling, his hands still in his pockets and his back still to her. Kira waits for a moment, as if he wanted to reply, but when he remains silent, the awkwardness creeps up her spine, and she feels she has to say something, anything to relieve the tension. I know you don't care, but I have to ask. Are you okay? He doesn't move. He's like a statue. I take it you didn't go see Recovery Girl after you hit your head? I'm fine, he replies, his voice gruff. Kira perks up at the response. At least she got him to talk at all. How do you know if you didn't check? Because I feel fine. He turns on her, clearly annoyed by her presence already. Now leave me alone. He spins back around and trudges down the path, rubbing the back of his head. Kira hesitates for a moment before following behind. Stop following me, you idiot. It's still bothering you, she points out, ignoring his comment. No, it's not, he says quickly, lowering his arm. Bakugou. She frowns at his back. I may be an idiot, but I'm not blind. He doesn't reply this time. At least get yourself some painkillers or something, she presses. The silence is grating. How do you expect to be ready for tomorrow's lesson if you're not feeling well? She adds a bit of force to her method, hoping to get through to her classmate. Kira isn't even sure why she's trying so hard. Why does she care about what happens to Bakugou? After all, if the roles were reversed, he wouldn't bat an eyelid to help her out. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he was the last one in the collapse with her, both of them straining to hold up the ceiling, side by side, before bolting for the chute simultaneously. Her hand reaches up to the front of her shirt, gripping a bunch of her clothing. Is she feeling guilty because of that situation? The building collapsing wasn't her fault. It was all part of the test. To escape the third floor during an evacuation. Perhaps the guilt comes from her lack of strength and ability to really help in that moment. After all, her quirk didn't assist at all. She didn't even try. The automatic sliding doors of a store directly to the left of her flash brightly as a customer leaves the building, two full bags in their arms. A frown spreads across her brows, a troubling thought crossing her mind. What is that? Kira squints into the store. Is that a villain? Bakugou turns his head to Kira and then to where she's looking, taking his hands out of his pockets. Where? He questions through gritted teeth. I've been dying to take down someone all day. Take down? Kira squeaks out as Bakugou dives into the store, crackling his explosion quirk from his palms. Where are they? Kira follows after him as Bakugou zips to the counter, the store clerk especially startled by her classmate's outburst. "Wow, look at that!" Kira blurts, rushing up to Bakugou's side as he seemingly settles down. "Guess I was mistaken." She offers a small shrug, which Bakugou responds to by grabbing a handful of her shirt and threateningly glaring at her. "Well, since you're in here," she says, squeezing her eyes shut, ready for the inevitable chaos to follow, "you might as well get yourself some painkillers." Bakugou releases her shirt but doesn't look happy about his situation. Kira brushes out her front before looking up at her classmate again. "Look, if you're too stubborn to go visit Recovery Girl, the least you can do is this." Bakugou ignores her, seemingly turning to leave. Kira follows him around a corner to another aisle, stopping in her tracks, deciding to keep her distance this time. "It's pretty foolish not to take care of yourself." Bakugou falters, one step away from leaving the store. She watches him look down as if analyzing his shoes, before sighing heavily and turning to Kira once more, his expression even more frustrated than before, if that were at all possible. He marches over to her, his hands balled into fists at his side, before he points at her. "Fine. But I'm not paying for it." Kira frowns at him as he vanishes down an adjoining aisle. "Wait, what? Paying for what?" Bakugou doesn't reply and instead examines a shelf in front of him. Kira bends over beside him, reading the numerous labels of different medications. A sound behind her causes her to straighten, and her eyes widen at the shocking discovery. "Bakugou," Kira says, tugging on his shirt lightly. "What?" Kira points to the ground, where a variety of store items litter the floor. "A baby! What the hell are you talking about, you idiot?" Bakugou leans back from the shelf, peering past Kira. She just stares, dumbfounded at the small child on the floor as they reach their chubby fingers up to her. All Kira can do is stare at the baby, who quickly loses interest in her and continues chewing on whatever store item it can grasp. Is all Kira can manage as her eyes widen at the baby, clad in a onesie with drool all over their face. Shaking her head, Kira rushes down the far end of the aisle, searching left and right for a particularly panicked parent or guardian. She even resorts to standing on one of the shelves, hearing the fragile wood creak under her shoes in an attempt to find the baby's parents. "There's no one," she mumbles, stepping off the now broken shelf, the store items scattered across the floor. Kira watches as the baby rounds the aisle corner, crawling on their hands and knees to reach the items she had just dropped. Bakugou peeks around the corner, looking slightly concerned, though Kira wonders if she's misinterpreting his expression as pure bewilderment. "Right," Kira huffs to herself, crouching next to the baby and scooping them up in her arms, her hands gripping firmly under the child's armpits. "Bakugou, where's the counter?" she asks, unable to take her eyes off the tiny human being. "How the hell should I know?" he grumbles quietly as he ventures down a different aisle. Suddenly, the baby starts to bawl, great heaving sobs shaking their small body in her arms, and Kira squeaks in panic. Maybe she's holding too tightly? "Oh no!" she whimpers as the baby inhales and then screams loudly. As if that were some kind of cue, Kira bolts for the store clerk, zooming down a few aisles and approaching the help desk. The store clerk looks from Kira to the baby and then back to Kira again, their eyes widening at the child's cries. "I found this baby," she says, feeling a bit foolish. The store clerk nods. Kira blinks at him, as if he were the one who could make everything magically perfect again. "Could you, Kira gestures to the microphone on the desk, the baby wriggling in her outstretched hands. "Oh, right," the store clerk replies, fumbling with the microphone, tapping the button awkwardly. He starts to mumble into the microphone, but the cries from the baby make his message practically inaudible. Kira tries her best to calm the child, bouncing them gently and shushing them, but nothing seems to work. "You're completely useless," Bakugou suddenly shouts, pushing the store clerk aside and smacking the microphone button with such force that Kira worries it might break. "Some idiot left their baby behind," he roars into the microphone, his voice echoing throughout the store. "Come and get them, you irresponsible parent." The store clerk leans back in shock as Bakugou shoves the microphone back onto the desk, looking thoroughly annoyed. "And you," he starts, pointing a finger at Kira, frustration evident in his features. I could be at home, enjoying spicy ramen right now if you hadn't been so annoying, and he pauses, slowly lowering his finger. Why the hell are you smiling? She's stopped crying. Kira exclaims as the baby stares at Bakugou, a look of amusement on their innocent face. Do it again. Do what again? Yell at me some more. Kira urges, nodding enthusiastically, her eyes wide. Bakugou narrows his eyes at her, as if she's mocking him. No. Kira's face falls as the baby begins to weep again, their bottom lip quivering. She glances at Bakugou quickly, pleading for him to work his magic, but he glares at her once more and starts to walk away, perhaps to get that spicy ramen he wanted. He takes only a few steps when the baby screams once more, tears streaming down their already pink cheeks. Bakugou! Kira calls out, but he ignores her, standing a few feet away from the sliding doors. She glares at the back of his head, frustrated by his indifference. Kira side-eyes the baby before calling back to her classmate once more. Some hero you are. Bakugou pauses, the wind from outside ruffling his hair as he stands halfway in the store. He slowly turns but remains silent. You want to be number one so badly, but you're not even capable of helping anyone but yourself, she yells at him, watching as his expression twists into one of anger once more. Being number one isn't just about strength, Bakugou. I'm sure you know that already. Without another word, Bakugou strides back to her, his pace quick. Kira braces herself for a confrontation, but it doesn't come. Instead, Bakugou shoves the store clerk off his wheelie chair and sits down without another word. Thank you, Bakugou. Yeah. Shut up, he replies, resting his chin on his hand. The baby has already stopped crying, so Kira gently places them on the desk, offering her finger for them to hold. Kira frowns at the child. I don't think it's your voice, Bakugou. He looks up slightly, his chin still resting on his palm. It's just you. Great, he answers sarcastically. Don't be like that, Kira says, tooting like a disappointed mother. That's a good thing. Like I said, being number one isn't about how strong your quirk is. You're going to need the public to want to vote for you. I know all that, Bakugou snaps. I don't need you to tell me. If you get it, then why do you act like such a JRK all the time? She retorts. Bakugou lunges up from his seat in an instant. What did you call me? The baby giggles at his reaction, and Kira can't help but laugh at the twinkle in the child's eye. I don't know why they have a soft spot for you, Bakugou. It's annoying, he says plainly, sitting back down again. Maybe. She shrugs, glancing around the store. You know, Bakugou. She trails off. What is it? I don't think the baby's parents are here. Bakugou raises his head off his chin, staring at the child. He looks as though he's about to say something when he shakes his head with a scoff. I thought that was obvious. Kira sends her classmate a sharp look before nodding to the store clerk, who has been sitting on the ground the whole time. Can you call the authorities for me, please? The store clerk simply nods before disappearing through a door to the back of the store. Kira glances back at her classmate as he yawns in his seat. Don't act like some kind of smug jerk, she snaps bluntly, her frown deepening. Bakugou looks as though he's about to retaliate when Kira cuts him off. You can care about some things. That's not a weakness. Shut up, he mutters. What do I care about your opinion? I'm going to surpass all the extras at UA and then move past All Might. Kira sighed and shook her head, turning her attention back to the baby, who continued to gaze at Bakugou with wonder and curiosity in their eyes. Kira fiddled with the baby's fingers as they babbled, drooling over her hands and their onesie. Want to hold them? Kira suggested. No. Bakugou snapped quickly, glaring at both her and the baby. You're no fun. Eventually, the police arrived after another hour of waiting. They questioned both of them and the store clerk. Bakugou was unhelpful, constantly threatening the police for wasting his time. In the end, Kira had to pull him away from the authorities once she noticed the sparks beginning to flicker in his palms. By the time they were finally free to go, it was dark, the streetlights were on, and the moon was bright and full above them. Bakugou was speed walking down the path, a permanent scowl on his face. Kira felt she should let him go. He had been upset too many times today already, but her guilt gnawed at her, especially since she had made him stay longer to soothe the baby. Well, she hadn't exactly made him stay. More like she had convinced him to. First, her uselessness during the test, and now wasting his time at the store. Kira clutched her shirt and raced after her classmate, calling his name. "What do you want now, you idiot?" Kira paused, remembering what he had said earlier, a small smile spreading across her lips. "Are you still up for some ramen?" "What? No way." He turned on his heel, ready to leave her standing in the street. She jogged to catch up to him. "You have to let me pay you back somehow." He ignored her. "Come on, Bakugou. The guilt is killing me." She grabbed onto his blazer sleeve to stop him, and he turned his head slightly, his brows creased in frustration. "What will it take for you to leave me alone?" he snapped. Kira pointed to a small stand, a large menu above it showcasing a picture of a bowl full of ramen. Bakugou stared at the stand across the road, his expression softening just a bit. "Only if it's spicy," he grumbled. Kira lit up at his reply, feeling some of her guilt wash away at finding something to please her classmate. "One bowl of your spiciest ramen, please," she said to the owner, who nodded graciously. Kira hopped onto the stool by the counter and patted the one next to her for Bakugou to use. "You want your noodles or not?" she remarked at his dismissive reaction. He climbed onto the stool, shoving his bag between his legs. Kira swung her legs slightly as she watched the cook pour boiling water. She couldn't see much with their back to her, but it was interesting to see professionals at work. "Why only one?" She hummed, her eyes still locked onto the chef. "Why one bowl, idiot?" Bakugou said harshly. She turned her head to him, noticing Bakugou also eyeing the chef intently. "Because that's all I have enough for." This time, Bakugou set his gaze on her, his expression a little softer than she knew. Perhaps it was the dim lighting from the hanging bulbs above their heads. He was probably glaring at her more than ever before. "That's stupid," he said suddenly. Kira rolled her eyes slightly before bringing her focus back to the chef. "Yeah, well, I felt bad all day." The store owner whipped around, revealing a full bowl of spicy ramen, rimmed with red juices that signaled its intense spiciness, topped with delicate herbs. Kira thanked the chef as he placed the bowl down between her and Bakugou, along with 2 sets of chopsticks. She let out a nervous scoff as Bakugou shot her a tight scowl. "All yours," she gestured with a slight shrug. Bakugou had already started to drag the bowl toward himself before she even finished her sentence. She watched him loop the noodles around his chopsticks and shovel them into his mouth, the red sauce dripping back into the bowl. Kira mumbled in disgust as she turned her head away from her classmate. "I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Bakugou," she decided to say as he continued to slurp his food, hoping to rid herself of some of the guilt she'd been feeling all day. "You should be," he bit back, his mouth full. "I couldn't help wanting to help you, okay?" she snapped, staring at him once more. "I was useless during our test today. That's why I had to stay until the very end. I wanted to be the last one in there to prove to myself that I didn't need my quirk for everything. After all, how could my quirk have helped in that situation?" "I didn't use my quirk either," Bakugou mumbled between mouthfuls. Kira blinked at her classmate as he placed the chopsticks over his now half-full bowl. "I was going to be the last one in there to prove to all you idiots that I'm the strongest. Maybe if I had left earlier with the rest of the class, you and maybe Shiro and Todoroki could have stabilized the building somehow. I don't need their help." Bakugou barked. "Especially not from that icy hot guy." Kira found herself laughing, despite the harsh insults toward her friends. Bakugou narrowed his eyes at her reaction but continued to slurp his ramen. "We didn't even manage to get your painkillers," she sighed, resting her elbow on the counter and her chin in her hand. The first lesson of the day was with the #1 pro hero, All Might. It included a race to see who could save him first. The students were separated into small groups to see who could get to him the quickest, using the terrain and their quirks. Kira sighed at the screen above, revealing the first team to try out. Midoriya, Shiro, Mina, Ida, and Ojiro. "My money's on Shiro," Kirishima told the others. "With his tape quirk, this should be a piece of cake for him." "I think Ojiro might do really well," Tsu said. "The main person at a disadvantage right now is Midoriya." "You're right," Kirishima agreed, nodding slightly. Whenever he uses his quirk, he just ends up breaking something. I don't care who wins as long as Deku loses. Bakugou grinned at the screen maliciously. Ida might have a good chance. Kira spoke up finally, sitting cross-legged next to Kirishima. Even though he was injured recently in the stain attack, his quirk is really effective when it comes to speed. He aced the physical exam 50-meter sprint, she concludes. You remember all that? Kirishima frowns. Kira looks up at him. You don't. He shakes his head slightly. I remember everything, she sighs. A horn signals the start of the round, and the first team shoots off, each one starting from their own section in the zone. Of course, Zero is in the lead, his quirk perfectly suited for handling this kind of terrain. Ida's close behind, keeping low to the ground to utilize his engine quirk to the fullest. Kira has been working hard over the week to push herself to use her quirk in combat, but she hasn't really figured out how to apply it in flight and movement. She finds herself sighing again as she looks down at her lap. Zero's still in the lead. Kirishima yells, pumping his fist in the air. Look at Mina go. Achiko adds, beaming up at the screen. Wait, look at Midoriya. Kira peels her eyes back to the screen again. Midoriya is leaping from pipe to pipe, roof to roof, green energy radiating off him, steadily gaining on Zero. You know, that kind of looks like. Tsu says, and Kira can see it too, her eyes widening slightly. Hey! Bakugou shouts, getting to his feet quickly and approaching the screen. Those are my moves. It seems not only Kira has been working hard on improving her quirk. Watching him overtake Zero and take the lead reminds her of what All Might said to her after the sports festival. Perhaps you and young Midoriya have more in common than you might think. His quirk also takes a toll on his body whenever he uses it. Maybe she should find a time to ask him about it. If Midoriya has found a way to use his quirk without injuring himself, perhaps he can help Kira with her light powers. If she can somehow manifest it in a way that minimizes the risk, she wouldn't have to worry as much. Ooh! Kirishima winces as Midoriya's foot slips and he lands in a heap in front of All Might. Zero reaches All Might before the others. All Might calls the next team up, which includes Kira, Bakugou, Tsu, Kaminari, and Shoji. Bakugou is still fuming at the screen, muttering to himself. That little nerd thinks he can copy me. I was at that stupid agency while he was. Kira steers clear of him and makes her way to her section in the zone, warming up her arms and legs to race to All Might. She's up against a challenging team. Realistically, the only one she's not too concerned about is Shoji. His quirk is great at seeking out the enemy, but not particularly for movement. She shrugs to herself. He could have found a way to improve this during his internship, so she may as well view everyone as a threat. Bakugou will be the real challenge here. His quirk can propel him straight into the air and towards All Might. He won't even have to touch the ground. Tsu will have to be watched closely because of her tongue. It can propel her far and quickly. Kira sighs for the millionth time today, feeling too worn out to deal with anything physical right now. She might just fail the task anyway. It would be far easier than pushing herself any more than she already has been. The horn sounds to start the game, and Kira finds herself hesitating. Let the others win. You've done enough, her brain tells her. She shakes her head quickly before propelling herself up the length of the building in front of her. When she reaches the top, she backflips, using the momentum to launch herself forward. Where was All Might again? In the distance, Bakugou can be clearly seen far ahead, creating a trail of smoke behind him as he advances towards All Might's location. Tsu isn't far behind, sticking closer to the ground and using the buildings around her to whip herself onward. She can't see Kaminari or Shoji anywhere. Grumbling, Kira glows her light even brighter, causing her to shoot further and faster. She closes her eyes, feeling the wind brush past her hair, remembering what Lightbringer taught her about control. It's a shame she has to waste her costume on her first day back. Kira focuses on her quirk, feeling it in her veins as beams of it shoot out from her feet and the entire back of her arms, bright energy illuminating the path behind her. She closes the distance between herself and Bakugou instantly, and she can just about hear him yelling in frustration as she speeds past him towards All Might. She lands on the roof of what appears to be a power plant generator, as All Might mimics a startled civilian. She lands with a less than graceful roll, quickly getting to her feet and standing in front of All Might. "Well done, young Kiriya." His voice booms throughout the zone as Bakugou lands with a heavy thud behind her. All Might goes to shake her hand. Wait. Her still warm skin sizzles when he makes contact, and the #1 hero hops back, shaking his hand in surprise. "I know what that's like," Kaminari grunts as he heaves himself over the railing of the building. Tsu's already here, they're just waiting on Shoji. He jumps down from a higher building just then, so they're all accounted for. "You've got to be kidding me." Bakugou roars angrily. "I find out Deku's been stealing my moves, and now I've got to lose to this moron." "Well, you should have been faster, young Bakugou," All Might responds, blowing on his hand. "What do you have to say for yourself, young Kiriya?" She looks down at herself. "I should really invest in cheaper shoes," she mumbles as she kicks off the burnt remains. "And a better costume." The sleeves have been completely burned away up to the shoulders, revealing her bare skin, and the bottoms have singed to her knees. "I'm sure our support class will be able to fix it right back up in no time." All Might flashes his famous grin at her. He urges them all back to the other students so they can swap with the next team. Along with wanting to speak to Midoriya, Kira wants to talk to All Might about Lightbringer. He must know she's back, right? What was that? Bakugou snaps, confronting her as they arrive at the screening area. "What?" She frowns, stepping past him towards the others. "You're mad when we go easy on you, but now you're upset because I beat you? I don't know what you've been doing over the past week, but you're not going to beat me." He points at her. Kira turns around, her arms crossed over her chest. "So far, everyone seems to have shown some improvement, except for you, Bakugou," she smirked, tilting her head slightly. "Instead of trying to pick a fight with everyone, maybe you should focus on getting better." He practically simmered with rage, his quirk sparking in his palm. "I'll get you for this," he muttered. She sighed, rolling her eyes. Arguing with Bakugou would only escalate things. He wasn't the type to back down easily. Perhaps she should apologize. She had been a bit harsh. But looking at him practically radiating fury, now wasn't the best time to approach him. Instead, she watched as the other team rescued All Might, everyone demonstrating clear improvements with their quirks, until it was time for them to change back into their uniforms for the rest of their lessons. Kira tried to find Midoriya or even All Might to discuss her abilities with them, but she couldn't locate either. Apparently, Midoriya had left the changing room quickly, and All Might was missing from the staff room. None of the teachers knew where he had gone. She would have to try again another time. The day ended, and Kira headed home, feeling an unsettling prick at the back of her neck, as if someone was watching her. Was her adrenaline still pumping from her earlier encounter with All Might? No, that had been hours ago. She stopped in her tracks on the pavement, spinning around to find an empty path behind her, the sun setting behind a few houses. Frowning, she kept her defenses up as she rounded the final corner to her house, entering quickly and slamming the door behind her. "Everything okay?" Lightbringer's sidekick asked. Kira peered through the curtain, her breath fogging the window. "I'm not sure," she mumbled. "It felt like someone was watching me." "I'm sure it's just nerves," they said with a mild shrug. "Nerves?" Kira frowned, dropping the curtain and facing the sidekick. "What if a villain found out I'm Lightbringer's daughter and decided to take me hostage?" The sidekick looked up from their tablet, a glint in their glasses. "Now you're just being dramatic." Kira scoffed. "What nerves are you even talking about? Lightbringer is going to bring out your atomic power today." "My what?" She spluttered. "My atomic power? That's what Lightbringer decided to call the ability you displayed at the sports festival," she informed Kira, tapping something on the tablet. Kira stared at the sidekick as she brought up an image of her at the sports festival, glowing with light energy. "I'm not doing that today," Kira said sternly. "I didn't agree to it." "You didn't have to," she argued. "This is training. You don't really have a choice." "Back already?" A voice echoed from the second floor, interrupting their conversation. Kira stepped back to reveal Lightbringer in another suit, black bottoms, a black blazer, and a bottle green shirt that perfectly matched her eyes. "Mother," she growled, frustrated by the news. "I'm not performing this atomic power. I don't have the energy today." "That's exactly why now's the perfect opportunity," she countered, descending the steps. "In your weakened state, we can see how well you'll be able to control your atomic power." "I can't control it at all," she snapped, gripping her skirt. "You know this. The only time I've ever done it was at the sports festival, and that was a complete accident." "Akira." "Mother." She cut in. "I don't know why you've been acting this way all week, but it's seriously freaking me out. For the last time, I'm not training today." Kira pushed past her and collapsed onto her bed, her eyes already closing before her head even hit the pillow. When she woke in the middle of the night, she felt weak, numb. Her neck was stiff as she tossed and turned, and she had a horrible nightmare that left her unsettled. Kira just didn't understand. Her final exams were days away, and there was still so much she felt behind on. Her math was okay, along with her Japanese, but her English needed work. Being at UA would be much better if they could forget about all the normal school stuff and just focus on hero work. That was why she was there, after all. Kira had found a local diner near the station. It was kind of busy, which made studying difficult. She could have gone to the library to concentrate, but Kira wanted something to drink while she worked. A nice, hot mug of hot chocolate, topped with cream and dusted with cinnamon. Kira admired her drink, temporarily forgetting about her numerous books scattered across her desk, until the waiter came to her table and asked if she wanted anything else. She shook her head but thanked the waiter for the beverage once again. She took a sip and stared back down at her open textbook and then at her notes. Where was she again? Algebra. The word alone spelled trouble. Kira groaned and rested her head on the table, earning a few curious glances from the other customers. She was never going to get it at this rate. Kira still didn't know why she hadn't teamed up with Momo and the others to study at her mansion. Probably because being surrounded by my classmates would be an even bigger distraction, Kira mumbled to herself, her voice muffled with her head still on the table. Kira lifted her head with a sigh and closed her book. She could try something else for now. Math wasn't going anywhere. Unfortunately, Kira opened her textbook to practice her English, something else that definitely needed improvement. She sighed once again before tracing her finger along the sentences to pick up where she had left off. She eventually gave up in frustration. Kira rewrote every letter, every word, every sentence until it looked somewhat acceptable, then reviewed her pronunciation. To avoid disturbing anyone, Kira muttered the language under her breath, hearing the foreign tones echo in her ears. She repeated the sentences until her tongue rolled off each syllable, moving on to the next one and then the next. Learning English was crucial, especially nowadays. Kira had to get this down. After another hour or two of studying English, her throat began to feel sore from the excessive whispering, trying not to annoy the other customers enjoying their meals. By then, Kira had surrounded herself with a few mugs of hot chocolate, both for herself and to avoid being asked to leave the diner for not ordering anything. She was about to tackle one of the final sentences of her textbook, her hand aching from the repeated writing exercise, when the diner door swung open, hitting the wall and causing the glass to rattle in its frame. "Bakugou!" Kira heard Kirishima's voice above the murmurs of concerned customers. "Take it easy." "Shut up," Bakugou shot back, as usual. Kira turned in her booth, her arm draped over the back of the chair at the sound of her rowdy classmates. Kirishima spotted her, his face lighting up. He nudged Bakugou and pointed to Kira's table, sliding in next to her while Bakugou reluctantly took a seat across from her. "Where did you guys come from?" Kira asked, glancing back at the main door as it settled gently in its frame. "The library," Kirishima replied, tossing his bag onto the table. "You can probably guess what happened." "Bakugou's too loud for them to handle?" Bakugou's head snapped toward her. "What did you call me?" he asked, his teeth gritted and a deep frown on his brow. "That about sums it up," Kirishima chuckled softly, ignoring Bakugou. He glanced around at the empty mugs and then at the books scattered across the table, his expression dropping. "Oh, I didn't even ask. You don't mind if we sit with you, do you? I don't want to disrupt your studying." "Oh, this." Kira pushed the books aside. You're a welcome distraction, Kirishima. A slight pink hue rose to Kirishima's cheeks, and he hid his blush by rummaging through his bag for his own books. Maybe we can help each other out then, he suggested, waving a textbook in front of her face. I don't need your help, Bakugou interjected. Kirishima placed his books on the table and glanced up at Bakugou. Yeah, Bakugou's pretty smart. He's mainly just here to help me study. Wait. Kira sat up straight in the booth, raising a hand to pause the conversation. You're telling me that Bakugou's helping someone else for a change? She narrowed her eyes at Bakugou across the booth. Who are you, and what have you done with Bakugou? What are you talking about, you idiot? He muttered, clearly bored. You're not usually this nice. Bakugou frowned at Kira. What do you mean? I'm always nice, he exclaimed, drawing the attention of nearby customers once again. Kirishima quickly shushed his friend, ducking his head to avoid the judgmental glares, which only seemed to irritate Bakugou further. Don't tell me what to do, shitty hair. Kira rolled her eyes with a scoff as Kirishima and Bakugou continued their playful argument until they finally settled down, with Bakugou insisting Kirishima continue his studies. Seeing as you're the smartest out of us, Bakugou, Kirishima began, you might as well help Kira out too. Kira looked up from her book sharply. I don't need his help, she insisted quickly. Kirishima leaned closer to examine Kira's notes, his face inches from hers. He looked back up at her, his expression serious. Now, I don't want to boast or anything, but I think I'm pretty good at English. No, you're not, Bakugou interrupted. And, Kirishima said firmly, shooting a sharp look at Bakugou, that doesn't look right to me. Kira followed his finger pointing to one of her sentences on the page, her hope of acing the final exams diminishing. Are you serious? Kirishima said, grabbing the book from under her hands and showing it to Bakugou. Am I right or am I right? Bakugou sighed heavily before taking the book from Kirishima. His eyes narrowed as he read over her notes, and Kira felt her positivity waning. He didn't seem overly impressed with her work. You did this? He asked, as if needing confirmation. She nodded slowly, bracing for the expected onslaught of criticism. Bakugou picked up the book and tossed it back to Kira, where it landed on the table by her hands. It's fine, Bakugou said, and Kira felt like jumping for joy. Instead, due to her public surroundings, she stuck her tongue out at Kirishima and admired her notes once again. Turns out you're wrong, she smiled, slamming her English textbook closed with a loud thud. I know. Kirishima sulked, opening his own English book to review his work. I thought I had English in the bag. Don't worry, Kira said, scooting closer to read his book. I'll help you. And Bakugou can help me with my math. It'll be like a triangle. Kind of. The final exams arrived quicker than Kira would have liked. With everything that had happened during the school year, it was difficult to find time to study. From the USJ attack to the sports festival to the Hosu incident, there had been too much to process. Now, the students had to cram for 3 written exams and a final practical exam. Kira had placed 6th in her midterm paper, but she knew she could do better. She had to. After lunch, they returned to their homeroom, having learned from Kendo in Class 1B that the practical exam would involve the same robots from the entrance exam. That was a relief. Kira had greatly improved since then, as demonstrated during the obstacle course at the sports festival. Many others were just as relieved to hear it was just robots too. It shouldn't matter if it's robots or actual people, Bakugou spoke up suddenly, causing Mina and Kaminari to stop cheering. Why are you all so excited? Hey, they replied in unison. Who are you calling excited? Shut up. You need to learn how to control your quirk. Bakugou shot back, turning to Midoriya. Hey Deku. I don't know what's going on with your power, but I saw how you're using it and I want you to know. It's seriously annoying. It had been a while since the class had seen Bakugou so fired up. I won't have another half-hearted win like the festival, he continued. We'll be getting individual scores in the upcoming finals. New rankings. So we'll all know exactly where we stand. I'll show you how much better I am. He turned to leave but not before confronting Kira, slamming his hands on her desk. You better not think about passing out like you did during the sports festival. I'll take you down too. He stormed out of the homeroom, slamming the door behind him. I haven't seen him act like that in a while, Kirishima said quietly. It's kind of scary, Kira admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you think it's impatience or just frustration? Tokoyami added thoughtfully. Kira stared at the spot where she had encountered him, feeling a chill run down her spine. She had hoped to avoid him entirely during their final week. The written exams had been tough. Kira hoped she had answered the questions correctly. Maybe she'd rank higher than she did in the midterms, though she doubted she'd surpass Yaoyorozu or Ida. Even Bakugou was a formidable competitor. Now, they faced the final task of the week, the practical exam. All the students gathered in the central plaza, dressed in their costumes. Thankfully, Kira's had been repaired quickly after her earlier encounter with All Might, ready to face their pro-hero teachers. If you want to go to the training camp, don't make any foolish mistakes, Aizawa warned. Why are all the teachers here? Kyoko wondered aloud. I expect many of you have gathered information and believe you have some idea of what you'll face today, Aizawa explained. We're fighting those big metal robots. Kaminari exclaimed excitedly. Actually, this year's test will be completely different for several reasons, the principal chimed in, popping out from beneath Aizawa's scarf. The tests will still focus on hero work, but there will be teamwork and combat against actual people. So what does that mean for you? You students will be working in teams, and your opponents will be some of our esteemed UA teachers. Isn't that exciting? Additionally, your partners and opponents have already been chosen, Aizawa continued. They were determined by various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. First, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu will team up against me. Then we have Midoriya paired with Bakugou. And Kira's partner is... All Might suddenly leaped from the sky, landing dramatically before them in a cloud of dust. I'm here to challenge you. You'd better work together if you want to stand a chance against me, he declared with enthusiasm. Wait. Kira stepped forward, waving her hands. There must be some mistake. If we were selected based on our fighting styles, grades, and interpersonal relationships, then teaming me up with these two is completely wrong. I should be with Kirishima and Shiro. It's true you've worked exceptionally well with those two in the past, Nizu said thoughtfully, his small paw resting on his chin. However, we believe that placing you with Midoriya and Bakugou is a better option. But they have a lot to work on already, Kira protested, gesturing toward Bakugou's evident tension with Midoriya. Maybe it would be best to let them sort it out between themselves. Young Kira, All Might interjected, stepping closer. During the entrance exam, you and young Bakugou managed to take down the zero-pointer together. And again at the USJ, we teachers were impressed by your teamwork against one of the villains. As for young Midoriya, he sighed, your quirk is similar to his in many ways. This is the perfect opportunity to grasp that theory. Kira glanced back at Midoriya and Bakugou, remaining silent. Besides, All Might added with a light-hearted shrug, if young Bakugou gets too aggressive with Midoriya, you'll be there to intervene. What? Kira exclaimed, her eyes widening as All Might returned to the other teachers. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu had worked hard against Mr. Aizawa during their battle. Kira might have preferred facing All Might, instead he was particularly relentless. Facing someone who could nullify their quirk with a mere glance? Kira shook her head as she trudged through the center of the mock city, Midoriya beside her. There's no point in trying to talk to him, she said quietly, staring at the ground. I have to try, Midoriya replied determinedly. We don't stand a chance against All Might. He sprinted ahead to catch up with Bakugou, while Kira kept her distance. Kaken. Listen, for this exam, the teachers are the villains and we're the heroes, so we need a solid plan. Normally, I'd suggest analyzing the villain's combat ability and deciding whether to fight or retreat based on that. But in this case, the villain is All Might, so we shouldn't even consider combat. It's a really bad idea, Kaken. Stop following me. Bakugou snapped. All Might is probably waiting on this main road, Midoriya continued, trying to persuade Bakugou. We should take another route. I'm not going to run away from this fight, Bakugou insisted. It'll look better if we take him down. No, Midoriya groaned in frustration. We should avoid fighting him at all costs. I'm going to toy with him until time is almost up and then take him down for real. Midoriya halted, staring after Bakugou in disbelief. The two of us should just try to get out of here while we can, Kira suggested, her gaze fixed on Bakugou. If he wants to stay and fight All Might, that's his choice. He's being reckless if he thinks he can win. I can't leave him here, Midoriya said, chasing after Bakugou once more. Think about this. You know what All Might can do. Even with those handicap weights, it's impossible for you to win against him. Kira opened her eyes, feeling groggy and sore. The stark white room was blinding. Blinking rapidly, she noticed a light blue curtain drawn across the room, and a large silhouette that could only be All Might stood on the other side. Wincing, she tried to sit up, feeling the bandages wrapped around her midsection. Right? She groaned. The battle. Kira glanced at the curtain again, spotting a smaller figure beside All Might Recovery Girl. A shirt had been left for her on the side, and she quickly pulled it on, forcing herself out of bed. The cold floor met her bare feet, and she gasped softly. How long had she been unconscious? What about Midoriya and Bakugou? Kira pulled back the curtain, revealing Midoriya and Bakugou still unconscious in hospital beds beside each other. Young Kira! All Might boomed, his voice echoing in the small room. How are they? Kira croaked. Midoriya's back is all messed up, Recovery Girl replied, waddling around one of the beds. Because All Might doesn't know when to hold back. She then playfully tapped him on the shin with her cane, which he didn't react to at all. That was the test, wasn't it? Kira whispered, staring at her classmates. No villain in the real world is going to hold back. You're absolutely right, All Might said, resting a hand on her shoulder as she turned her gaze away from the beds. Although, young Kiriya, there are times when you must hold your own power back. You lost control today. Your actions could have easily made the situation worse. Kira sighed, tears welling in her eyes. She wiped them away irritably, attributing it to exhaustion. I'm sorry, was all she could manage to say at that moment. However, you were able to regain control, unlike at the sports festival, he noted, removing his hand from her shoulder. Yeah, I've been training my quirk, she replied. But I haven't had the chance to test out my atomic power. Atomic power? That's what my mother calls it, she shrugged. Your mother? Lightbringer? All Might frowned slightly. Kira nodded slowly, and All Might merely shrugged. I wasn't aware she was back in town, he murmured. Kira eyed him suspiciously. How could the #1 hero not know that Lightbringer had returned? Did that mean no one knew? She shook her head. Her classmates were aware because of her internship. So, All Might said loudly. What's changed? Kira glanced at the beds quickly. I'm not sure. All Might sighed, a slight amount of steam escaping from his body. But Kira was too busy watching Midoriya and Bakugou to notice. There's somewhere I have to be, All Might said suddenly. I take it they're in good hands? All Might nodded to Recovery Girl before rushing to the door. Wait! Kira called after him, and he paused at the door. What am I supposed to do? How do I control this power? When I use it, I end up hurting myself, and this time, she spotted faint burn marks on Bakugou's side, remnants from Recovery Girl's repairs. I hurt someone else. All Might slowly turned on the spot, his smile widening slightly. Young Kiriya, you found a way to control it earlier. What were you thinking about? Whatever it was you were focused on, don't lose sight of it. Just like that, he zoomed out the door, blasting wind into the room and leaving Kira utterly confused. She didn't even know what she had been thinking about, just that she had to calm down. She remembered not wanting to harm her classmates, and that was about it. When it came to triggering it, Kira was still in the dark. At the sports festival, she had merely overheated. Many heroes had to deal with that weakness. But during her battle, she had been down for the count, sitting on the sidelines, practically accepting defeat when she heard Bakugou. She looked up to see his crumpled body beneath All Might, and something inside her snapped. If that had been a real villain situation, Bakugou could have died. Kira wouldn't let that happen, not to anyone. Kira sighed, turning back to the two unconscious boys, gripping Bakugou's bed bar. Not only did she have to worry about overheating, but she also had to take her emotions into account. If she got too upset, afraid, or angry, her atomic power might get the best of her again, and she could inadvertently harm her classmates. Even with Recovery Girl's powers, the burns on Bakugou's side looked painful, the skin red and slightly blistered. Without the school's medical hero, Bakugou would be in much worse shape. As for Midoriya, his hand was bandaged from where she had grabbed him, but the worst damage was actually to his back, where All Might had slammed into him to prevent his escape. It had been a fierce attack. Midoriya groaned suddenly, stirring with his face down on the pillow. "Midoriya?" Kira whispered, kneeling beside his bed. "How are you?" He ummed in reply, his voice slightly muffled by his pillow. "Don't try to move," Recovery Girl said, shuffling around to Midoriya's side. "Your back has suffered a lot of damage. It was nearly impossible for me to fix." "I'm sorry about your hand," Kira said, as Recovery Girl puckered her lips and kissed him on the head. Midoriya dragged his bandaged hand up to see it. "You're apologizing again," he stated plainly. "We would have lost without you." Kira scoffed slightly. "I don't know about that." She straightened as Midoriya slowly but surely sat himself up, courtesy of Recovery Girl's quirk already taking effect. "I've seen how you are during the school year so far. You would have found a way to beat All Might." Midoriya spotted Bakugou beside him, who still hadn't shown any signs of waking. "Kaken," he muttered. "Don't worry about him." Recovery Girl waved her hand at the boy. "He'll be fine in a few hours." "Your quirk," Kira said after a small silence. "Sue once said it's similar to All Might's in many ways, except he doesn't hurt himself." She fiddled with the bottom of her shirt. "What did you learn during your internship? What's stopping you from hurting yourself now?" Midoriya blinked up at her. "Gran Torino taught me to only use my quirk at a certain level." He brought both of his hands up and clenched them into fists. "So for now, I'm only producing about 5% of my power." 5%? She raised her eyebrows. "If what you can do now is only 5%, you must be pretty powerful." "Well," he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, "I'm nowhere near as powerful as I need to be. You saw how easily All Might beat me." "He bested all of us, Midoriya," she replied softly. "We all need to improve." Recovery Girl insisted that Kira leave so that Midoriya and Bakugou could heal as quickly as possible. Kira walked up the hill to UA the next day, feeling oddly stiff. Her neck had a cramp, and her legs felt heavy. She shrugged as she entered the grounds. She had just been beaten up by All Might, so it was understandable to feel a little sore. "Have fun at the training camp," Mina sobbed dramatically as Kira slid open the door to Class 1A. "I'm sure you'll all be able to go." Midoriya panicked, waving his arms around. "Yeah, knowing Mr. Aizawa," Kira chimed in, moving to stand beside Midoriya. "He probably just said that the ones who failed won't be able to go just to trick us again." The ones who presumably failed, Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, Sato, and Shiro, blinked at Kira quickly before putting their hands on their chins thoughtfully. They then gathered in a circle as if preparing for an intense match. Kira chuckled as she took her seat, just as Aizawa slid open the door with a loud thud and the others rushed to their seats. "When the bell rings, I expect you all to be in your seats," he said promptly. "Morning. Unfortunately, there are a few of you who didn't pass your final exam, so when it comes to the training camp in the woods, you'll all be going." "It's a last-minute twist," the ones who didn't pass exclaim in unison. "We really get to go to camp?" Kirishima asks, practically bouncing on his desk. "Yes," Aizawa replies. Fortunately, no one failed the written exams. 5 people did not pass. The practical 2 teams and Shiro, of course. "Ah man." Shiro groans, facepalming. "I didn't do nearly enough to pass. The only reason I succeeded was because of my neta." "Allow me to explain," Aizawa adds. "For the practical battles, the teachers made it easier for the students to win. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood a chance. We were interested in how you all worked together and approached the task." "So, that was All Might going easy on them?" Kira thinks to herself. She knew that the teachers were wearing weighted bracelets to slow them down and make the battles a bit easier for the students, but All Might had been relentless during their practical. Sir, Kira speaks up. You told us that the teachers weren't going to hold back. That was just to keep you on your toes, he replies quickly. Besides, the training camp will focus on building your strength. Those who failed need those lessons the most. We were never going to separate you. That was just a strategic deception. Mr. Aizawa. Ida stands up abruptly. This is the second time you've misled us. Aren't you worried we'll lose faith in you? That's a valid point. I'll think about it. But I wasn't misleading you. Failure is failure. He turns his attention back to the 5 who didn't make it. We've prepared extra lessons for you. Frankly, they'll be much tougher than what you'd face at summer school. With that thought in mind, the students continued their studies until the sun began to set. They gathered in their hero studies classroom, discussing the pamphlets they received for the training camp. Looks like we'll be at the training camp for a whole week. Ida remarks, prompting Kira to open her own guide. Oh wow, looks like I need to buy some more clothes, Kira mumbles as her eyes scan the pages. Guys, I have the best idea. Hagakure beams. Since we have the day off tomorrow and we've all finished our exams, why don't Class 1A go shopping together? Hey, we've never hung out as a class before. Kaminari agrees. Bakugou, you'll be there, right? Kirishima asks. I can't think of anything more annoying, he replies flatly, already leaving the classroom. Kira rolls her eyes as Midoriya approaches Todoroki. Will you be going, Todoroki? I visit my mother on days off, he replies simply. Kira? Kirishima's voice calls from behind her pamphlet. I'm not sure, she says quietly. I already told you how busy I am. Especially after what happened during the practical, I need to focus on training my quirk more than ever. Come on. Kirishima snatches the guide from her. You deserve a break, don't you think? Besides, you'll have plenty of time to train when we go to camp. But, yeah, you have to come tomorrow, Kira. Mina chimes in, wrapping an arm around her. It won't be a true day out without all of us girls there. Kira sighs heavily. I'll be there. Her mother will just have to understand. Lightbringer wasn't there when Kira returned home that day, nor was she there when she woke up the next morning. In fact, she was alone. Normally, Lightbringer's sidekick would be there to ensure that Kira would get ahead with her training. But as Kira tiptoed down the stairs that morning, she was utterly alone. And she had never felt so relieved. Perhaps they were out patrolling together. Or maybe there was a complicated villain that Lightbringer needed assistance with. Whatever the reason, Kira made sure to slip out of the house as soon as possible, in case they returned. Kira locked the front door behind her, shrugging her rucksack onto her back. The sun was shining, and the sky was a brilliant blue without a cloud in sight as Kira made her way to the shopping center they had discussed meeting at. She couldn't hide her excitement. She was thrilled to meet her friends outside of school. She was glad that both Kirishima and Mina had convinced her to join. Kira strolled through a park, trying to remember if this was a shortcut or not. She passed families sitting on the grass, enjoying picnics and chatting among themselves. Dogs chased sticks, and children ran in circles. A few people stared, likely recognizing her from the sports festival, but most kept their distance from the one who had become a bit of a spectacle. Keeping her head down, Kira picked up the pace as she continued down the path, turning a few corners and trying to block out the whispers. She shouldn't have come outside. She should have made an effort to hide her face. Before she knew it, she was approaching the grand shopping center. It was enormous, towering above her and stretching further than she could see. She made good time, arriving just 10 minutes before they all planned to meet. This gave her a chance to browse on her own, peeking through the windows of each shop as she passed. What was she here for again? Outdoor gear? Kira felt her loose change in her pocket, grimacing at the fact that despite her wealthy mother, she didn't have much money. She sighed, wondering if coming here was a good idea after all. Kira had only ever known her classmates from school, but if they all gathered together socially, it might change her view of them. Or theirs of her. Before she had a chance to consider leaving, Kira heard Mina and Kirishima faintly through the crowd calling her name. She was sure of it. She spun on the ball of her feet, gripping the straps of her bag just as Mina wrapped her arms around her tightly. You came? Mina exclaimed, squeezing Kira so tightly she could hardly breathe. Yep, Kira wheezed. Mina can't breathe. Mina released her hold, and Kirishima grinned at her. I have to admit, I didn't think you would come. I had to sneak out, she replied quietly, as if her mother might be listening somehow. Kira left out the part about her mother and others being absent that morning. No need to complicate things. Where's everyone else? Kira wondered. Kirishima led her to where the others had gathered, marveling at their surroundings. Of course, Bakugou and Todoroki hadn't shown up. This place is huge, Achiko exclaimed, spinning around in awe. Hey, are those kids from the sports festival? Someone yelled, pointing at them. Yeah, another replied. You guys were amazing. You all did great. Kira turned away from the cheering bystanders. She was sure they weren't cheering for her. So, where to first? Kira sighs, gazing at the stores. I don't know about you guys, but I need some outdoor shoes, Kirishima tells them. Ooh, me too. Hagakure jumps on the spot. Let's go together, Kira, Mina says, already pulling her away from the group. Before she knows it, she and the other girls are all huddled together in an excited group. We need swimsuits, Hagakure announces. Yeah, Mina squeals. They all approach a store that seems to sell all types of beach and pool equipment, and Kira browses over each item, frowning at the prices. She comes across a one-piece green swimsuit that catches her eye. What do you think? She holds it up to her own body. It's cute. Mina gives both her thumbs up. In the basket then, she mutters. The store itself is huge, filled with pool toys, clothes, sunscreen, and so much more. It's actually overwhelming. Look at these sandals. Hagakure holds them up for everyone to see. They all share their opinions on the pair, but Kira keeps silent, rummaging through a line of clothing that displays beachwear. What are they even going to be doing at the training camp? She doubts they'll have any time to relax, so buying all this stuff might be a waste. Kira doesn't plan on much leisure time. Her quirk needs to be controlled. Kira ends up just paying for the green swimsuit before the girls drag her to another store that appears to be selling snacks. Of course, they're going to need something while they browse this enormous shopping center. PST. Kira frowns, turning around, curious about who made the sound. PST. Fin. She peeks out of the store window, spotting Kirishima. She relaxes slightly when she sees it's only him. You okay? She asks, meeting him outside the shop. Yeah. He keeps his voice low. I just lost Kaminari and Mineta, so. Ah. She nods. Why? He pauses for a moment. I came to save you. What? She laughs. I figured the last thing you wanted was to be crowded by all the girls, he explains. I saw how you reacted to those random people earlier when they recognized us from the sports festival. Kira keeps silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. All I've gotten since then is fearful looks, she admits quietly. Because of what happened during my fight with Bakugou. They're judging you off one little mishap on television, Kirishima scoffs. But they don't know you, do they? They don't know what an amazing person you are. Kira raises an eyebrow as Kirishima grins slowly. He raises his hand for her to take, and Kira struggles to hide her own smile. So what? Just us two together? Come on. He jerks his head toward the stores. It'll be fun. Sighing, she takes his hand and allows him to lead her to every shop. They don't even go into most of them, but instead point and share their opinions on certain clothes. As they make their way to the upper level, Kirishima leading her up the steps, Kira finds her eyes locked onto their hands still clasped together. What is she doing? She questions herself. She told herself she wasn't going to get close to Kirishima until she mastered her quirk. What if something happens right now while their hands are together? She could accidentally hurt him. Hey, you know what? Kirishima announces, and Kira tears her eyes away from their hands as they reach the top. We could count this as our date. What? She tries to stop herself from laughing out loud in case he's serious. He shrugs with one shoulder. You're having a good time, aren't you? Kira glances over the barrier at the hundreds of people below, carrying bags, chatting with friends, or simply browsing. I'm more of a movie and dinner kind of person, she retorts. I can do that, he replies quickly. Kira turns back to him, her elbows propped on the barrier. "What did I do to get your attention?" she asks curiously. Kirishima frowns slightly, his jokey demeanor vanishing. "We make a good team, for starters," he answers honestly. "Aha," she hums in response. "I'm serious." Kirishima steps closer. "As soon as we met back at the entrance exam, I knew you'd be an awesome partner." Kira stares into his eyes, no trace of the class clown he and Kaminari seem to be during school hours. Only sincerity is evident now, and Kira feels her heart skip a beat. She clears her throat and turns away from Kirishima, sudden tears springing to her eyes. She gazes at the crowds below, spotting Mina and the other girls coming out from another store with a dozen or so bags. She laughs at the sight of her friends, but her expression drops suddenly when she spots Midoriya on one of the benches in the center with a hooded figure with their arm around him. Something's wrong. "Kirishima," she mutters, gripping onto his shirt and pointing down at the green-haired boy. "What is it?" He follows her gaze below. "I don't know," she mumbles, already moving for the stairs, dragging Kirishima along with her. Kira battles through the crowd, stopping only when she spots Achiko facing off against Midoriya and the stranger. Even with his hood, he looks oddly familiar. "Nothing's happening here." Midoriya yells at them, his eyes darting to the civilians around them. The hooded figure glances up slowly, and Kira spots blue hair trickling over his face. "Is that Shigaraki?" She tilts her head at the villain. "What is he doing here?" His hand is latched around Midoriya's neck, and he doesn't seem to be moving. "What a pickle," she hears his raspy voice. "No one do anything rash, or everyone will start to blame the heroes for the sudden chaos that might occur here." Slowly, Shigaraki releases Midoriya, but the boy doesn't move from the spot until he steps back. The villain slowly but surely vanishes into the crowd, disappearing from sight. "Midoriya?" Kira rushes up to him. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you? What did he say?" Midoriya explains everything that Shigaraki said to him as the police arrive, Kira having called them as soon as possible. She curses herself for not having gone after the villain. She could have helped capture him. Thinking about it, Bakugou would have gotten him. Kira and the others spend hours with the detective explaining each of their stories. By the time they finish, it is pitch black outside, with nothing but the streetlights to show the way. Kira steps out of the police station when they offer her a ride. She declines. She doesn't live far, and besides, she has a lot to think about. A chilling walk in the dark is just what she needs to clear her mind. She stops, however, when she sees Kirishima waiting outside for her, leaning against the building. She really wanted to be alone at that moment, but having someone wait for her was a comforting thought. Sighing, Kira approached the redhead as he pushed himself off the wall. "Have I ever mentioned what I was like before?" "You?" he said suddenly, causing Kira to frown. She shook her head slowly as Kirishima turned on the spot, beckoning her to walk beside him. "I'll tell you all about it as I walk you home," he said quietly, his voice oddly loud in the silent night. Not knowing what to say, she listened as he recounted his encounters with school bullies and a villain who had threatened some of his classmates. She was shocked to hear that he had panicked and couldn't save them, and instead, it was Mina who jumped in to rescue them. The Kirishima from his previous school sounded like an entirely different person from who he was now. She stared up at him as they walked, the streetlights reflecting in his eyes. Kira had never experienced someone being this honest with her before. Kirishima even shared that he had gone home that day and cried about his perceived failure. "So, that explains the hair change?" she asked, nodding up at him. Kirishima looked up as if he could see his own hair. "In honor of my favorite pro-hero, Crimson Riot." He struck a pose, hardening his arms, and Kira couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It turned out he could still be the class clown outside of school hours. "In all seriousness," he added, relaxing his stance, "sometimes a change can be a good thing. If you're suggesting I reconsider my answer from that day." Kira began. Kirishima shrugged innocently. "Look, I doubt your mother knows how hard you've been working. You deserve a break, don't you think? Besides, overworking only leads to burnout." Kira paused mid-step, observing her classmate. "When did you get so smart?" "Hey," he frowned. "I'm plenty smart." "Yeah, okay." They must have been walking for about an hour when the moon rested high in the sky, big and full. The stars twinkled so brightly that Kira could see their reflection in Kirishima's red eyes. "Well, this is me," Kira said, throwing a lazy arm up toward her house. "I'll see you tomorrow, Akira," he replied, turning to leave, but something stopped him. Kira glanced down to see her hand resting on his arm. "Okay," she said quietly. "Okay." Kirishima lit up at her simple yet sincere words, turning to face her fully. "But I can't promise that you'll be my priority," she added, finally removing her hand. "Learning to control my power comes first. It has to." "I know," he replied, not turning to her. "And I'm willing to wait." He watched the redhead lead her around the center. He contemplated following her to ensure her safety but decided against it. He had witnessed her power already. She could handle herself. He took a seat on the ground floor and subtly watched her, genuinely enjoying herself. Whoever this boy was, he made her happy. He recognized another boy from the sports festival, Izuka Midoriya, sitting practically opposite him, the only thing separating them being the crowd. Something wasn't right, however, as what appeared to be a fan sat beside the boy, their hand to their throat. With no way to contact the authorities, all he could do was watch as this madman threatened the 15-year-old boy. Above, Akira noticed the threat and immediately sought it out, pushing through the crowd with determination to confront the danger. He had to disappear before the authorities arrived, so with a heavy heart he stood up from the bench and prepared to leave. But he miscalculated. Akira had been dragging her friend along with her, and as he turned to leave, one of the bystanders stumbled backward from Akira's advances, jabbing their elbow into his side. He had to force himself not to double over but felt the sting of pain. He wished he could watch the event unfold. He was curious to see how Akira handled herself in a dangerous situation. How much of the training had really stuck? Regardless, he had to get back home and recover. Kira had a week and a bit off before her next term at UA High started. It was finally summer vacation, after all. She was excited and nervous to see her classmates again, but she was also curious about what her teachers, mainly Mr. Aizawa, had in store for them. The first term had been an absolute roller coaster, from the villain attack at the USJ to the sports festival, to her mother's unexpected reappearance, and then the final exams against All Might, followed by Shigaraki's sudden entrance while Class 1A went shopping. Kira skipped down the stairs of her mansion, ready for another intense training session with her mother, when a formal-looking letter caught her eye on the small table beside the front door. It was small, the envelope already opened. Kira peeked down the hall, her eyebrows raised, before continuing to investigate. She peeled back the letter to reveal a petite card, delicately printed with writing. Number 12 Pro Hero Lightbringer. You have been invited to participate in a formal gathering at I-Island for the upcoming I-Expo. The I-Expo is the perfect opportunity for scientists, heroes, and citizens to showcase advancements in Quirk technology. This invitation grants you early access to the island's exhibits, including the pavilion, cafes, musical shows, and much more. Hope to see you there. Kira frowned at the mysterious card, flipping it over to find a neatly engraved sigil of a simple island in the center. With it in hand, Kira stormed to the back of the house, sliding the glass door open with a slam. "Are you planning on going?" Kira asked bluntly. Lightbringer looked up from removing a charred plastic figurine from the grass. Kira waved the card dramatically. "You said you don't do these things." "I did." She pet her head to the side, then smiled before picking up another target and slamming it into the dirt. "What?" Kira scoffed. "Did you forget? You strictly believe in doing the work and not wasting time flaunting our quirks when there could be someone who needs saving at any moment." "Wow," Lightbringer said, smacking the top of the dummy's head. "I'm pretty insightful." Kira scoffed again. "So?" She pressed, ignoring the jibe. "You're right," Lightbringer sighed. "You go." "Huh. You go in my stead," she explained. "Just say I'm busy fighting a bad guy or something." "What?" Lightbringer sighed heavily before facing her daughter. "Who knows how many pro heroes will show up to this event?" She points at the card in Kira's hand. "If all the top heroes attend, there won't be anyone left to protect the people if a villain strikes. This is the smarter choice. Lightbringer affectionately ruffles Kira's hair before walking into the house. Are you serious? Kira exclaims, following her mother. I don't have time for galas. I need to train with you. You deserve a break. Lightbringer chuckles lightly. Honestly, she sighs again. All this hard work will only wear you down. You can't push yourself too hard. Kira hesitates, looking at her mother with uncertainty. Kirishima had said something similar after their time at the shopping center. You deserve a break, don't you think? Besides, overworking only leads to burnout. And what if my atomic power goes out of control at this, what was it called? Kira glances back at the card. Island? It won't. Akira used a private helicopter, courtesy of her mother being the number 12 pro hero, to travel to Island. As the helicopter circled the mysterious island, Kira was struck by its vibrant colors. The island was surrounded by a sturdy white concrete wall that stretched up to the clouds, completely separating it from the outside world. The helicopter began its descent, drawing closer to the island. From this vantage point, she could see the incredibly tall skyscraper in the center, towering higher than anything else on the island. That must be where the gala takes place, Kira mumbled to herself. How did a kid like you even get invited to the island, huh? The pilot boomed into the headset she wore. You're our private pilot, Kira replied. Shouldn't you know the answer to that already? Touché. Kira examined the list she found buried in the envelope beside her invitation. It detailed the evening's party and what attire was required. She felt her anxiety grow at the thought of attending the gala. She was certain she would be the only child there. The helicopter landed smoothly on a helipad on one side of the island. Kira thanked the pilot, who responded with a courteous, "You're welcome," before taking off again. Now, Kira was alone on this remote island. She patted her duffel bag beside her, a small comfort reminding her she wasn't entirely alone, and glanced down at the now crumpled piece of paper. Her nerves had gotten the best of her during the flight, and she hadn't realized she had wrinkled it. Damn it, she whispered, willing herself to relax. The gate before her opened, allowing her to pass through as the scanner confirmed her details, including a long entrance number. Yue had supplied her with her hero costume before she boarded the helicopter to Island. She smoothed out her costume before stepping through the gate, taking in the scenery around her. The tallest building in the distance would serve as her guide if she got lost. Kira hadn't taken a single step forward when she heard her name called from somewhere to her left. Over here. No way. A smile spread across her face at the sight of her classmates gathered together. She hurried toward them, dragging her duffel bag, which bumped against her thigh with each step. Momo, Achiko, Kyoka, everyone. What are you all doing here? Me and Mineta are working, Kaminari announced, puffing out his chest to show off his waiter tux. We figured this way we could earn some money, and during our breaks, we can explore the island more. Why are you two slacking off? Kira glanced over just in time to see the class president zooming toward them at high speed. You wanted to make more money, didn't you? But you're not willing to work hard. Ida? Kira exclaimed as her classmate collided with both Kaminari and Mineta, knocking them over. You're also here? I come from a long line of heroes, Ida stated, turning sharply to face them. It's expected that we received an invitation to the expo. But my family was busy, so it's just me. After Midoriya participated in the villain course, scoring only a few seconds slower than Bakugou, there was a surprise visit from Todoroki, who had beaten Bakugou's score by just 1 second, pushing Kira down to fourth with her score of 19 seconds. With a slight pout, Kira watched the embarrassing scene unfold on stage as Bakugou hurled insults and threats at Todoroki for surpassing him. Kirishima and Midoriya had to jump in to keep Bakugou from causing any real trouble. It was chaotic. However, Melissa found it amusing, which Kira hoped was a good sign. Well, there's never a dull moment, I can tell you that, Momo remarked as Bakugou finally began to cool down. What time is the gala tonight? Achiko wondered, as Midoriya jumped back up onto the railing. Kirishima had decided to stay behind with Bakugou. 7 o'clock, Melissa replied helpfully. I'm actually getting pretty excited, Achiko admitted, her hands clenched tightly in front of her. I'm just glad I'm not going to be the only young person there, Kira said. I can only imagine how embarrassing it would be if it ended up just being me. I'm sure you'd fit in really well, Kira, Midoriya encouraged, giving her a thumbs up. What about your two other friends? Melissa asked. The ones working as waiters? Mineta and Kaminari? Kyoka frowned. Don't worry about them. She waved a hand dismissively. Melissa suddenly frowned, as if a thought had struck her. I have an idea, actually. Everyone looked at her curiously, waiting for an explanation. I know how busy it can get here on island. I have a few spare tickets for your friends if they want to come along to the expo. Really? Midoriya beamed, stepping closer to Melissa. Yeah, it would be no problem at all. So, leaving Bakugou, Kirishima, and Todoroki behind, they all ventured back to Melissa's place, where she grabbed her extra tickets. Kira had forgotten she was carrying her own bag the whole time, the duffel bumping against her thigh as if to remind her of its presence. They eventually reunited with Mineta and Kaminari, finding them completely exhausted, leaning against the doors of the establishment where they worked. Hey, Mineta. Kaminari. Midoriya called out, waving an arm. How did your shift go? You should be proud of the work you've done today, Ida said, shoving the two extra tickets in their faces. What are these? Mineta grumbled. Invitations to the expo tonight, of course. Kira rolled her eyes at the two boys. There's a party? For us. Well, Melissa took pity on you for some reason, Kyoka explained. Achiko stepped forward. She figured you could use a break. Please, we'd love for you to have them. A beautiful angel has rewarded us for all our hard work. They cried out simultaneously, practically in tears as they hugged each other. Melissa blinked at the sight of them, and Kira leaned over to the blonde slightly. I think you made their year. Yeah, you guys get a hold of yourselves. Kyoka raised an eyebrow at the sobbing pair. I heard there will be quite a few pro heroes attending tonight's party as well, Ida interjected before the situation escalated. It's imperative we don't tarnish UA's reputation. We'll change into our formal clothes and go as a group. Everyone meet in Lobby 7 in the Central Tower at 6:30 sharp. Don't you dare be late. I'll contact Todoroki and Bakugou and share this information. That'll be all, you're dismissed. Just like that, Ida zooms away, a gust of wind brushing Kira's hair over her face. She can't help but laugh at the sight of their class president vanishing into the distance. Never slows down, does he? She murmurs. Come on, girls, Momo sighs. We better start getting ready. Okay. Achiko nods quickly. See you later, Deku. She waves at him before hurrying away with the others. Kira shrugs on her bag and strolls with the girls toward the hotel. I take it we're all staying in the same hotel? Yeah, I think all of Class 1A is actually, Kyoka replies. I mean, I know that's where Mina, Toru, and Tsu are staying. Oh, well, maybe we can go see them before we head off to the party. I'm sure they'll want to see our dresses, Achiko suggests. About that. Kyoka starts as they approach the entrance of the hotel. What? Momo stares at her friend. I didn't bring any formal clothes. You're kidding? Achiko blurts. Kyoka's cheeks tinge a light pink in embarrassment. I don't really own anything fancy, you know. So, I just figured I'd sit it out and then go another day with the other girls. Kira approaches the lift and pushes the button. Oh, come on, Kyoka. Even I brought a dress with me. They all pile into the lift. Well, lucky for you, Momo says, pushing the button for their floor. I come prepared. Kyoka looks up at the taller girl, curiosity in her eyes. I happen to have brought more than one dress, she says proudly. You never know. Never know what? Kira laughs. That's so like you, Momo. Achiko chuckles along with her. The lift dings at their arrival, and Kira looks left and right for her door number. Let's all gather in my room, Momo says assertively. Number 16, just down the hall. Okay. Kira nods. Just gotta drop off all my stuff. Kira drifts down the corridor, eyeing each door for her door number 12. She hums as she journeys further into the establishment. It can't really be much further from Momo's room, can it? Kira turns a corner and bumps into a certain blonde. Watch it, you idiot. Bakugou says automatically. She glares up at the boy, noticing Kirishima behind him. Kirishima. Her scowl vanishes almost immediately at the sight of him. You're staying on this floor too? Yeah, he replies, nudging Bakugou to the side. 20-something? 22, you moron, Bakugou mutters. I haven't got all day, let's go. Kirishima grunts in surprise as Bakugou drags him by the arm down the hall. Kira blinks at the pair as Kirishima manages to twist himself around and wave his goodbyes before Bakugou shoves him into one of the rooms. Are they sharing? Or are they just hanging out? How did they even beat her and the girls here anyway? Perhaps they left shortly after them and decided to take the stairs up instead. Kira shrugs to herself, finally coming across her room. With a click, her door swings open, greeting her with a reasonably large space. Of course, the island is prestigious, so the hotel should be luxurious. Kira dumps her bag on the bed, admiring the roses scattered across the bedboard. As she rubs her shoulder, rolling out the knot, she examines the bathroom gleaming white with an assortment of soaps and scents. On one side of the bed is a thin glass with a single white rose inside. Some of the petals have drifted off to surround the glass. On the other side of the bed, a glass dish topped with blue and white sweets catches her eye. She unwraps one and pops it in her mouth as she unpacks her duffel. They had only planned to stay the one night, but Kira packed extra, just in case. Like Momo says, you never know. She throws her pajamas by her pillow, ready for tonight, and packs away her clothes for tomorrow into one of the drawers. She really didn't need all this space just for one night. Kira rummages around her duffel for the heels she crammed at the very bottom. They were short and simple, not too much glitter. Beside the shoes was the dress. Also fairly simple, after all, it's just for the one night. She didn't need to go too crazy. A short green dress that she bought before she had to leave, with a cute bow along the middle band. It was strapless, which unnerved her. She found herself scoffing it's just the one night. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? Kira finished unpacking and carried her dress and shoes to room 19, where she knocked and Momo's muffled voice replied. The girls were all giddy over her dress and shoes as she entered, and she demanded to see theirs too. Of course, Momo had something extravagant. How could she not? It looked as though the dress cost her a fortune, long and silky, with a daring cut along her chest. Achiko's dress is something Kira should have guessed, a light pink, short like Kira's, but puffier. She also decided to add leggings to her outfit. What have you decided for Kyoka? Kira wonders as she forgot to bring her own. Momo reveals a dress pinker than Achiko's, adorned with a dark purple bow across the front and frills down the front. I'm wearing the jacket too, Kyoka insists, showing Kira a short black jacket. I figured as much, Kira chuckles. But we're all gonna look amazing. Yeah, we are. Achiko beams, grabbing her dress and swinging around with it. We only have a few hours before we meet the others, so we had better get started, Momo says, standing up and rummaging through her drawers. Get started? Kyoka frowns at her classmate. We've got loads of time to relax and have fun before then. All we gotta do is get dressed and go. Come on, Kyoka, Kira grins, looking back and forth between her and Momo. You know her better than that. Just as she finishes her sentence, Momo drops a huge bag with different adjoining pockets and compartments inside. Some are filled with various types of makeup, another with jewelry and accessories. Kyoka gets up off the bed quickly, shaking her head and covering her face with her hands. No way. I'm not wearing any of that stuff. Momo proceeds to make silly sounds and advances on her with what looks like a tube of eyeliner. Achiko and Kira are in fits of giggles by the end, watching Momo chase Kyoka around the hotel room with a stick of eyeliner in one hand and a brush in the other. With about 15 minutes left to go, the girls were cutting it close. They hadn't had the chance to visit Mina, Toru, and Tsu before the expo because of all their messing around. Momo helped Kyoka with her makeup, but in the end, they decided to keep it simple. They agreed to visit their friends after the expo, even though it would be quite late by then. Come on, Kira, Achiko urged. We're going to be late. You guys go on without me, Kira shouted from the bathroom. I'll catch up. No way. Achiko replied. We have to all go together. I still have to finish up. Kira argued. Don't worry, I won't be long. Let's get going, Kyoka said. If she said she'll catch up, then she'll catch up. A pause followed, and then Momo spoke up. We'll tell the others you're on the way. Okay, Kira shouted back. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Kira finished applying her makeup and pinned a silver necklace around her neck. Momo had let her borrow it for the night, a simple chain with a small heart charm. It was cute and perfect for her dress. Her hair was styled in a half ponytail, with curls brushing against her bare back, which she knew would be a nuisance throughout the night. Grumbling, Kira left the bathroom and slipped on her heels. Thankfully, they weren't too tall, otherwise, she might have to forfeit the night or go barefoot, which would definitely attract attention. She smoothed down her dress and closed the hotel door behind her. Now, which way was the lift? Left or right? Which way led to her bedroom? Damn it, she murmured under her breath. Looking both ways as if about to cross a street, Kira chose left. She ventured around a corner, her surroundings feeling unfamiliar. This was her first time in the hotel, and she had only just left Momo's room. She had no idea where the lift was from Momo's perspective. How many rooms are in this hotel? Kira sighed in frustration. Akira? Kira spun around to see Kirishima and Bakugou approaching from the hall she had just come from. She had to admit, they both looked really good. It was unusual to see them in formal attire, but in a good way. Even Bakugou? She remarked. Kirishima glanced at the sulking blonde. It took a lot of encouragement, believe me. I even had to help him get dressed at one point. What? Bakugou barked, turning on Kirishima. No, you didn't, you spiky-haired idiot. Kira stifled a chuckle behind her hand as Kirishima waved his arms in a futile attempt to calm their furious classmate. She was genuinely surprised Bakugou had allowed Kirishima to drag him out of the hotel room, let alone help him get ready. Kirishima had picked out outfits that suited them both perfectly. Bakugou wore a red undershirt with a dark blue vest adorned with floral patterns and a black tie. Kirishima had on a dark gray undershirt with a lighter gray blazer and pants, complemented by a dark red tie. Come on, we're going to be late, Kira interjected between the bickering pair. It's this way, Kirishima said, nodding down an adjoining corridor. She nodded and followed behind them as Bakugou shoved his hands back into his pockets. You going to act like this for the rest of the night, Bakubro? Kirishima asked. You have to be nice to the pro heroes. What are you talking about? I'm always nice, you demon moron. Well, Kirishima stammered. Well? Bakugou repeated. What the hell do you mean, well? Kira couldn't help but laugh at the two again. Geez, you're both like an old married couple. Bakugou turned on her instantly. What did you say? I'll kick your butt. His instinctive reaction made her laugh even more as Kirishima tried to quiet him down, hoping not to disturb the others sleeping in their hotel rooms as they walked past. At this rate, they would never get to the expo. As they left the hotel, a chill brushed against Kira's shoulders, and she suddenly envied Kyoka for her jacket. So, which way to the expo? Kirishima rubbed the back of his head. Oh, I don't know, Bakugou replied sarcastically. Maybe the huge building in the middle of the island. Kira eyed her classmate cautiously. He only resorted to sarcasm when he was really irritated. If he didn't want to come to the expo, then why was he even here? Oh yeah. Kirishima laughed to himself, shaking his head. Duh. Bakugou made some unintelligible noises before pushing past Kirishima toward the tower, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. It didn't take them long to reach the tower, but by then Kira's feet were starting to ache. In stupid shoes, she muttered to herself as the large automatic doors opened for them. Which way now? Kirishima wondered. Ida said to meet up at Lobby 7, Kira replied. Come on, shitty hair, Bakugou grumbled in annoyance. Okay. Let's try this way. Kira looked back skeptically before deciding to follow her classmates. The last thing she wanted was to split up from her friends even more. Stairs or straight ahead? Kirishima pointed between the two options. If we go straight, we'll just end up going in circles, you idiot, Bakugou grumbled. Besides, if it's a party, Won't it be on an upper floor? Kira added. Maybe the top? What? So, we just keep going up? Kirishima asked. She shrugged. It's worth a shot. Don't either of you have your phones? Bakugou said. Kira patted her hips suddenly. Damn it, she cursed. My phone is in my purse, which I left on Momo's bed. Of course. I know. I left mine in my room too. You morons, Bakugou said dryly. Where the hell is your phone? Kira frowned at him. I didn't bring it with me to the island. Kira paused, her frown deepening. And why is that? Because I knew that I would have this dumbass following me around everywhere, so I wouldn't even need it, okay? He snapped. Despite his attitude, Kira noticed Kirishima smiling behind him, as if he appreciated that Bakugou relied on him in some way. We better get there quick then, Kirishima said softly. They hurried up the stairs, checking each door as they went, when suddenly one of them slammed shut in Kira's face with a loud thud that made her ears ring. Guess we're not going that way then, she murmured. Maybe it's off limits. Authorized personnel, Kirishima suggests. Maybe. Kira glances at the door one last time before following her classmates up another flight of stairs. Something feels off. She can't shake the uneasy feeling in her gut. Each door is identical, tightly locked. What was happening? Eventually, they come across an open room, no locked door in sight. Kirishima, Bakugou, Kira whispers. I have a bad feeling. Well, we are pretty late for the party now, Kirishima replies. No, it's not that. She shakes her head as they enter the room filled with greenery. Look. Kirishima points to the other side of the room. There's a lift. We can take that straight up to the expo. As they approach the center of the room, the lift suddenly dings, and two security guards step out, one tall and angular, the other shorter and plump. Hey, we see you, the taller one calls out. Stupid kids. Bakugou steps forward, pulling his hands from his pockets. What did you say, UJRK? What are you three doing here? The shorter guard asks. That's what I want to know too, Bakugou scoffs. Hey man. Kirishima blocks Bakugou's way. Just leave this to me. He steps toward the guards, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. We kinda got lost looking for this party. Can you maybe point us in the right direction? The guards exchange glances, and Kira's stomach drops. She knows something isn't right. The taller guard's hand stretches out, fingers splayed. Don't lie to me or you'll regret it, the guard yells, swinging his arm with such force that a gust of wind rushes toward Kirishima. Kirishima, she shouts, reaching for him. Hey, watch out. Bakugou yells. Suddenly, a massive ice wall blocks the wind, and Kira's eyes dart to the shrubbery, spotting Todoroki. Just when Kira thinks the guard has been dealt with, the ice begins to crack. The four of us can keep them busy down here, Todoroki says quickly, creating a tall pillar of ice to lift her classmates high onto a platform. Look for a way to get to the top. What are you doing? Kira hears Midoriya ask. I'll be right behind you after I clean up this mess, he tells them as the ice carries them away. Wait, you guys are here too? Kirishima wonders. What's going on here, Todoroki? Kira questions as the three of them rush over to him. You didn't hear the broadcast alert? He frowns at them. Never mind now. Some villains have taken over the tower. That's what this is about? Bakugou says. That would explain all the locked doors, Kira mumbles. I'll explain more when I can, Todoroki adds as the others finally reach the top walkway. No time now. The three of them face Todoroki's previous ice wall as the villains smash their way through. What's with this guy's quirk? Bakugou sneers, preparing for a fight. Kirishima hardens his arms, and Kira brightens her skin. Stay on your guard, Todoroki warns, ice swirling around his fingertips. Shut up, Bakugou retorts. I know that. So, you want to pick a fight? The shorter villain says, stepping out of the ice. Suddenly, his shirt tears apart, and his skin takes on a purple hue as he transforms into a beast. Then let's see how tough you really are. Todoroki immediately sends up another ice wall, but the beast smashes through it with ease. As the villain is distracted, Bakugou swoops around and attacks from behind. Take this, he yells, an explosion connecting with the back of the villain's neck. Or so he thinks. Through the smoke, Kira notices the villain unscathed by Bakugou's attack, turning to face him. Bakugou should know better than to turn his back on an opponent so suddenly. Kirishima, don't. Kira warns as he rushes toward Bakugou's aid. She races after him, fully aware of his intentions, as the purple beast aims a massive fist at Bakugou. Bakugou, the redhead yells, bumping his friend out of the way and blocking the villain's attack with his hardened arms. Kirishima! Kira screams again, knowing that if that villain strikes him, it could be disastrous. She leaps in front of Kirishima at the last moment, raising her hand to create a light shield around her body. The villain's fist rebounds off the shield, slightly burning his knuckles but sending Kira rocketing back into Kirishima. No villain has been able to connect with Kira through the shield before. These guys are no joke. Kira feels her back collide with Kirishima's chest as they fly backward. She comes to a messy roll somewhere in the establishment, her shoes flying off and her hair coming undone. Winded and with a sore arm, she lies on her side. Kirishima, she manages to croak as she pulls herself to her feet, swaying where she stands. She shakes her head, noticing a huge crease in the wall beside her, dust and smoke everywhere. Coughing, she swats the particles away from her eyes as she staggers to the wall, clutching her side. There, stuck in the wall, Kirishima is pinned in the indent, his face scrunched up in anticipation. Behind her, Bakugou and Todoroki continue to battle the villains while Kira checks to see if Kirishima is badly hurt. Fortunately, he appears unscathed, thanks to his hardening quirk. Perhaps it helped that Kira created a shield to block most of the strike. Who knows what kind of damage the villain's fist could have caused if it had connected with Kirishima's arms. "You good?" she asks quietly, a slight chuckle escaping her lips. Kirishima opens one eye slowly, looking around at his surroundings and then at his arms pinned into the wall. "Oh," is all he says. "Let me help," she says, reaching forward. "Look out." Bakugou's voice calls from behind her. She turns just in time to see a wall of wind rushing toward her. Suddenly, Todoroki is there, wrapping an arm around her waist and flying across the room with her, using his ice to glide swiftly. He drops her beside Bakugou, one villain on either side of them. "You guys know how to fight, don't you?" the taller villain sneers. "Where'd you come from?" the beast questions, his voice distorted. "Right, like we tell a couple of weak villains," Bakugou smirks. "Why would we tell you anything?" Todoroki adds. While her classmates bicker with the villains, Kira stares through the gap between them at Kirishima, still trapped in the wall. He wriggles in an attempt to free himself, but only ends up more out of breath than before. She wants nothing more than to rush over to him and give him a helping hand, but she and her two classmates have to deal with these villains first. Kira looks at the purple beast, which puffs out its chest like an agitated gorilla. She keeps forgetting that there's actually a man beneath all that. He sizes Bakugou up, but her classmate isn't the least bit fazed by the villain. In fact, he seems intrigued by the battle that awaits. Assisting him against the larger villain probably won't help at all. He'll just keep yelling at her, insisting that she's always in the way and that he doesn't need her help. That leaves the skinnier villain, the one facing off against Todoroki. The slender figure claps his webbed hands together and bends over as if preparing to launch an attack. Granted, her quirk matches Bakugou's more than Todoroki's, but in this instance, she has no choice but to help against the taller villain. The villain's webbed hands stretch toward both of them, and Todoroki yells for her to dodge, which she does at the very last second. This webbed hand villain is quick. She and Todoroki split up, each going around the sides of the villain, hoping to confuse him. However, he swings both arms wide, forcing Kira to leap up to avoid the powerful gust of wind that could easily send her flying. Her quirk bursts forth in twin streams of light from her feet, scorching the ground below her. Using the momentum, she soars back down toward the villain, unleashing her quirk in her palms and diving toward him, her fist aimed out in front of her like a superhero. At the same time, Todoroki fires another ice wall, which the villain easily swats away. Kira lets out a cry of effort as she engages in a risky close combat battle with the villain, landing a scorching punch against his cheek. It only pushes him back a few steps, but she seizes the opportunity to blast twin beams of light from her palms. Somehow, the villain blocks the attack, using his webbed hands to shield his face. Still, the light sizzles against his skin, causing him to roar in pain and retaliate. He swings his arms with even more force than before, sending Kira skidding back to a halt on the far side of the building. Gasping, she gets back to her feet, watching Todoroki send another ice wall toward the villain. That was kinda reckless, she admits, her voice wavering slightly. She already feels exhausted, her legs wobbling and her arms trembling. She's barely begun, while Bakugou and Todoroki seem to be fighting without hesitation. A drop of blood drips into her eye, and she realizes the damp patch on her forehead. Her hair has grown crusty from the liquid. When did that happen? Just now? Or when she used her shield? Either way, she can't let this minor inconvenience stop her, so she wipes the blood with the back of her hand, smearing it across her skin but preventing it from dripping into her eye. She readies her quirk, which glows a blinding white up to her shoulders, and charges back into battle, calling out to distract the villain. "You again?" the skinny guy bellows, swinging his large arms around once more. She ducks and dives, sneaking a glance at Todoroki, who is gliding around to ambush the villain from a better position. As her classmate uses his ice to slide out of sight, Kira takes the opportunity to flash her opponent, temporarily blinding him. He lashes out wildly, sending gusts of wind in every direction. Kira backs off, allowing Todoroki to swoop in and send a larger ice wall. However, due to the villain's erratic attacks, he easily dismisses the ice wall, and Kira feels her patience start to wear thin. Bakugou seems to feel the same way as he throws himself backward, giving himself enough room to perform his signature move, the one he executed at the sports festival. "Can't keep messing around forever," he yells, twisting in the air, readying himself for his final attack. "It's time to end this." Bakugou channels his power and momentum until he explodes, unleashing all that energy into one catastrophic finale. Howitzer impact. The beast reverts back to a man as he soars through the air, landing in a heap somewhere in the building. Kira doesn't hear from him after that, so he's either unconscious or incapacitated. Either way, Bakugou has done his job. Bakugou straightens up after landing his move, brushing off any smoke from his sleeves. "You'll pay for that," the skinny villain shrieks, aiming a powerful blast at Bakugou. He barely dodges it, leaning back just in time as the force of the villain's attack tears at his shirt sleeve. The villain stands there, dumbfounded at the shredded bits of fabric in his webbed hand. That's when it clicks for Kira. "That's the sweat from my palms," Bakugou tells the villain calmly, a smug smirk on his lips. "It works like nitroglycerin." Beside her, Todoroki's eyes widen, and he uses his fire side to launch an attack at the skinny villain. The villain doesn't even have time to react before he's blown away by a fierce explosion. Todoroki then easily encases the villain in a cocoon of ice. Without a second thought, now that the villains are dealt with, Kira rushes over to her trapped classmate against the far wall. "Kirishima," she calls, sliding on her knees in front of him. "Are you okay?" "Oh yeah," he replies cheerfully. "But I'm kind of stuck. Can you get me out of here?" "Are you that clueless?" Bakugou retorts before Kira can even move. "Just turn your quirk off, you idiot." "Oh," Kirishima says, canceling his quirk. "Oh right. Guess I should have thought of that." Even though he appears unharmed, Kira helps him out of the crevice and to his feet. "I'm just glad to see you're not injured," Todoroki says. "Yeah, same to you guys." Bakugou starts to walk away, his hands back in his pockets when he hesitates, glancing back at Kira and Kirishima. "Thanks, the both of you, I guess." Kira is surprised to hear gratitude from the hot-headed boy. "Whoa, where'd that come from?" Kirishima exclaims, staring at his friend. "Yeah, did you hit your head or something?" Kira tilts her head at her classmate. "No, you morons," he snaps, turning back to them with irritation. "Let's just get to the other villain already." "It's this way," Todoroki says, leading Kira and the others. "Come on." "Don't order me around," Bakugou retorts, but they all ignore him. "Okay, Todoroki," Kirishima says right beside Kira. "Time to give us some details." Just as he's about to reply, A swarm of what Kira can only assume are robots leaps down from the walls, surrounding them in an instant. Oh, come on. Kira groans, throwing her arms up in frustration. Is this ever gonna end? The tiny red robots are only half her height, but they keep appearing. The walls around them open up like great, ominous mouths, and the robots leap out, landing on their little wheels and careening towards the four of them. Oh, calm down, Bakugou says, his tone dripping with annoyance. These things are nothing. They do seem kind of harmless, Kirishima admits. After those two villains, I feel like this will be a piece of cake. What the hell are you talking about, stupid hair? Bakugou retorts. Those villains were a piece of cake. Whatever you say, man. I guess you're right. Kira sighs as the robots approach, their red lights blinking on top. You never know, Todoroki says, ice particles swirling around his fist. We have to be ready for anything. I know that. Bakugou barks. I don't need to hear it from you, Icy Hot. Kira slowly steps towards the row of robots, their heads swiveling as if analyzing their potential opponents. You know, Kira starts, leaning over slightly, if you look at it this way, they're kind of cute. Suddenly, the robots start to blare an irritating alarm, and their middle sections open up, wires shooting out. Hey, what the hell? Kira frowns at the wires wrapping tightly around her arms. There's so much of it that she can't even see her skin anymore. That doesn't mean she can't use her quirk, though. As more robots launch over the first row, their middle sections opening up, ready to capture her, Kira ignites her quirk around her arms, the light sizzling through the wires. Their defenses are tough. It takes all her energy to burn through. The wires snap back to the robots due to the tension of their hold on Kira, slapping them in their blinking faces. The second row of robots that leapt over the first launches another assault towards Kira, their wiring ready to capture her once again. However, familiar hardened arms snap down on them, cutting them in two. Kirishima, Kira says, relief flooding her. For some reason, she forgot about her classmates. Perhaps it's the adrenaline pumping through her body, her blood rushing through her ears that made her feel alone. An ice wall slices by her side, wiping out a dozen or so robots. To her other side, wires snap towards Bakugou, which he dodges with ease, a grin plastered across his face. Of course, he finds amusement in all this. As a few robots manage to escape the chaos created by her classmates and rear towards her, Kira allows herself some space to attack, throwing herself backward and extending her arms out. Her light travels down her skin, practically shimmering green and then blinding white. Twin beams shoot out from her palms, incinerating the closest two robots. She repeats the motion, firing her light quirk in every direction. They just keep coming, she shouts, even though that's obvious. We need to get out of here. Kirishima's muffled voice replies from somewhere to the left. Over here. Todoroki yells from afar. Kira. Kirishima echoes, his voice growing distant. Kira fires another beam, spinning on her heel towards the sound of their voices. Around her, dozens of crippled robots twitch on the ground, smoke erupting from their gaping cracks. Die! Bakugou's voice calls from somewhere to her right. Kirishima? She manages to say. She doesn't remember when she got so disoriented. Sometime during the battle, she lost her sense of direction, smoke rising from the ground as if she were in the center of an active volcano. Damn it, Bakugou, she mutters through gritted teeth. His quirk may be effective, but the chaos it creates could get her killed one of these days if she's not careful. His explosive quirk causes his opponents to go up in flames, and where there's fire, there's smoke. Kira wafts some smoke from her eyes, squinting in the hazy atmosphere. An idea strikes her, something that should have been obvious from the start, and she brightens her quirk in her arms, using them as a light source to guide her through the smoke. A figure makes itself known, their wobbly silhouette gaining speed as they travel towards her, smoke swirling behind them. She narrows her eyes further, her hands ready for an ambush. Sure enough, another robot has found her, their red light giving them away long before their tiny bodies are noticeable. She aims her arm up when another explosion obliterates it before her eyes, and a very dirty Bakugou steps out from the smoke, a frown set deep on his brows. What? he snaps, and Kira blinks at him, his tie undone and hanging limp around his neck with faint traces of dirt on his cheeks. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, glaring at her still. What the hell's taking you so long? Kira shakes herself back to focus as she races after Bakugou, careful not to lose him in the smoke again. It's his fault she got lost in the smoke anyway. She wants to retaliate but chooses to hold her tongue, an endless amount of insults crowding her brain. After all, there are much more important matters to attend to right now, like escaping these persistent robots. Let's go. Todoroki nods once he notices Kira step out of the smoke behind Bakugou. Shut up, Bakugou continues to mutter his retorts whenever he can. Besides him being a bully, Kira can't help but think that Bakugou may still be a little sour about his battle against Todoroki at the sports festival. After all, he apparently didn't win the way he intended to. Kira always wondered if that was the same with her fight against Bakugou. She lost in her way because of her own faults, not because Bakugou beat her. She finds herself shrugging, perhaps it's because it wasn't for the #1 spot. Todoroki blasts an ice wall at a nearby locked door, the sharp shards smashing straight through the barrier. This leads them straight to another stairway, and Kira heaves in a mouthful of air before allowing her legs to carry her up the flights. She would love to use her quirk right now, but she needs to conserve every ounce of energy she can. Those robots are a lot tougher than they look. Kirishima sticks beside Kira while Bakugou and Todoroki lead the way, the sirens of the robots right on their heels. One of the robots seems to have a burst of confidence, if that were even possible, bouncing off the head of another and rebounding off one of the walls, lunging straight for them. Kirishima swings his hardened arm back, effortlessly slicing through the robot. Kira admires the strength of his quirk. Although he often downplays its appearance, she finds it impressive. Todoroki and Bakugou stop at a clearing where the hallway splits into two. We should split up, Todoroki suggests. Don't you watch movies? Kira pants, holding her chest. That's not a good idea. We're stronger together. I agree, Kirishima nods. Let's just pick a side and wait. Bakugou. While they discuss, Bakugou has already chosen a direction, using his quirk to propel himself down the left corridor. I'm not wasting any more time, he yells from ahead, his voice nearly drowned out by the sound of his explosions. There's gotta be a leader, and I'm gonna find him. Then what? Kirishima shouts, sprinting to catch up. What do you mean, then what? Bakugou glances back at his classmates, who struggle to keep pace. I'm gonna take him down. We need to find and catch up with Midoriya and the others. Kira tells Bakugou. Where are they going, Todoroki? The 200th floor. What's up there? Kirishima wonders. The security controls, he replies coolly. All the pro-heroes have been taken hostage by the villains. Even All Might. All Might? Kira repeats, frowning at Todoroki. Then why are we even worrying? Can't he just break free and take care of the villains before they even know what's happening? Todoroki shakes his head. The restraints are strong enough to hold him. Are you serious? Kirishima asks, but Todoroki's expression says it all. Okay, so we need to get up there. Kira nods as the robots continue to pursue them. But we won't get anywhere with these robots on our tails. You're right. Todoroki spins around, using his ice to quickly face the robots. Kira and Kirishima come to a halt as they watch Todoroki raise his right arm, creating a massive ice blockade that spans the entire hallway. The robots crash into it, but the ice remains unbroken. Frost spreads across Todoroki's cheek, and his breath is visibly cold. That should hold them for a while, he informs them. Nice job, man. Kirishima exclaims, a grin spreading across his face. We still need to catch up with the others, Kira says. They could be in trouble right now. We also need to catch up with Bakugou. Kirishima points behind him, noticing the corridor is empty. Kira groans in annoyance at their reckless classmate and starts to chase after him, with Todoroki and Kirishima beside her. They follow the trail of explosive debris to find Bakugou. It's easy to determine which path he took based on the destruction left behind, as he doesn't seem to care about being stealthy. Look. Kira points to another opening. Why are these doors open? Todoroki wonders, his voice low as if he's thinking out loud. There are no more destroyed doors, Kirishima observes. Yeah, Kira agrees. Bakugou must have gone through here. They race through the open door, discovering another one left ajar. Why are the villains leaving a path for us now? Kira frowns as they pass through, scanning for any signs of an ambush. Do you think they're leading us somewhere? Kirishima asks. It's possible, she replies, offering a semi-reassuring smile. We just have to hope that Midoriya and the others came this way too. The three of them race up the stairs when Kirishima suddenly raises a hand, signaling for silence. They freeze, one foot on the step in front of them, listening. Kira hears the muffled explosions of Bakugou's quirk echoing up the stairs. Die! His voice booms down to them, followed by another explosive sound. That's Bakugou all right. Kirishima grins, pride evident in his voice. Is he telling another door to die? Todoroki mutters, and Kira frowns at him before shaking her head. Come on. She urges, continuing her pace up the steps. We need to catch up to him. When they reach the top, Kira doubles over, fighting the urge to be sick, her chest heaving and legs trembling. What floor are we on? She gasps. Kirishima falters, glancing around. 130th. She groans, finally straightening when she catches her breath. Is that all? Through here. Todoroki guides them through the next open door. Inside, Kira finds herself in a lab, with a green pillar in the center and walkways meeting in the middle. It seems we're still on the right track, Todoroki points out, crouching to examine something. Kira kneels beside him, noticing several of Mineta's purple balls stuck to the ground, holding a bunch of robots together. At least he's good for something, Kira mutters distastefully, getting back to her feet. As she checks out the other robots, she spots a large blanket hanging over the railing of one of the walkways. She runs over to it, feeling the insulated material. Kaminari and Momo? Kira wonders, rubbing the blanket between her fingers. Bakugou must have come this way too, Kirishima states. Hopefully. He probably didn't waste any time looking for clues though, he jokes. So we should keep going. Yeah, but which way now? Kira glances around at her surroundings, her voice echoing in the spacious room. We just need to keep heading up, Todoroki tells her. Kira looks up at the ceiling, wondering how thick the concrete is. Would Kirishima's quirk be strong enough to break through? Or hers or Todoroki's? Before she can voice her thoughts, Todoroki creates an ice pillar, lifting the three of them to the top of the room. We're taking too long following Bakugou, he says, ice covering his suit. We should head straight up. I got this. Kirishima hardens his arms, aiming a punch straight up at the ceiling. It begins to crack from his attack, fissures spreading across the concrete. Kira assists him, directing her hottest light beams at the weakest points he created, her heat burning through. As the ceiling starts to crumble, both she and Todoroki instinctively create protective barriers, Kira forming a light shield that arcs over them while Todoroki raises a thick wall of ice, shielding them completely. Kira and Todoroki exchange a glance as the ceiling collapses around their defenses. When it was silent, Kira gradually canceled her quirk, causing Todoroki's ice to melt away and reveal a gaping hole in the ceiling. The three of them stared up at the next floor, gazing at the ceiling far above, when Kirishima spoke up, rubbing his head. So, how many more times do we have to do this? Kira, Kirishima, and Todoroki pushed their way further up. Kirishima cracked the next ceiling, and Kira finished it off. Just as Kirishima was about to leap through the hole, she gripped the back of his jacket, placing a finger to her lips. The unmistakable blaring of the robot's sirens filled the air, growing louder. They must have heard the ceiling caving in. Get back! Kira whispered urgently, and the three of them leaped off Todoroki's ice tower, using their quirks to cushion their fall. We need to find another way up there. Yeah, Todoroki agreed, brushing ice off his shirt sleeve. We can't charge head-on into those robots. The higher we go, the stronger their defenses will be. Agreed. Kira nodded before pointing to a door across the room. Let's take this door and look for some stairs. Without further discussion, Kira blasted the door open with her twin beams, creating a small hole in the middle of the closed door. They stepped through, scanning the hall for the stairs. "I'll go this way," Todoroki said, racing off to the right. "Todoroki." "There's no time," he interrupted, ice swirling around his hand. Kira grumbled to herself before taking off to the left with Kirishima by her side. Why do people always run off on their own? "I'm sure we'll catch up with him soon," Kirishima reassured her. "That's if he doesn't get cornered by a bunch of those robots," she argued, turning a corner. "He just said their defenses will be tougher as we go higher. Todoroki can handle himself. I just want to hurry up and find the others," she mumbled. Kira and Kirishima finally found a section of stairs, but there was no sign that Todoroki had come this way. "Should we wait for him?" Kirishima wondered. She glanced at her classmate as he looked back down the corridor. Like he said, there's no time. They took the stairs two at a time to the next floor, listening intently for the sound of the robots or their annoying sirens. It was quiet. That unnerved her. She had heard them not too long ago. Kira approached the door and peeked around, noticing some of her classmates bound by the robots' wires in the middle of the room. Kira was about to call out to them, to let them know they had come to save them, when Kirishima's hand covered her mouth, silencing her. She frowned back at him, noticing the sincerity in his eyes. Kira nodded slowly, and Kirishima lowered his hand. "It has to be a trap," he said bluntly. Kira stared at her classmates tied together in a circle. "I know that," she said mostly to herself. "Of course I know that. What's the plan?" Kirishima asked, hardening his arms in preparation. Kira hummed to herself as she examined the room. No sign of the robots, though she was certain she had heard a couple dozen of them, at least. "I don't see where they could be hiding," she muttered. "I can't even hear them. How can these robots be planning an ambush like this? It's frustrating." Suddenly, a faint click echoed around the large room, metallic sounding, like a grate opening or a metal pipe groaning. "You've got to be kidding me," Kira said, staring at the other side of the room. "What?" "Look there," Kira said, stepping back to let Kirishima see the room for himself. "In the far back corner." Kirishima chuckled loudly, and Kira had to shush him, despite finding the scene particularly amusing herself. She took another peek, watching as Todoroki clambered out of a vent, using his ice to stick to the side of the wall. Kira covered her mouth, bewildered that her classmate had chosen to climb through that tiny vent to get to the next floor. How did he even fit in there? Kira snorted. "Oh wait, he's waving. He's actually waving now." Kira returned the gesture with a single wave. "Yeah, we see you, Todoroki. What now?" "Hold on." Kira narrowed her eyes at Todoroki, frowning as he offered more hand gestures. First, he pointed to her classmates tied up in the middle, then he seemed to be miming pulling a rope with his hands. Her frown deepened as she shook her head slowly, not understanding what he was trying to convey. When he realized his message wasn't getting through, he pointed two fingers at his eyes and then aimed them somewhere behind one of the servers. "I think he's found where the robots are," she told Kirishima. "Good, then let's go take them out." He punched his knuckles together. "Wait." She placed the back of her hand on his chest, stopping him. "I'm following Todoroki's lead on this one. The robots will be expecting us to come through this door, which is why they're hiding." Kira nodded at Todoroki, signaling her and Kirishima's eagerness to save their classmates. He inched around on the wall, his ice crackling loudly with every step he took. It must have been daunting to walk sideways for so long. Kira was impressed. If Todoroki gets this right, he should be able to take care of the robots in one move, Kira said, waiting for the telltale crackle of Todoroki's icy quirk. Two of her classmates spotted Todoroki getting into position. A huge ice wall erupted, dangerous spikes aimed toward the ceiling, narrowly missing the servers scattered around. "Todoroki?" Momo called out, twisting in her restraints. "There's more." She had managed to utter her warning just a second too late after Todoroki's attack. "Damn it!" Kira cursed, running out from cover as a barrage of robots made themselves known, blaring loudly. They all aimed straight for Todoroki, their middle sections opening and their restraints lashing out. He dodged them with ease, using his ice quirk to loop over them and scale the walls. Kira made a beeline for the students. She needed the extra hands to fight. Kirishima! Cover me, she hollered. Kira approached the closest person, burning through Ida's binds before moving on to the next, a very confused Kaminari. What happened to you? She frowned, sizzling the restraints. He wasted his quirk on the first group of robots we encountered, Kyoka informed her, tilting her head as Kaminari gave Kira a thumbs up. She released the others, and they all staggered on the spot, their quirks spent. They really look like they've been through a lot. Not any less than what Kira, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugou have experienced, she can only assume. We need to finish off these things. Kira yells, turning her back to her classmates as Todoroki glides smoothly around the room, skillfully avoiding the restraints. Where's Midoriya? Kirishima questions. He went ahead. Momo replies, releasing some small explosions from her hands. He took Melissa and Achiko with him. Where's Bakugou? Kyoka wonders, scanning the area. Wasn't he with you guys? The idiot went ahead too, Kira says. He wanted to find the leader behind all this. He's just going to get himself in trouble, Momo adds, sweat trickling down her face. Probably. Kira shrugs. There's nothing we can do about it now. First, we have to get rid of these robots. Todoroki aims an ice wall at a group of robots clustered together, trapping them inside. The others come for Kira, and she unleashes her light, taking them out one by one. But like before, they keep coming. You guys have to go, Kyoka insists, sending a loud sound wave at the robots. But we just found you, Kira replies, gritting her teeth against her exhaustion. You saved us, but Jiro's right. Midoriya and the other pro-heroes at the gala need your help more than we do, Ida adds. Kirishima leaps back from an incoming robot, landing beside Kira. I think they're right. Like hell they are, she snaps. I'm not leaving anyone behind. You don't have a choice. Kyoka barks back. Get out of here already. Damn it. Kira fires a few more rounds into the crowd of robots as Kirishima pulls her away. Todoroki swoops down, riding a wave of ice, launching shards at a few more robots along the way. Akira! Kyoka yells over the noise of the robots, her earphone jack pressed into the concrete. Bakugou's only a few floors up, just behind Midoriya. Kira nods at her classmate, but before they can react, they're surrounded by robots, their restraints lashing out to capture them again. Just before the restraints can wrap around her friends, Kira is pulled down the corridor and out of sight by none other than Kirishima. I'm going to find whoever's in charge of this, Kira says darkly, glancing at Kirishima's hand on her wrist as they continue down the hallway. Kirishima looks back at Kira uncertainly before finally letting go so she can run on her own. They rush up several flights of stairs, and this time Kira doesn't even feel the strain. She keeps pace, bursting through another set of doors, revealing a wind power generation system, as Achiko sends Midoriya into the air with Melissa's arms around him. Achiko, she calls out, and her classmate turns to her, relief flooding her features. However, another door opens across the room, more robots spilling out, lights flashing. Kira's relieved smile vanishes at the sight of the new wave of robots, and she instinctively charges forward, her quirk illuminating her arms. You're really pushing my buttons now, she shouts, leaping into the air and unleashing a powerful double light beam at the crowd. Kirishima and Todoroki stay beside Achiko as Kira wipes out the wave of robots, her light shimmering beneath her skin. Kira checks the collapsed robots before turning back to the others. Where are you sending them? They all look up at Midoriya and Melissa ascending with Achiko's help. An emergency exit up there, Achiko points, and Kira shields her eyes with her arms, even though there's no sun to worry about. They're going to reach the security system from up there. And how long is that going to take? Kira asks. Achiko looks back at Kira, ready to answer, when she suddenly calls out a warning as another set of doors opens, revealing more robots. Kira barely has time to turn around as four of them leap for her, their lights glaring like malicious eyes. Suddenly, Bakugou appears from the side, blasting the incoming robots with such force that they fly across the room before collapsing in a smoking heap. Bakugou! Kirishima calls out from behind Kira. Kira can't help but smile at the sight of her classmate's sudden reappearance, but it fades instantly when she remembers that he left them in the first place. "Where have you been?" she bellows, aiming a beam at another robot. "We could have used your help when the robots captured our friends." "Your friends?" he retorts, propelling himself toward a dozen more robots. "If they got caught, that's their own fault. They must not be strong enough for this." Kira grits her teeth, using her quirk to propel herself to his level. "You selfish JRK," she exclaims. "Did you even find the villain behind all this?" "If I did, I wouldn't be here, would I?" he responds, exploding another robot with a powerful blast that singes her hair. "Oh no!" Achiko cries out as a gust of wind pushes Midoriya and Melissa away from the exit. They're being blown away. "Bakugou!" Todoroki shouts, blasting a few robots. "Aim the propeller at Midoriya. Quick! I told you not to give me orders." Bakugou roars but still aims an explosion at the propeller. Todoroki doesn't hesitate despite his reluctance at the sports festival. He uses his left side to create a wave of fire at the propeller, the hot wind pushing Midoriya and Melissa back on track toward the control room. "That did it!" Achiko exclaims, her hands ready to cancel her quirk. As Todoroki focuses on Midoriya and Melissa, Kira decides to assist him, lunging to protect him from incoming robots. As one robot after another tries to stop Todoroki, she fires a powerful beam of light, rendering them useless in seconds. Behind her, Kira hears a huge explosion and glances over her shoulder just in time to see Midoriya and Melissa disappearing through a hole in the wall. "They're in." Achiko presses her fingertips together. "Release." "Good job," Todoroki praises, lowering his now empty arm. "Now we can all take care of these things." He turns sharply, facing the remaining robots with a fierce glare. "Who died and made you the leader?" Bakugou bellows as he flips over a few more robots. "Oh, come on," Kirishima says, slicing through robots left and right. "We're a good team. Dream on. Let's just get rid of them and then go help Midoriya and Melissa," Kira yells amidst the chaos. "There's probably a whole bunch of villains in the control room. Watch out." Bakugou shouts from the air, unleashing a series of explosions at the robots. Another set of double doors swings open, and more robots roll down the ramp or leap into the air after them. Kira activates her quirk, warming her arms and shoulders, while her legs and feet prepare to dodge any incoming projectiles. The robots swarm around the five of them, their lights flashing and sirens blaring. But they refuse to give up. Chapter end. By the time they had dealt with the robots, Kira was completely out of breath. Everyone was. She squinted up at the hole in the wall high above, where Achiko had sent Midoriya and Melissa to continue their mission. Kira raised a tired arm toward the hole. "Do you think you have enough energy to get us all up there?" When she received no response, Kira looked back down, searching for Achiko, only to find her behind a tower of defeated robots, recovering from her earlier struggle. Kira's expression mixed disgust with sympathy for her tired friend. "I'll take that as a no then," she mumbled, gazing back up at the wall that felt impossibly far away. Kira sighed, glancing at the now still fan that Todoroki had used to blast Midoriya and Melissa back on track after a fierce gust of wind had threatened to blow them off course. Even if Achiko had the strength to get them all up there, Todoroki would need to stay behind to reignite the fan and direct them toward the hole. "Looks like it's the stairs," Kirishima said, tracking Kira's gaze with his hands on his hips. Kira nodded, too exhausted to respond. "We haven't got all day, you guys?" Bakugou shouted suddenly, his shirt damp with sweat. "Hold up, Bakugou," Kirishima countered, stepping in front of him. "We need to figure this out together." "No way," Bakugou scoffed, sidestepping Kirishima. "If you want to stick around and talk, go ahead. I'm finding a way up there." Kira rushed over to Achiko as she slowly regained her composure. "You good now?" Kira asked, ignoring the lingering smell. "Yeah," Achiko sniffed. "Sorry." Kira shook her head. "Don't apologize. You did great." "Yeah, I guess so," Achiko muttered, her head bobbing slightly. Kira chuckled softly, helping Achiko straighten up. "Oh yeah? Well, I know so." She leaned back to look at her friend. You might not have the most combative quirk, but you're incredibly strong. Achiko gave her a sheepish grin, wiping her nose on the back of her hand as Kira pulled her into a comforting embrace. Kira turned her attention back to the others as Bakugou and Kirishima continued to argue. We need to get going, Kira said quietly to Achiko. Are you okay to move? Midoriya and Melissa need our help. Achiko nodded firmly, gathering her strength to keep going. Move out of my way, Kirishima, before I make you. Bakugou yelled, his expression twisted in frustration at his stubborn classmate. Todoroki stood quietly, waiting for Kira to join up with Achiko, observing the argument unfold. Kira frowned at Bakugou, surprised he hadn't already knocked Kirishima aside for being a nuisance. Perhaps he was more worn out than he let on, conserving his energy. Or maybe he didn't want to hurt Kirishima, despite his constant threats. I hate to agree with him, but he's right, Kira said, moving closer with Achiko's arm draped over her. Of course I am. Bakugou huffed. We need to find a way up and fast, Kira added. Some stairs, a lift, anything. You really think that Deku can do everything on his own? Bakugou shot back, directing his words at Kirishima. That nerd doesn't stand a chance. Bakugou then pushed past Kirishima and headed out the door they had just broken through. Kirishima shook his head, his determination unwavering, as he rushed after Bakugou. Hey, Todoroki, Kira called to her quiet classmate, who seemed lost in thought. Mind giving me a hand here? He nodded simply, moving to support Achiko from the other side, her arm hanging over his neck. Together, they pulled Achiko along out the door, following Bakugou and Kirishima, who could be heard arguing further down the hall. You good, Todoroki? Kira asked curiously. You were pretty quiet back there. I'm fine, he replied bluntly. Kira narrowed her eyes at him but chose not to press the issue. She was only slightly aware of his family struggles, particularly with pro-hero endeavor. Kira suspected that in Todoroki's eyes, using his fire side was a weakness, a loss of some sort, and a victory for his father. She turned her focus back to the hallway, hoping not to lose sight of her other two classmates. She had heard rumors about the Todoroki family, but whether they were true or not, she wasn't sure she wanted to know. I know where I'm going, you guys. Bakugou's voice echoed back to them. Kira glanced back at Todoroki, trying to see him past Achiko. Did you see any way up before? She wondered. When you took the vent? No, he replied quietly. Kira hummed in response, looking down at her shoes briefly before returning her gaze to Todoroki. If you want to talk or anything. She started, and she thought she saw a flicker of surprise in Todoroki's eyes before he resumed his usual demeanor. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips as he turned to Kira. Thanks. Kira smiled back, about to respond when Kirishima called for them to catch up. Once Kira, Todoroki, and Achiko caught up, Kirishima pointed to a door leading outside. I don't see any stairs, Kirishima said. Maybe there's a way out this way. To where? Kira frowned at him. To our doom. Todoroki leaned toward the window. There's a balcony. Perfect, Bakugou grumbled before blasting the double doors open. Kira muttered an insult under her breath at Bakugou's actions before guiding Achiko over to the large opening in the side of the building. She wasn't even sure which floor they were on anymore, but they were certainly high up. The wind from this height bit at Kira's exposed skin, threatening to sway her off balance. Kira gestured for Todoroki to help prop Achiko against the wall for now, and he followed her lead. Carefully, Kira stepped out onto the balcony, pushing away the urge to look down. Based on the luxurious view, Kira could tell they were miles above solid ground. She looked around the side of the building, the glassy exterior reflecting the moonlight. Kira brushed some hair from her face as the wind threatened to whisk her away. I don't see she faltered, spotting a rickety ladder surrounded by an unstable support system. A ladder? Kirishima joined her on the balcony, and Kira pointed it out for him. Out of my way then, extras, Bakugou said as he stepped in front of Kira and Kirishima to get a better look. I can make that easy. I know you can, Kira replied, but Achiko can't. Not my problem, he shrugged. Leave her. Leave he Bakugou. What? He snapped. Round face is a weakling anyway. Kira fumed, her nails digging into her palms. Bakugou, seemingly bored with the conversation, prepared to take flight toward the ladder. Wait! Kira grabbed the back of his shirt before he could leave the balcony. The ladder looks unstable. You can't just jump onto it. Don't tell me what to do, he retorted. I can do whatever I want. Seriously, Bakugou. She stamped her foot in frustration. Open your eyes and look. He didn't need to look. Every time a gust of wind blew, the metal rattled against the glass, wobbling in its casing and echoing in the evening air. Bakugou launched himself away, a burst of explosive energy propelling him toward the ladder. Stupid idiot, Kira mumbled, leaning over the balcony and gripping the railing for a better view. With her main concern being Bakugou, Kira momentarily forgot her fear. If he were to fall from this height, what would happen? He should have at least waited for Achiko to recover enough to help him rather than risk his life out of impatience. The ladder wobbled fiercely with every anxious gust of wind, and every time Bakugou paused, even for a second, to wait for the ladder to stop creaking. Kira decided she couldn't watch anymore, so she rushed back into the building, leaving Kirishima to watch nervously. Achiko. Kira placed a hand on her friend's shoulder. Achiko, open your eyes. Kira shook her slightly, and Achiko stirred, grumbling softly. Another gust rattled the window panes, and Kira stole a glance through the frame, hoping to spot Bakugou. All she saw was her own panicked expression. Achiko, we need your help. Wake up. Kira shook her again. Todoroki. Her classmate helped pull Achiko to her feet. Perhaps the breeze will help. Together, they guided Achiko onto the balcony, her feet dragging slightly. The wind picked up, causing Achiko to gasp as it brushed her hair away from her face and dried the sweat on her forehead. You see? Kira raised her voice over the wind, pointing to Bakugou, who was about halfway up the ladder. Our classmate is going to get himself hurt. Achiko, finding some strength, frowned up at the building until her eyes landed on Bakugou still scaling the ladder. She nodded, keeping quiet to conserve her energy. She then tapped Kira, Kirishima, Todoroki, and then herself, and they all slowly made their way up the side of the building. Now they just had to ensure that the fierce wind didn't blow them off course. Kira tapped her fingers on the glass beside her as they ascended, while Achiko covered her mouth with both hands, struggling to contain her nausea. Bakugou! Kirishima called out, but the wind snatched his voice away. Bakugou was about 3/4 up the ladder, the metal cage brushing against his back with every step he took. Kirishima tried to call him again, but with no luck. Slowly, they continued their ascent, moving quicker than Bakugou, who hesitated every time another gust rattled the metal. Bakugou! Kira shouted this time, and he turned his head toward the sound. He didn't say anything but stared at his floating classmates with annoyance and perhaps a hint of embarrassment. After all, he only had to wait a little longer. Kira felt herself slowing down and looked back at Achiko, who appeared incredibly pale and was trembling. Even with the wind blowing their clothes, Kira could see it. Kira's eyes widened as Achiko shook her head, confirming Kira's fears. Her body jerked slightly in midair, as if someone were tugging on a cord keeping them suspended. Guys? Kirishima's voice reached her, but because of her angle in flight, she couldn't see him. Did anyone else feel that, or just me? It's Achiko, Todoroki spoke up, his quiet voice barely audible. She's not going to make it. Kira gulped at the seriousness of his words and looked down, a wave of unease settling in her stomach. She covered her mouth with her hand, as if that would stop her from feeling sick. They were way too high up for her to handle right now. What a reckless plan she had in mind. Could she even call it a plan? She had decided to use Achiko to reach the ladder, knowing her condition was weak. What a foolish choice. And now she might pay the price for it. As if things couldn't get worse, a strong gust of wind threw Kira around, and her fingers slipped from the glass beside her. Suddenly, she was spinning, her stomach doing flips as she hovered in the open air away from the building. Kira cursed, wishing she were back on solid ground. Then she heard a voice. Hey! She hadn't realized her eyes were clenched shut in fear until she felt a rough grip on her wrist. "Open your eyes, you idiot." She did. Bakugou was leaning dangerously out of the safety cage, gripping her wrist to stop her from spinning, his other hand barely securing his hold on the ladder. Kira's eyes widened, and she grabbed Achiko beside her before she could vanish into the evening sky. "Grab onto each other? You stupid," she heard Bakugou mutter beside her, strain evident in his tone. "Got it. Done." Kira nodded slightly, breathing heavily in relief. "Hurry up already," Bakugou said as he tugged Kira closer to the ladder so she could grip it herself. She clung to the outer cage, wrapping her legs around it, and heaved Achiko toward her until she drifted onto the ladder below. Slowly and carefully, they all latched onto the cage one by one and then slipped into the safety of the ladder itself. "That's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen," Bakugou told her once she was secure in the ladder. Because of her positioning, she ended up beside him, their faces just inches apart as they huddled on the fragile ladder. She waits for him to continue climbing and take the lead, trembling slightly from her previous close encounter with danger. "I don't know," she shrugs. "I've seen dumber." It could have easily been intended as a joke, but Kira didn't make it sound that way, nor did she want it to. He narrows his eyes at her but doesn't make a show of moving up the ladder. "You better shut up before I make me." Kira interrupts with a scoff. "You're all talk, Bakugou. If you wanted to be rid of me so badly, then why did you save me just then?" Bakugou narrows his eyes further, and Kira awaits another sharp reply. There were times when Kira had feared for her safety in Bakugou's presence, especially if she had done something reckless in the past. "This is all your fault anyway," she continues when he doesn't reply. She then nods up the ladder. "You going to keep going, or shall I take the lead?" Bakugou mutters some more under his breath before continuing up the ladder. Kira glares at him as he ascends before turning back to Achiko. "You okay to keep going?" "I'm good," Achiko squeaks out. "Kirishima?" Kira calls out. She can practically feel his affirming nod from up there. "I got her. Let's get to Midoriya. We've wasted enough time already." "You don't have to tell me twice," Kira mumbles as she follows Bakugou up the ladder. Kira pulled herself to the top, followed closely by Achiko, Kirishima, and then Todoroki. Kira helped her classmates up before surveying her surroundings. "Oh," is all she says when she finds herself facing a horde of menacing red robots. "Seriously?" Kirishima exclaims, dismayed. "You've got to be kidding me." Kira warms up her quirk along her forearms, but before any of the robots can attack, their red lights turn blue, and they resume a neutral stance, their blinking lights whirling around as if assessing their surroundings. "Huh." Bakugou steps forward hesitantly. "What the hell happened?" "I don't know," Kira replies, eyeing the robots suspiciously. "Maybe Midoriya and Melissa got to the security controls." "That must be it," Kirishima adds. "Guys," Todoroki interjects, pointing at something. Kira follows his outstretched hand to a far wall, where wiring starts to wriggle free as if being controlled, before flying up to the top of the building. "What the hell is that?" Kira wonders, frowning as more wiring peels away from a part of the tower like dried paint. The students stare in bewilderment as larger pieces of metal flake off the building and soar up to the roof. Unfortunately, the ladder only led them to a lower portion of the roof. A wider section opens up above them, resembling a mushroom. Kira points to it, urging her classmates toward what appears to be a lift from this distance. Kirishima slams the button, and they anxiously watch the blinking light travel up from a different floor to them. It dings on arrival, and they all clamber in before Bakugou presses the button for the upper floor with such force that Kira worries the button might break. The lift rumbles as Kira assumes more metal is disappearing from around them and traveling to the rooftop. "What do you think's going on?" Kira wonders aloud. "It's gotta be the final boss," Bakugou replies confidently. "Final boss, huh? I'm gonna take him down." Kira finds herself laughing at that, and Bakugou snaps his eyes to her, as if she might be mocking his determination. "I know you don't want it, but we're going to help too," Kira tells him. "Demonstrate," Kirishima agrees. "I don't think you'll be able to take on the final boss alone," Todoroki says nonchalantly, and Bakugou turns to him. What did you just say, icy hot? Before the argument can escalate, thankfully, the lift comes to a stop, but it's not the rooftop. Kyoka? Kira exclaims. Her classmate calls out from somewhere down the hall, and Kira leans forward to peek out, only to be bombarded by Ida, Kaminari, Momo, and Mineta. They all squeeze into the lift together, and Bakugou starts hammering the button for the top floor. Why the hell did it stop here? He rants. I don't care about you guys. I'm only here for the final boss. Kira sighs, rolling her eyes while Momo and Kyoka hug Achiko tightly. Careful, Kira warns. She overused her quirk today. Achiko puts a hand on her shoulder. I'm fine now, Kira. Really? If you say so, she mumbles, crossing her arms. She lightly taps her index finger against her elbow as she watches the lights above blink while they journey higher. Kira doesn't consider herself a patient person, so waiting for the lift to reach its destination, crammed in with her classmates while Midoriya and Melissa could be in danger, is starting to irritate her. After all what they just witnessed outside, with the metal peeling off the sides of the building, surely isn't a good sign. Kira tears her eyes away from the blinking lights, narrowing her gaze when she notices Mineta ogling Momo. Her lips curl in disgust and anger, and her impatience causes her to knee him lightly in the back of the head. The smaller boy turns to her, rubbing the spot she just bumped. She glares down at him, arms crossed, fighting the urge to push him out of the moving lift. Just when she's nearly caved to her frustrations, the lift arrives at the roof, signaling its arrival with a loud ding. All might. Kira hears Midoriya's urgent cry. She and the others rush out of the lift, and Kira takes a moment to gather her senses. Towering above them is a man, perhaps the boss Bakugou has been referring to, surrounded by mountains of metal. He uses it as a shield against All Might, who appears to be struggling against the villain's strength. How is it that this enemy is so powerful? While Kira is distracted by the formidable villain before them, Todoroki prevents an onslaught of jagged metal weapons from reaching All Might. His ice encased the metal, freezing it in place, suspended in the air above the bewildered students. Go to hell! Bakugou didn't take a moment to admire the villain like Kira did. Instead, he launched himself skyward to gain a better angle, firing his explosions at the incoming spikes of metal. However, he seemed to be struggling, clutching his wrist in pain. They had all pushed themselves beyond their limits to uncover why these villains had crashed the party. But seeing Bakugou now, cradling his arm as if in pain, made Kira wonder just how far he had pushed himself, even more than Achiko, who was trying to suppress her nausea. After all, Bakugou never seemed to tire, so witnessing him in distress was a stark reminder of their situation. How can you let yourself get beaten by such a lame final boss? Bakugou yelled over the rumbling of the tower. Hurry and take him down. All Might felt a surge of adrenaline at Bakugou's encouraging voice, which even inspired Kira to move her frozen legs, as if she had stepped into Todoroki's ice. We'll do what we can from here, Kira said, her voice wavering slightly, but her legs were steady. Come on, Akira, Ida. Kirishima stepped past her. Let's go knock those hunks of metal out of the sky. Kira followed his lead, nodding even though she was now behind him. He was clearly trusting her to follow, and she would. Momo! Kira placed a hand on her classmate's shoulder, and she tensed at the touch. Do you think you can handle things from here? Kira gestured toward the weakened Achiko and Kaminari. They should recover shortly, but for now, they were both liabilities. Even Mineta could probably do more damage than they could at this moment. Kyoka approached from the other side of Momo, a determined frown on her face. Don't worry, Akira. We've got this. Good, Kira replied, nodding once before leaping into the air beside Kirishima and Ida. Together, they smashed any incoming metal boulders, obliterating them into tiny pieces that rained down on their classmates. Kirishima punched and Ida kicked, while Kira unleashed her hottest twin beams of light at another spike of metal coming her way. She roared in frustration and exhaustion as she destroyed one after another. Meanwhile, Bakugou darted above her, using his quirk to zip from one spot in the air to another. Kira was amazed he had managed to stay airborne for so long, despite how tired he must be. Though Bakugou would never admit to exhaustion, it reminded her of the entrance exam when he stayed in the air long enough to battle the zero-pointer. From below, Todoroki effortlessly dealt with the projectiles. Aimed at him, freezing them as if swatting flies. It was clear to her who the stronger students were, though she hated to categorize her classmates like that. After all, they all had their own strengths and weaknesses. Ida and Kirishima shouted encouraging comments to each other as they tackled each obstacle, and Kira smiled at their camaraderie. She felt fortunate to have been among the few selected from the hundreds who had competed in the entrance exam to be placed in Class 1A. Without it, she would never have met her friends, Momo, Achiko, Todoroki, Kaminari, Midoriya, and even Bakugou. There were also those who couldn't be here today, like Shiro, Tokoyami, Mina, Tsu, Aoyama, and Sato. Perhaps she would have eventually met them once they all became pro-heroes. Kira shook her head, her loose hair flicking across her face. Why think these thoughts now? It was a distraction, robbing her of focus on the present. She smashed another metal block as it soared toward her when a flash of red and blue caught her eye. All Might shouted his catchphrases as he dismantled the villain's feeble attempts to stop the number one hero. "Prepare yourself, villain," he roared, pulling his arm back, ready to strike. But then, the wiring Kira had seen detach from the building earlier latched onto All Might's wrists, halting him in his tracks. "Nice trick, but Kira barely heard him before the villain seized All Might's throat with a massive hand. "Prepare myself?" the villain echoed, his shirt sleeve ripping. "Take your own advice. You've underestimated me." Kira watched in horror as the villain squeezed, and she gasped as blood spilled from All Might's mouth, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Below, Midoriya called out for his idol before collapsing from his wounds. "Kira, dodge!" Kirishima shouted, and she turned her head just in time to avoid another barrage of metal. All Might's sudden cry of pain stunned Kira, shattering her composure in ways she had never experienced before. To hear the number one hero struck down like that. What made this villain so powerful? "Dim it." Bakugou roared from above, forced to go on the defensive and dodge the metal projectiles. The onslaught was becoming overwhelming. Kira felt herself weakening, struggling to keep up with the relentless attacks. Even Todoroki had to leap aside to avoid being struck by the villain, his ice barely keeping up with the barrage. Kira had no choice but to retreat. It seemed she wasn't alone. Both Kirishima and Ida joined her, opting to hang back with the other students. Eventually, Todoroki and Bakugou regrouped with them, still ready to jump back in at a moment's notice. During their retreat, the villain slammed several massive blocks of scrap metal into All Might, trapping him and then impaling him with jagged pieces. There was no way the number one hero could be finished after that. "All Might, no!" some of her classmates cried out. Before anyone else could react, too frozen by the potential demise of All Might, Midoriya lunged toward the speared blocks of metal and delivered a mighty punch, the sheer force of impact shattering them into pieces. All Might fell from the trap, and both he and Midoriya vanished amidst the debris and dust. Kira wanted to call out, to rush and help, but she was too stunned by her classmates' actions. As the dust cleared, Kira noticed All Might pulling Midoriya to his feet, a grin on both their faces. They don't appear to be seriously injured from their previous encounter as they face their final adversary together. "There's no way you can stop me," the villain growls, gathering his strength once again. "You're insignificant pests, and you don't know when to lie down and be crushed." He launches another massive block of metal at the two heroes, aiming to eliminate them, when Bakugou, poised on the sidelines, leaps into the air. Bakugou effortlessly incinerates the metal, preventing it from reaching Midoriya and All Might. "You're the one who doesn't know he's beaten." From the other side, the villain sends several smaller projectiles toward the incoming heroes, hoping to catch them off guard. "I won't let you stop them," Todoroki declares, unleashing a wave of ice that freezes the projectiles in place. "This is over," the villain roars, enveloping the area in dust and debris. Kira can barely see as she chooses to hang back with the others. The ground begins to tremble as the villain triggers his metal across the terrain, sending everyone flying. Despite Momo's defenses, Kira conjures the largest shield she can above their heads, shielding her classmates from stray metal fragments. Kira grits her teeth as she's thrown into the rubble, hitting her jaw against a sliding piece of concrete. She tastes blood. She must have bitten her tongue. She hopes that's all it is, wishing she hasn't broken her jaw or anything. She would settle for some bruised ribs, but after what Mr. Aizawa went through back at the USJ incident, she doesn't want to risk a serious injury. Kira rolls to a stop beside Kaminari, her upper body sprawled over his ankles. She quickly rubs her jaw and chin, relieved to find she can still move it without too much pain. Realistically, if she had broken her jaw, she would probably be in tears from the agony. Kaminari grumbles beside her, and Kira pushes herself to her hands and knees before crawling over to her classmate, noticing him rubbing his elbow. It doesn't appear broken either, thankfully, though he will likely have a sizable bruise tomorrow. Kira pulls herself out of the dirty ditch she fell into, dragging her dazed classmate along behind her. The others seem okay. They were fortunate enough to be thrown fairly close to where they once were. Kira notices the faint remnants of her shield hovering in the air and cancels it, observing the calm stillness of their surroundings. She urges Kaminari over to Kirishima and Ida as she sees Midoriya soaring high above them, kicking a large chunk of metal into oblivion before flying back down to join All Might. That boy is incredible, Kira thinks to herself, leaving Kaminari with Ida to tend to his wounds while she steps forward in awe. In a final, desperate move, the villain sends most of his metal into the air above him, creating a colossal block that blocks out the moonlight. Kira's eyes widen at the sight, struggling to envision how All Might and Midoriya could possibly triumph over this. Even so, they both soar toward the terrifying piece of metal as the villain flings it down at them like a catapult. Kira wants to help, but she feels frozen in place, unable to move. All around her, her classmates shout words of encouragement, urging their heroes onward. Deku! Get him, All Might! Go, Midoriya! Destroy this guy! Both Todoroki and Bakugou shout. She joins in, calling out Midoriya's pro-hero name alongside Achiko, cheering for the defeat of the villain with Bakugou and Todoroki, and rallying for All Might with Kirishima and Ida. Suddenly, the block above them erupts with a blinding light, as if a massive explosion has occurred. Great chunks of metal rain down, and Kira conjures a light shield to protect her classmates while Ida and Kirishima deflect some of the stray pieces. Once the falling metal ceases, the students gaze in astonishment as the moonlight begins to filter through the dust and destruction, a chilly wind drying the sweat from their brows. They did it, Ida says quietly, as if afraid to break the stunning silence. They stopped him, Mineta adds, emerging from beneath a block of concrete. They defeated that villain and saved our lives. A satisfied and relieved smile spreads across Kira's face, grateful that the villain has been vanquished and everyone is safe. Midoriya truly showcased his potential alongside All Might. His quirk is extraordinary. She never imagined his abilities were this formidable. It makes her wonder how much stronger he will become. To her, Bakugou and Todoroki have always seemed like the strongest and most capable, but what she just witnessed has her reconsidering. It wasn't Bakugou or Todoroki up there with All Might against the final boss, no matter how much they wanted to be. It was Deku. Kira glances at both of them, finding smiles on their faces, including Bakugou's. She doesn't think she's ever seen him smile like that before, genuinely, not sarcastically or with a smirk. As if he sensed her gaze, Bakugou turns his head and notices her watching, his smile vanishing and replaced by his usual scowl. There's no denying it, though, she saw it with her own eyes. Bakugou trudges away from the group, glaring at Kira the whole time, as if daring her to tell the others about his moment of vulnerability. Meanwhile, she watches him, unsure of how to feel. Kira knows more than anything that Bakugou wanted to be the one to finally defeat the villain. Being overshadowed by his childhood rival must sting, but the way he expresses that hurt makes her both nervous and curious about what he will do next. Deku! Achiko calls, cupping her hands to where Melissa and Midoriya stand among the rubble in the distance. Are you guys okay? Ida calls out. Kira turns away from Bakugou at the commotion, squinting at Midoriya far away as he raises both arms and gives them a thumbs up. We're okay over here. What about you guys? Melissa shouts back. We're okay too. Momo replies. Alive at least, Kira mumbles, massaging her now aching jaw. The sun begins to rise over the horizon, casting a bright light over the sea surrounding the island. With this new light, it illuminates the tower, revealing the extensive destruction the villain caused. Kira was surprised that the tower was still standing after all the damage caused by the villain. Achiko. Kira tore her eyes away from the amazing view and approached her friend. How are you now? You're asking me that now? Achiko laughed, tending to the still-dazed Kaminari. Kira shrugged, rubbing the back of her neck. Yeah, I guess I am. Achiko rolled her eyes. Well, what about you? Me. Kira dropped her hand from her neck and pointed to her chest. I'm fine. Good, actually. Oh yeah. Kyoka chimed in, stepping forward and twirling her earphone jack around her finger. Because I saw you fall in that hole, and your face is. Is what, Kyoka? Well. She exchanged a look with Momo, who had joined the conversation. Let's just say it's a bit more colorful than my Netta's head. Huh. Kira squeaked, slowly rubbing her cheek and jaw. I don't feel any pain though. That's probably because you're in shock, Momo said, creating a first aid kit from her thigh. No, don't do that. Kira stepped forward to stop Momo from using her energy, but it was too late. I'm fine, seriously. After tending to Kaminari, Achiko finally stood up and swatted Kyoka on the back of the head. Don't say that, she scolded before turning back to Kira. Your face is not purple. Yeah, but it's not, Kyoka began, only to be interrupted by another swat. Momo opened her case and approached with some ointment and bandages. Being the taller of the two, she looked down at Kira and dabbed her head with the ointment. Kira essayed air through her teeth, digging her nails into her thighs. A little warning next time? Kira scowled at her friend. Sorry, Momo mumbled, focusing on cleaning Kira's cut. Honestly, Kira had completely forgotten about the wounds she may have sustained during the fight with Todoroki and Bakugou against the two villains. She probably looked a wreck, much like everyone else. Clothes ruined, cuts and bruises scattered across their bodies, Quirk spent. Kirishima approached after chatting with Ida, placing his hands on his hips. So, do you think there's going to be a next time? Kira looked down from where Momo's hands were atop her head, wincing when she applied a bit of pressure, and met Kirishima's vibrant red eyes. Well, with the way our luck is going, I wouldn't doubt it. Kira's first term was over. However, there was no time to rest as the training camp was just around the corner. As she performed her sit-ups in the field behind her house, Kira couldn't hide the jumbled thoughts that invaded her mind. I know. And I'm willing to wait. That was what Kirishima had said to her that day. It had been a couple of weeks since Midoriya's encounter with Shigaraki at the shopping center. His face still sent chills down Kira's spine. Kira stopped her sit-ups and waited under the shade, sweat dripping down the side of her face, her loose hair sticking to her skin. Another thing that bothered her was the fact that her mother had been absent for most of the time. Occasionally, she caught a glimpse of her in the evening, just a dark shadow in the house, but they no longer spoke. She didn't even train with Kira anymore. The dummies that Lightbringer had left in the field were still there, replaced by one of her many sidekicks, their faces blank. Kira had given a lot of thought to using her quirk to manipulate her enemies, especially if she were to come across the League of Villains again. Or Shigaraki for that matter. She still cursed herself for freezing up that day. The four of them could have taken him then and there. But at what cost? She thought to herself. Any civilians in that shopping center could have gotten caught in the crossfire. Kira sighed as she pulled herself to her feet. So perhaps it was for the best that Shigaraki got away. The sun beat down on Kira's shoulders as she leaned over for her bottle of water. These weeks had been pretty lonely, just her and training. She was eager to see her classmates again. Don't think that this means months of rest for you heroes in the making, Aizawa told the students as they waited for their bus to arrive. At this camp, we'll push you to go beyond your limits. You're aiming to become plus ultra. Yes, sir. The class chanted in unison. Class 1B greeted them before they all clambered onto their own bus. Class 1B's kendo was a perfect example of Ida. She must be their class representative. Finally, 1A's bus pulled up, and Ida ordered them all onto the bus in an orderly fashion, which they decided to completely ignore as they piled in. Due to the odd number, Kira sat at the back of the bus and crossed her arms over her chest, glaring out the window. No one paid her much attention, for which she was grateful. Not even Kirishima seemed to try and get her attention, and based on how they had left things off, this surprised her. If anything, she thought he would at least want to sit next to her and discuss their situation about the training camp and their relationship. Kira sighed and closed her eyes as the bus rumbled up a hill and along a winding road by a cliffside. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Kirishima probably just had a little crush, and these past few weeks had given him some clarity. If that were the case, Kira didn't know how she felt about it. Kirishima was a breath of fresh air, funny, loyal, and energetic, so if he had truly moved on, it would be a shame. Yet, it would definitely allow Kira to focus on herself during her time at the training camp, so she could develop her quirk even further. Kira's eyes opened as the bus came to a squeaky stop by a random cliffside. She wasn't sure how long she and her classmates had been on the bus, but to be honest, Kira was starting to grow tired of the noise, despite her excitement to see them all again. She was thankful when Aizawa ordered them all off the bus, where the class was greeted by a vast ocean of trees and mountains. Kira wiped a bead of sweat forming across her brow and peered over the forest before being ambushed by two pro-heroes claiming to be the wild pussycats. They were both enthusiastic and eccentric. Kira was far too hot and bothered to deal with them. "What did you think we pulled over just so you could stretch your legs?" Aizawa said from behind the students. "These are the pro-heroes you'll be working with at the summer training camp," Midoriya excitedly shared, detailing their impressive reputations. "We own this entire stretch of land," the brown-haired pussycat said, gesturing beyond the trees. "The summer camp you're staying at is located at the base of the mountain." "That's quite a distance," the class exclaimed in unison. "Then why did we stop all the way up here?" Achiko wondered. "I think we both know the answer to that," Sue replied. "You've got to be kidding me," Kira complained. "Back on the bus," Siro suggested nervously. "Good idea," Kaminari agreed, and the others nodded in agreement. "The current time is 9:30 in the morning," the brunette said with a hint of mischief. "If you're quick, you might make it there by noon." Kira's classmates rushed to escape the thought of trudging through the forest in the heat. She joined them, sprinting for the bus. There was no way she was going to walk 3 hours in the middle of nowhere. Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 won't get any lunch. "You should have guessed, students," Aizawa said, smoothly stepping aside as the panicked classmates rushed past. "The training camp has already begun." Kira looked up just in time to see the blue-clad pussycat land in front of her, causing her to stop abruptly, her classmates colliding into her. The pussycat grinned playfully before causing the ground to shift, sending them all tumbling backward. Kira gasped as she felt herself teeter over the edge of a cliff. She rubbed the back of her head and backside, staring up at the cliffside, the sun blinding her. "Good news," the brown-haired pussycat called down. "Since this is private land, you can use your quirks as much as you want. You have 3 full hours. You should be able to reach the facility in that time if you can get through the beast's forest." "The what?" Kira squinted up at the pro-hero as she stepped away from the railing. "How do we keep falling for Aizawa's tricks?" Kyoka groaned, pulling herself to her feet. "I guess there's no use complaining," Kirishima said, brushing dirt from his shirt. "Might as well get going." Suddenly, Mineta zoomed past them into the forest, searching for a suitable spot to relieve himself. Kira scrunched her nose in disgust when a large beast-like figure appeared before the small boy, snarling menacingly. Kira sighed irritably. "I take it this is what she meant by beast's forest?" Just as the creature swiped a massive claw at Mineta, Midoriya swooped in to save him, while Bakugou charged at the beast, preparing his quirk. Todoroki froze the monster's legs, and Ida delivered a powerful kick. Midoriya finished it off swiftly, using his new style quirk to eliminate the threat. Kira hadn't even moved from her spot before those 4 had already dealt with the danger. "Oh," she shrugged. "That wasn't so tough." "Yeah, Bakugou." Kirishima approached him. "You showed that thing who's boss." "We're not done," he replied, his focus shifting deeper into the woods as another beast revealed itself. Kira could just about make out the training camp through the next section of trees. It had definitely been more than 3 hours, as the clearing ahead was bathed in an orange glow, signaling the sun's descent. That meant they had been battling the dirt beasts for about 8 hours. As Class 1A approached Aizawa and the Pussycats, Kira recalled what Midoriya had said after their practical exam against All Might. "So for now, I'm only producing about 5% of my power." She shook her head with a slight scoff. How could she only produce a fraction of her quirk? It seemed impossible. Hopefully, she would learn some strategies during her time at the training camp. "I thought it would take you kids even longer," the blonde pussycat exclaimed after Class 1A voiced their complaints. "But you did much better against my dirt monsters than I expected. You were all fantastic, especially the 5 of you." She pointed at Kira, Todoroki, Ida, Midoriya, and Bakugou. "It seems like you have quite a bit of experience." Kira took a step back as the pussycat lunged at the boys, fussing over them. She glanced back at the rest of Class 1A, who mirrored her look of confusion. The pussycat eventually calmed down as Midoriya asked about the little boy who had been standing quietly the whole time. To Kira, he always looked upset. "Oh, that's my cousin's kid," the brunette pussycat explained. "He basically lives with us now. Don't be shy, Koda. Say hi." Midoriya approached the boy, extending his hand for a shake. Suddenly, the boy, Koda, punched Midoriya, causing him to double over in surprise. Ida rushed to Midoriya's side, while Koda sulked away, a dark expression on his face. Kira struggled to suppress her laughter at Midoriya's unexpected predicament. "Hey, that kid's got spirit," Bakugou said with a smirk. "Yeah, he's like a mini version of you," Kira remarked, glancing between Koda and Bakugou. "What are you talking about?" Bakugou yelled, stomping toward her with clenched fists. "Come on," she laughed, crossing her arms. "You're telling me you don't see the resemblance?" She gestured toward Koda as he muttered something under his breath. Bakugou quickly turned his gaze to Koda before fixing it back on Kira, his expression fierce. "You need to watch your mouth before I send you flying." "Yeah, sure," she replied casually, still chuckling at the similarities. "Enough playing around," Aizawa interrupted. "Get your things off the bus. Once your bags are in your rooms, we'll have dinner in the cafeteria. After that, you can bathe and sleep. Tomorrow, your training starts in earnest." "You better get a move on," Mina urged. Kira and the other girls headed one way, while the boys went in the opposite direction. Mina had to hold Kira back from confronting Mineta, who was trying to follow the girls back to their rooms. She slid open the door to her room, revealing a simple space. She hadn't expected much since they were only staying for a week. Still, it would be interesting to spend time with her school friends outside of UA. Sighing, Kira dropped her bag on the end of her bed and excused herself to the adjoining bathroom. Her friends were concerned, but she assured them she just needed to cool off. Kira locked the door behind her and faced her reflection. Her hair clung to her neck, and sweat beaded on her brow. She splashed water on her face, gripping the sides of the sink. Looking at her tired reflection, she forced her gaze down to her arms. It was strange. After all the fighting from earlier, her body should have been overheated, triggering her uncontrollable atomic power. So why was she holding back? Was it subconscious, as she suggested earlier, or something else? Releasing the sink, worried she might break it with her grip, she raised her right arm, squeezing it shut and then flexing it again. All the training she had done alone over the past few weeks, during her mother's unexpected absence, must have affected her quirk. She needed to gain control. A knock at the door startled her, and her head snapped up. "Kira?" Mina called. "Come on, hurry up, or the boys are going to eat all the food." Kyoka's muffled voice followed. "Yeah, be right there," she replied quietly, unsure if they heard her. She leaned away from the sink and approached the door, her hand hovering over the handle. For some reason, her thoughts lingered on a certain redhead. Maybe he was giving her space. After all, they agreed that her first priority was keeping her quirk in check. But still, she needed to clear the air with him. There was an awkward tension she wasn't comfortable with. The door creaked open, and Kira rushed to catch up with the others. The boys were already in the cafeteria, surrounded by plates filled with a variety of food. Kira's stomach rumbled. She hadn't realized how hungry she was. She took a seat next to Mina, across from Bakugou, who was shoveling food into his mouth kind of gross. "Is that meat?" Kirishima asked, looking up from his bowl of rice as a blonde girl walked by with a plate full of meat. "Yeah," she replied nervously. "Geez, it's like you guys haven't eaten in a week or something. Anyway, today's the only day we'll be doing this for you, so make sure you enjoy it." Kirishima mumbled his thanks as he continued eating. Kira grabbed bits and pieces from each plate, each item as delicious as the next. Before long, the plates and bowls were empty, and Kira felt so stuffed she thought she might burst. They all took a moment to let their food digest before heading to the springs to bathe. Kira and the others trudged down one of the many corridors of the training camp, holding their full stomachs. The girls gathered at the back, excitedly discussing tomorrow's activities, but Kira kept her gaze fixed on Kirishima, her lips pressed into a thin line. They arrived at their bathing room, which had changing rooms attached, and Kira hesitated as the others began to head inside. "Come on, Kira." Mina waited outside, her foot in the door. "I'll be right there," Kira told her, then sprinted down the hall after the boys. "Kirishima." He turned at the sound of his name and gestured for the other boys to go in without him. "What's up?" he asked casually, as if he had forgotten everything that happened before their break. Kira stared up at him, trying to find the right words. "Are we good?" "Yeah," he laughed lightly. "Why wouldn't we be?" "I don't know," she muttered, still feeling uneasy. "The way we left things. And then not seeing each other for a while." Kirishima raised his eyebrows, waiting for her to elaborate. Kira groaned in frustration. "I'm wondering if you still feel the same way," she whispered. Realization dawned on him, and his eyes widened slightly. "That's what you're worried about?" She blinked up at him as Kaminari called for him to hurry from the other side of the door. "Listen," he sighed. "I remember what I said and I stand by it. But I also remember what you said. I'm giving you time. There's no better place to master your quirk than right here at the training camp." Kira remained silent, an embarrassed flush creeping up her neck. Of course, the training camp was the perfect opportunity to control her power, and then we can maybe do something afterward, he finished her thought, placing a hand on the door, ready to join the other boys. "I'd like that." She blushed, spinning on her heel and heading for the girls' bathing area, his eyes on her as she left. "Can't wait," she heard him mutter. Kira wasn't sure if he meant for her to hear, but she was glad she did. They entered their separate rooms simultaneously, and Kira realized the girls had already changed and were enjoying the heated waters. They all stared at her as she closed the door behind her, and that's when she noticed Kyoka's earphone jack. Kira's eyes widened slightly as it slowly retracted from the wall connecting to the hallway and back towards Kyoka's ear. "You didn't." Kira growled. "That meant they heard everything." "I swear, you guys are the worst," she mumbled, shoving the changing room door open in frustration. Kira quickly changed and stepped into the springs. The heat instantly soothed her aching muscles as she sank down until the water reached her chin. She closed her eyes, feeling the weight of their gazes on her. "What?" she barked, opening one tired eye. "So." Mina slid over, causing a wave of water to splash in Kira's face. "You and Kirishima." There was no point in hiding it now they had heard everything. Well, Kyoka had, she just passed on the details. But still, it hurt to even think about, let alone say out loud. "I don't want to talk about it." "Sure you do," Mina pressed, propping herself up beside Kira. "How long has it been going on?" Kira felt her temper rising. "Are you not hearing me?" she snapped. "It might explain why you've been so miserable the past few weeks," Kyoka added bluntly. "It could do you some good to share." Underneath the water, it began to bubble slightly, her arms glowing with energy. "I'm miserable because I'm surrounded by annoying, eavesdropping friends," she raged, her voice growing louder. The girls fell silent for a moment, staring at her with a mix of concern, shock, and maybe a hint of fear. "Wow, you sounded like Bakugou there for a second," Sue said, breaking the silence. "What?" Kira turned abruptly, splashing water. I'm nothing like him. Kira, relax, Mina said gently. We're just joking. Kira forced herself to breathe slowly. I didn't come here to joke around, Mina. I came here to master my quirk so I don't put anyone in danger again. You mean? Your powerful ability? Kira met Mina's gaze. My atomic power, yes. That's a cool name. Achiko chimed in. Thanks to my mother, Kira scoffed. You saw what happened during the sports festival and the final exam. This power is too much for me to handle. If I don't get a grip on it soon, I don't know what will happen. Well, Momo finally spoke up, resting her chin thoughtfully. We all pushed ourselves to the limit earlier when we fought those creatures. She looked at Kira. You didn't use your atomic power then. So they did notice, huh? I don't know what happened, Kira admitted. I have no idea why I didn't lose control. I definitely felt myself overheating and yet. Guys, Achiko interrupted. What's that sound? They all listened intently and heard a repetitive thump, thump, thump coming from the wall separating the girls' and boys' rooms. My Netta, Kira growled, standing up and letting the hot water drip off her. Let him come, I've been dying to hit something. Look. Mina pointed to the top of the wall. The boy from earlier, Koda, smacked my Netta so hard that he tumbled back down to his side of the wall. Hopefully he landed with a thud. Thanks, Koda. Mina yelled up to him. The boy turned around at the sound of his name, but he must have forgotten that all the girls were in the pool, because he lost his balance and the only thing the girls could hear was his startled scream on the way down. Look out! Kira heard Midoriya's voice on the other side. Deku! Achiko shouted. Kira rushed out of the pool, standing next to the wall with her hand on the wood. Is he okay? Did you catch him? Yeah, Midoriya replied. He's fine. Kira breathed a sigh of relief, making her way back to the pool, but then stopped and turned around again, hoping they were still listening. Hey guys! She raised her voice to be heard by the boys on the other side. Someone smacked my Netta for me. Kira heard a satisfying thwack as she stepped back down into the springs. Class 1A was instructed to wake up early to begin their training. Kira struggled to keep her eyes open as Aizawa explained what they would be doing that day. Bakugou, wake up, Aizawa tossed him a ball. Throw this for me. Sure, he stepped forward. Like in the fitness exam. Exactly. Oh, I get it. Mina hopped in excitement. We're checking our progress. A lot has happened to us in the last 3 months, Siro added. Maybe he can throw it a whole mile now. Bakugou readied himself, swinging his arm in circles to warm up. No one blink, he shouted at his classmates. Here we go. The ball flew far over the trees with a loud explosion. That was only 709 meters, Aizawa said, revealing the screen of his detector. Due to your different experiences, all of you have definitely improved. But those improvements have mostly been in mental prowess and technical skill with a slight increase in stamina. As you can see, your quirks themselves haven't improved much fundamentally. That's why we're now going to focus on enhancing your powers. Aizawa smirked at his students. This will be so tough it'll feel like you're dying. Let's hope you all survive. They all took turns throwing the ball to see who had improved the most, and Kira remembered her fitness test. It felt like ages ago. When it was finally her turn, Kira stepped up to the space and quickly glanced at her elbow. Last time she did this, her elbow had released a burst of light, startling her. Kira unbuttoned her UA shirt, revealing a black tank top underneath, and allowed her quirk to light up to her shoulder. She was surprised at the dramatic difference from her old self to now. Kira grunted with effort as she swung the ball with all her might, shooting light from the entire back of her arm. It scorched the ground behind her as she released the ball, watching it soar higher and higher before finally descending. 894, Aizawa announced, showing her and the class the result. Is that all? She muttered, grabbing her shirt from the ground and buttoning it back up. Before, her score was 821. She had hoped for a better improvement than that. It really felt like she was 10 times stronger than she had been on that first day at UA. All her training and competing. What had she really achieved? Once all the students had a turn, Aizawa directed them to another part of the training camp, where different sections had been created for each student to improve independently. Todoroki, Bakugou, Aizawa said without hesitation. Those barrels over there are for you both. He then pointed to a cliffside. Azui, Jiro, you'll be working over there. Tokoyami, you'll be focusing your quirk in the caves. Kira, go with him. Each student nodded and departed to their designated sections of the training camp, and Kira jogged to catch up with Tokoyami. They walked around the outside, scaling the steep hill to reach the caves. Does this mean everyone knows about you now? Kira asked him, wondering if it was a sensitive topic. I only told Midoriya and his team about my weakness during the cavalry battle, he answered almost immediately. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone else figured it out too. And you're okay with that? It was going to happen eventually, he said honestly as they arrived at the cave entrance. We're all going to be working together for 2 more years, I'm sure we'll know everything about each other by then. Kira nods as she faces the dark cave. I take it you know mine? Tokoyami closes his eyes thoughtfully. If Mr. Aizawa paired you with me, then I can only assume you need a constant source of light for your quirk to work efficiently. Kira nods again. And with the only source of light being this cave entrance, it'll be hard for me to activate my quirk to its full potential. Kira faces Tokoyami. I know your dark shadow gets weaker in the light, so am I right in saying it's the opposite effect in total darkness? It'll be stronger? It'll be out of control, Tokoyami says eerily as he steps into the cave. Kira turns back, staring at her classmates as they begin to train with their quirks. It's impossible to miss the sight of it all, especially with Bakugou producing his explosions straight into the sky. It's a good thing that they're in the middle of nowhere, or the villains would find them for sure. They spent all day training. Tokoyami's dark shadow is the most intimidating thing she's witnessed since the USJ attack. In the dark, when it's out of control, Kira barely had the strength to protect herself against him. It was difficult to produce anything strong enough with such little light. So, the aim of that exercise was to practice with as little light as possible. When this is all over, she'll probably only need the light from a match to work from. Now, remember what I said, the blonde pussycat says. We're not serving you food anymore. If you want to eat, you'll have to make your own meals. Starting with curry. Ida attempts to cheer up the exhausted students, who all sag at the terrible news. Let's make the most delicious curry in the world, everyone. Even though they're all beyond tired, dragging their feet around, everyone pitches in to help make their dinner. When they finish, it definitely isn't the most appetizing meal, but the students are so hungry they don't even care. Kira slurps the last contents from her bowl as if it were a drink and wonders if there are any more for seconds when she notices Midoriya racing off into the forest with a bowl of curry. She frowns at him as he vanishes into the darkness but decides not to follow. You think this is gonna work? Kira wonders quietly as they wait in the far corner. Of course it will. Kyoka replies, frowning at her classmate. He's been a nuisance these past few months, and he deserves it. Kira shakes her head. I never said he didn't. Kira and the other girls from Class A hide among the thick steam in the bathing area, ready to ambush Mineta. After his first attempt at peeking on the girls on their first night, they aren't taking any chances on night 2. So, teaming up with the girls from Class B, they plan to set a trap for their classmate to ensure he puts an end to his unsettling ways. The water feels so good, Kendo says from the water, splashing it slightly to encourage Mineta. The boy isn't being especially stealthy, trying to drill his way through the wall in a desperate attempt to see the girls. You're right, Kodai joins in the conversation, making playful noises to lure their unsuspecting classmate. Kira watches through the thick steam as Kendo frowns at Kodai, as if she might be going a bit too far and making the scene obvious. Kodai merely shrugs, an unsure expression on her face. The Class B girls glance back at the hiding Class A girls, and they all offer a thumbs up to keep up the ruse. Even if they are dramatic and over the top, Mineta will fall for it, it'll just make him more desperate. Ready? Mina glares at the small hole protruding from the far wall. Kyoka inches around the side of the sauna, sticking to the wall to keep out of Mineta's field of view. It appears their purple-headed classmate is trying to blow the steam out of view from the hole to see the girls easily. It makes Kira shudder, repulsed by his behavior. Kyoka throws a glance back at her friends, and Kira nods quickly, signaling that now is the time. With a cheeky grin, Kyoka shoots her earphone jack through the drilled hole, and all the girls hear a cry of surprise. They all jump in the air and high-five one another, careful not to slip into the water. "We gotta go now," Kira urges. "Hurry!" The Class A girls rush at the wall, where Mina uses her acid to melt it away. They all jump the startled Mineta, throwing in a few well-placed punches and kicks to keep him down. "We caught you now, you creep!" Tor yells. Mina puts her fists on her hips and leans down to the smaller boy. "I can't believe you decided to peek on the Class B girls too. And I can't believe you're all dressed in a bathing area," he retorts, still clutching his injured eye. "What?" Kira barks, frowning at Mineta. He then has the nerve to approach the closest female, his arms outstretched. "Let me help you." Kira smacks his arms down and then swiftly pushes him back. He crumples to the ground. It looks as if he's about to complain, but Kendo rushes out of the steam and promptly knocks Mineta out without further issue. "And that, ladies," she says with a smug grin, "is how you get it done." Kira looks down at Mineta's body, then up to her Class B ally. "Well, you've had a lot of practice, haven't you? With Monoma, I mean." Kendo sighs, transforming her hand back to its original size. "Yeah, what a pain these boys are, huh? What are we gonna do with him?" Kyoka interrupts, staring at Mineta. "First of all," Kira says, raising a finger to emphasize her words, "he's not dead, so get rid of that crazy look in your eyes. Second, we stick to the plan. The pussycats will take special care of him." Mina cackles at the thought as, speak of the devil, the pussycats enter the bathing room and glance at the unconscious boy. "Good job." Pixie Bob coos, scooping up the small boy in her arms. "We've got this covered," Mandalay assures them with a sly wink. "Trust me, we know just what to do with him." Kira steps forward, making herself visible among the other girls. "Don't you go easy on him." Ragdoll approaches, placing a paw on her shoulder. "He won't bother you while you're here any longer." Kira shares an uncertain look with her classmates before following the pussycat out of the sauna. "Off to bed now, all of you," Mandalay orders. "You've got lots more training tomorrow." Kira watches the pussycat vanish down the corridor, the unconscious form of Mineta in Pixie Bob's arms. "Bed?" Toru gasps. "I'm so energized from tonight, there's no way I can sleep now." "We're going to have to," Kira sighs, turning back to her friends. "Like Mandalay said, tomorrow's another day of training. How about a slumber party?" Toru suggests. "I've never had a slumber party before," Momo admits, her hand on her chest and a shy blush on her cheeks. Mina's eyes widen at this revelation. "Then it's settled. We're having a slumber party, just us girls." Kira grumbles her complaints as Toru drags her back to their room while Mina leads Momo. The Class B girls giggle at the sudden rush back to their sleeping quarters, excited to share the evening with each other to gossip and joke around. They make it back to their room quickly, leaping onto their beds and scattering the pillows around to form a small circle for them all to gather. Still grumbling, Toru sits Kira down next to her and nudges her on the shoulder. "Quit that noise." She laughs. "It'll be fun, I promise." Kira rolls her eyes but settles in, preparing for what she knows will be a long, tiring night. Kendo extends her hand once all the girls have taken their seats. "Take these," she says, holding out a bag of sweets. "For warning us about Mineta." "We'll share them," Toru says, shaking her head. "For our teamwork in dealing with him." Kira laughs at that. "You make him sound like some kind of villain." "Well, in a way he is." Kyoka shrugs, twirling her earphone jack around her thumb. "He's done nothing but troublesome things ever since he came to UA." "This is true," Momo adds quietly. "He's tried to get the better of all of us," Sue says, her voice somber. The girls stare at the floor around them, fiddling with their pillowcases, while the Class B girls share a sympathetic look with each other as the Class A girls reminisce about their past experiences with Mineta. Even though Kira had voted against hosting a slumber party, this isn't how they're supposed to feel. "I bet he's getting quite the punishment right now," Kira says, hoping to lighten the mood. "Yeah." Kendo pipes up. Did you hear his scream earlier when he must have woken up to find Tiger there or something? All the girls laugh together, the happy image lingering in their minds. So what do girls do at a slumber party? Momo asks, wiping a stray tear from her eye. We can chat about whatever comes to mind, Tsu replies, tilting her head. Toru gasps beside Kira and then proceeds to tap the floor in front of her, based on the rumbling vibrations. I have a topic. We can talk about love. Kira pales at the thought of discussing her love life with her friends, especially with how confusing her relationship is with Kirishima right now. She didn't want her friends in Class A to find out until she was certain where her relationship with the redhead stood. Now, she's at risk of Class B hearing about it? If Minoma somehow finds out, it'll be the end of her, for sure. Does anyone here have a boyfriend? Toru asks, and Kira slowly turns her head to her invisible classmate, knowing full well that question was directed at her. Well, Mina starts, only for Kira to jab her in the ribs with her elbow. This only results in Mina cackling and struggling to breathe at the same time. Kira what? Kendo inches forward, intrigued. Toru isn't able to get another word out as Kira shoves a pillow in her face. She's going out with Kirishima. Tsu blurts from across the circle, and Kira's jaw drops, not expecting the usually composed student to shout out such accusations. She obviously wanted to stir up the tension. Kendo and the other Class B girls gasp, a smirk spreading across their faces. I'm not. Yeah, sure. Kyoka barks, clutching her stomach in fits of laughter, probably at Kira's flustered reaction. Kira feels her face burning red, gritting her teeth with her stomach in knots. She just knew this topic was going to come up one way or another, and now the secret's out. Kira finally drops the pillow from suffocating Toru and crosses her arms over her chest. It's not like that, at least. Then what's it like? Kodai presses. Hard to explain is what it is, she says tightly, reluctant to share too much information about her feelings. Come on, Kira, Mina whispers. Whatever you say will stay in this room. Her friend then turns a sharp glare at the other girls. Right, guys? They all nod quickly, and Kira sighs, feeling she has no choice but to at least give them something. I don't know what you heard earlier, Kyoka, but... She inhales deeply and lets it all out in one go. Me and Kirishima decided that we like each other. But with our quirks we've come to a mutual decision that our powers come first. Once I've gained control, only then will something happen. So, you're not dating? Tsu asks. Kira shrugs. Not really. Besides, when will we have the time? We have been especially busy this year so far, Momo mutters. Kira decides she doesn't want to talk about herself anymore, her heart sinking just thinking about Kirishima, his heartwarming smile, his caring eyes, his playful demeanor. It actually pains her to think about. Achiko, Kira teases in a sing-song voice. You've been awfully quiet over there. Anything you want to share? Maybe. A crush. Her face then goes beet red, and Kira knows she hit the spot. Achiko, why have you gone red? Mina leaps up from cross-legged and onto her toes. Nothing. No reason. She blurts, covering her face with her. You have a crush? Toru joins the conversation. You have to share. No. No, I don't. She insists, shuffling backward from the group. Just ate a bad sweet, that's all. See? Gotta go to the bathroom. Bye. Achiko scurries up from her pillow and rushes to the adjoining bathroom, hiding her face the whole time. Oh, she's lying, Kira whispers, leaning over to the group. And while we're on the topic. Kira raises her voice back to normal. Kyoka, you and Kaminari are pretty close. Sure there's nothing there? You, Kyoka recoils in disgust. Me and Kaminari? Never going to happen. The guy's an idiot. Besides, even if we were together, he's the kind of guy who'd cheat on a girl. I don't know about that, Tsu adds, her finger on her chin. Kaminari's always been quite a gentleman when it comes to women. Oh please. Kyoka waves a dismissive hand and leans back on her other palm. He's nothing but a flirt. You can't let him fool you. Kira raises her brows at the statement, feeling the need to lighten the mood once again. Well, anyone's better than Mineta though, right? To this, all the girls chant their agreement in unison, nodding and booing the little creep, hoping he's facing some serious consequences as they speak. Achiko returns from the bathroom, slightly flushed but calmer altogether. Mina and Toru had decided to drop the topic of Achiko's crush, either not wanting to push their already rattled classmate or too caught up in dissing Mineta to care. What about you guys? Mina wonders, clutching her side from laughter. You got anybody in your class close to Mineta? Huh, good question. Kendo gazes up at the ceiling with her finger on her chin thoughtfully. I'd say Minoma. Kodai nods her opinion. Minoma is impossible to figure out, Yanagi says, sighing slightly. Shizaki shares that sigh. I can't describe him either. Well, he's not too bad looking. Toru shrugs. Shame he's a complete weirdo. The girls share another chuckle at that as Mina takes over the conversation. Speaking of attractive guys. Shoto Todoroki. All the girls nod at that except Kira. In her opinion, Todoroki is decent looking enough, but she guesses she has a type all her own. Someone with red eyes and a cheeky attitude. True, he's the hottest guy in our year, Kendo says, still nodding. But isn't he Endeavor's kid? The girls murmur to themselves, knowing that any possible relationship with Todoroki is unlikely. I feel like Ida wouldn't want to hold hands until you're married, Toru half jokes. That sounds like him. Momo adds. Hey, what about Midoriya? Kendo frowns at the Class A girls. What is up with him? He acts like a completely different person in school compared to the Midoriya at the sports festival. Sue decides to reply on behalf of Class A. Midoriya is a really hard worker. He really inspires me to be a better person, Achiko jumps in. He's an All Might fanboy though. Mina chuckles. I feel like if you were dating him, he'd totally prioritize that over you. The girls collapse into laughter once again, as Toru adds another boy into the mix. What about Bakugou? Bakugou? Kira echoes. He'd be way too loud. Mina laughs, still riled up from her joke about Midoriya. He's not even in my class, and I can hear him through the walls. Kodai jokes. I'd hate to have him in my class. Don't you think he'd be a pretty good boyfriend though? Kira says before she can stop herself. All the girls fall silent and stare at her, so Kira decides to go along with her thoughts, hoping they don't get the wrong idea. I mean, think about it. Kira shifts on her pillow. Imagine he really cares about you. Would he still be a bully towards you or not? The girls remain quiet, as if waiting for Kira to explain further. Imagine him taking out that anger not on you, but on others around you to, I don't know, protect you or something? Kira shrugs, mainly at herself for her random thoughts. Could you even imagine a Bakugou that was nice? The girls all eye each other, unmoving before bursting into laughter. Bakugou? Nice? Toru exclaims, smacking her thigh. Never thought I'd hear those two words in the same sentence. Mina hoots, now lying on her back, clutching her pillow. Kira's face drops at their reactions, wishing she could go back and tell her old self to keep her mouth shut. If it weren't for Kirishima, Momo says, catching her breath from all the laughter. With the way you were talking about him, it almost seemed like you have a crush on him. Kira's eyes widen at that a ridiculous notion. After all, she likes Kirishima. Someone who'd treat her with care and passion. Not someone who belittles her at every opportunity. It seems as though Katsuki Bakugou is impossible to love. However, Kira always found herself with Bakugou at USJ, against him during the sports festival, studying and teaming up during the final exams, and also when they were trapped on Island. Maybe that's why she felt a need to stick up for him in some way. The girls eventually calmed down, with Kira still quiet and lost in her thoughts. Could you imagine if we were swapped? Toru says, voicing her idea, getting a few confused frowns in response. Would any of the boys make a good girlfriend? I don't know about that. Yanagi shakes her head. But I do know that Kendo would make a good boyfriend. Yanagi sends a grin at Kendo, who playfully shoves her friend, but a faint tint of pink splashes over Kendo's cheeks as the other girls start to praise the idea. Could you imagine a male Itsuka defending us from the creeps of the world? Toru says dramatically, and Kendo demonstrates punching a few times with her enlarged hands. Well, if we're talking about this, Kendo giggles. Which of the boys would you want to be for a day? Achiko is quick to jump in with an answer. Oh, I'd be Bakugou. Definitely. I'd love to try out his quirk and strength after he beat me at the sports festival. Siro's tape would be pretty fun, Mina adds thoughtfully. It'd be cool to swing around like that. I want to try out that dummy mode, Kyoka says, and everyone knows she means Kaminari. I think Tokoyami would be pretty interesting, Kira joins in. With Dark Shadow, you'd never be alone. Alone? Mina repeats. Not in a sad way, you know. Kira flicks Mina's head. Dark Shadow is super strong, so fighting alongside him would be the ideal companion. I'd be Sato so I can eat all the sweets. Toru says, and despite her invisibility, they all know she's grinning. Laughter erupts for the millionth time that night, as the girls voice their opinions about all the boys and how they'd fare in a relationship. Realistically, a relationship is the last thing on their minds as they need to improve their quirks and get stronger more than anything. Sue silences the giddy laughter with her finger on her chin and her round, green eyes locked onto the ceiling. You can't really help when you fall in love, she tells them all. It's something that happens naturally. When that time comes for us, we can reopen this conversation and talk about the love of our lives. Another day at the training camp arrived, and Kira was battling against a fierce dark shadow in the cave. Their pairing was a strategic choice. This allowed Tokoyami to exercise his quirk in the darkness while also working on his tolerance to light. For Kira, it was an opportunity to strengthen her ability to draw power from even the slightest illumination. The challenge was heightened by the fact that Dark Shadow blocked most of the light from entering the cave. Kira blocked a large claw, creating a small shield over the left side of her body. She attempted to emit a flash of light, but only a faint glow erupted from her palm. Frustrated with her powers, she narrowly dodged another attack. The wall behind her crumbled, and Kira took a moment to catch her breath. Tokoyami's quirk was relentless, but how intelligent was it really? Kira considered creating a hologram of herself as a distraction, but she had only just begun to master that skill over the summer. With only a month of practice and without her mother's guidance, it felt almost impossible, especially in the dim cave. She dodged another attack, knowing she couldn't keep defending forever. Kira focused, trying to extend her arms toward a corner of the cave that had the most light. She grunted with effort as a faint outline of herself began to shimmer like a mirage. Her replica would never be perfect. Her power could only create a translucent version of anything. Kira shielded herself from an attack, using the dust cloud from the sudden strike to hide behind a rock. She held her breath as Dark Shadow loomed over her hiding spot. Please work, she thought. If only she could make her copy produce a sound to draw the enemy's attention. Suddenly, Dark Shadow turned, creeping toward the cave entrance toward her hologram. Kira peeked over the rock as Dark Shadow raised a threatening hand at her copy. Seizing the moment, she lunged from behind the rock, channeling the light to her palms. With Tokoyami's back turned, her light burst forth, causing Dark Shadow to shrink and vanish into Tokoyami's body. The boy doubled over, clearly exhausted from the effort. When his quirk was at full strength, regaining control became increasingly difficult. That was impressive, he said, straightening up. Thanks, she sighed, staring at her palms. That was actually the first time I managed to create a full copy of myself. Before, it was just a floating head or a foot or something, she laughed slightly, picturing it. Tonight's going to be fun, one of the pussycats called from below, prompting Kira and Tokoyami to step out of the cave for a better view. We're pitting classes against each other in a test of courage. I know you've been training hard today, and later you'll get to play hard. How's that for a reward? It just sounds like more work to me, Kira muttered, crossing her arms. Don't slack now, the pussycats continued. Make sure you keep pushing yourselves. Surprisingly, the rest of the day passed quickly. Kira couldn't use the same tactic against Tokoyami's Dark Shadow, so she spent the remainder of their training dodging and defending against his attacks. There were moments when he managed to land a few hits, leaving her with scrapes and bruises. Kira carried several bowls to the long table, preparing for dinner when she spotted something she never expected to see. She placed the bowls at each seat and walked back to where Bakugou was aggressively chopping vegetables. "Wow, Bakugou," she said, leaning over to examine his chopping skills. "I didn't know you could cook." "Of course I can," he yelled, glaring at her as he continued chopping. "You're all just a bunch of useless idiots." He turned his focus back to his hands. "You've got to teach me how to do that," she said, awed by his speed. He stopped cutting and stared at her. "No way. Get lost." Kira narrowed her eyes at the hothead. "Fine then, I'll just continue being useless and let you do all the hard work." She snatched a chair from the table and leaned back, dramatically emphasizing how comfortable she was. "Damn it. Fine," he snapped, and Kira jumped out of the seat, excited to learn. He slammed the knife down on the table, clearly annoyed that she had interrupted his cooking. Kira had never cooked anything before. Growing up in a wealthy household, she had only seen her maids prepare meals. "No. You're doing it wrong, you idiot," he yelled, grabbing her hand and adjusting her grip on the knife handle. Kira tensed at his touch, her hand trembling slightly as she sliced the next vegetable. "You're too slow," he grumbled, and Kira forced herself to slice faster, careful not to cut herself. Bakugou stood beside her the entire time, scolding her for her slowness. He never praised her, nor did she expect him to. Finally, she finished chopping all the vegetables, proud of her hard work. "What the hell are you smiling at?" Bakugou snapped, snatching the knife from her grip. "If you had just let me do it, it would have been done ages ago." "I know," she shrugged as the sun began to set. "But it was fun." Bakugou frowned at her as she dragged the chair back to the table and took a seat beside Mina and Sue. Food was served not long after, and the low sun cast a beautiful orange glow over the students as they finished their meals. "Hurry up and eat, kittens," the pussycats squealed together. "It's time for the games to commence." Eventually, Class A and Class B finished their dinner, cleaned up their dishes, and joined the pussycats in a clearing surrounded by trees. All day, they had been boasting about the games planned for the evening, and now the time had finally arrived, the pussycats bouncing around in excitement. "Perfect," Pixie Bob announced. "We've filled our bellies and cleaned the dishes. It's time for a totally awesome test of courage." Mina finishes, waving her arms, sharing the pussycats' enthusiasm. Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, and Sato all join in on hyping each other up just as Aizawa saunters over, a particularly unimpressed expression on his face. "Not so fast," the teacher says plainly, abruptly interrupting the students' cheers. "It pains me to say it, but the remedial class will be having sessions with me today." Mina turns to Aizawa, stamping her foot in protest. "You can't be serious." "Sorry," Mr. Aizawa replies, though he doesn't sound very apologetic as he wraps his scarf around the students, preventing them from escaping. "Your training during the day didn't impress me, so I'll be using this time too." Kira and Oyama were nearing the halfway point where the wild pussycat, Ragdoll, should be waiting for them. Class 1B did an excellent job of scaring both of them, especially Aoyama. He jumps at every creak of the trees and rustle of the wind as they follow the path around the forest. Kira falters mid-step, the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. Something isn't right. "What's that smell?" Aoyama wonders, trembling in place. "It's like something's burning," she mumbles in reply. She turns around toward the source of the stench, only to notice blue flames towering over the trees behind them. "Oh no!" she whispers, taking a step back from the danger. She hears Aoyama squeal behind her, clearly terrified. Is this part of the game? She begins, the fire rising higher at an alarming rate. "I don't think so. We need to go. Now." It's as if the fire has a mind of its own, seemingly chasing Kira and Aoyama toward the midpoint. But the sight before them is even worse than the oncoming heat. The table and chair where Ragdoll should be are soaked in a dark, ominous substance. It looks like something terrible has happened. "Ragdoll." Kira's voice wavers as she searches around for the pussycat, but she's alone with her partner. "Aoyama," she turns to him, but he's not there. "Aoyama. Where did he go?" She spins in place, panic creeping through her gut. Was he taken by the same person who might have harmed Ragdoll? Did he run and leave her? Whatever the answer, she truly is alone. Kira finds herself coughing, noticing a pink fog approaching swiftly. She waves her hand, trying to clear some of it away, but she feels her head grow lighter, as if she's about to pass out any second. A few minutes earlier, the Vanguard League of Villains watched as the unsuspecting students separated into their pairs, each one taking turns to enter the circuit of the beast's forest. With their main goals in mind, they all split up, lying in wait to ambush the pro-heroes in training. Dabi placed his hand against the nearest tree trunk, blue flames swirling around the bark, instantly igniting it. He smiled at his handiwork as the fire spread throughout the forest, liking at the dry leaves and surrounding the students. With no other choice, Kira leaves the scene of Ragdoll's mystery and continues down the path, her legs suddenly heavy. She covers her mouth with her hand as the pink smoke swarms around her, clouding her vision. Kira holds her breath and forces her legs into a sprint. Who was in front of her again? Oyamomo and Tor. If she can just reach them, she'll be safe again. So, she continues to follow the path, the flames behind her creating an eerie shadow around her. Suddenly, there's a huge rumble like an earthquake, and Kira staggers, using her hands to steady herself. What was that? She whispers to herself. She shakes her head. It's not important. Instead, Kira unbuttons her UA shirt and wraps it around her mouth. It would be best if she could get it wet first, but this would have to do, as she may need her hands in case she encounters a villain. Where did Aoyama run off to? Kira wonders as she sprints down the pathway. Hopefully, everyone else is okay. Class 1A has dealt with crisis after crisis. They should be able to come out of this on top. Kira carries on, but she still hasn't run into Momo or Toru. She just prays that they're okay. As she runs, Kira glances into the trees around her. Maybe she can spot someone hiding among them. The smoke eventually starts to thin out, but Kira keeps her shirt tied around her mouth just in case. Everyone in Class A and Class B. It's the brunette pussycat, Mandalay's telepathy. In the name of the pro-hero, Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. I repeat, use your training. You may fight these villains. Kira finds herself scoffing. She understands it's against the law for underage people to use their quirks, but they're literally in a life-or-death situation. Kira was going to use her power regardless. Listen, we've discovered one of the villain's targets. Mandalay continues, her voice ringing loudly in Kira's head. It's a student named Kaken. Kira stops running abruptly, her focus on the dirt in front of her. The villains are after Bakugou? To harm him? She won't let that happen. Her head snaps up to the path in front of her. Just how much further? Kaken? You should try to avoid combat and stick to a group. Mandalay says directly to Bakugou. I hope you can hear me. Knowing Bakugou, he's probably fighting a villain right now, ignoring the dangerous threat that weighs on him. He was with Todoroki when they entered the forest. Hopefully Bakugou isn't alone. Otherwise, he might be in serious trouble. Unexpected tears form in Kira's eyes, and she wipes them away furiously before taking off down the path once again. She wasn't going to use her quirk until she came across a villain to save her energy, but hearing about Bakugou's possible fate as clear as day in her head triggered something deep inside of her, and she blasts ahead with her light burning into the ground behind her. How big is this forest? She screams in frustration, tears streaming down her face, but she can't even wipe them away. Just the thought of one of her classmates in danger brings out a different side to her. Oddly enough, it reminds her of Lightbringer wherever she is now. Suddenly, a tower of ice plows above the trees, and Kira screeches to a stop. Todoroki! She sprints in his direction as another ice pillar rises through the trees. Even if Bakugou might not be with him, Todoroki might need help. With the density of the forest, he's unable to use his left side without risking setting the whole forest ablaze. The same goes for Bakugou. Kira glances at her arm as she dashes through a clearing. Her quirk can endanger everyone if she doesn't keep her composure. She misjudged the distance of the ice, and now her light power is starting to burn her skin. She's been using all of her energy to reach the others quickly, but it's backfiring and her body can't handle it much longer. Cursing under her breath, she collapses against a tree, using it for support. If her atomic power were to unleash, she wouldn't be able to help anyone, especially Bakugou. Give him back. A faint voice reaches her ears. It's Midoriya. She raises her head slightly, sweat dripping from her nose. He sounds too far away. But if he's saying, give him back, does that mean they've taken Bakugou? The villains actually have him? No, Kira mutters, willing herself to take another step closer. This means the villains didn't kill him. But what do they want with him? Suddenly, a surge of ice bursts through the trees, knocking several down. Kira hears the familiar voices of her classmates as they chase after a villain, riding on Todoroki's ice. They're still going. They must have already fought a villain nearby while she's just worn herself out. In anguish and frustration, she roars, forcing her quirk to emit light from her hands and feet simultaneously. She soars alongside the trail of ice, dodging trees left and right. She refuses to let the downsides of her power endanger her friends' lives. They need her. Bakugou needs her. Kira scoffs at the thought Bakugou doesn't need anyone. He could probably handle this on his own. But if he can't, who knows how many villains are lurking in the beast's forest? Ahead, she hears murmurs and quickly cancels her quirk, the sudden movement causing her to stumble and roll in the dirt, crashing into a tree. Holding her breath, she listens intently. Hey Dabi, did you hear the radio? Our boy, Compress, totally got the job done. Kira peeks at the two villains. One is covered in burn marks, while the other, who's talking, seems eccentric, though there's something unsettling about him. The man certainly took his time, the villain continues, his tone shifting. I was starting to get bored. Don't be a pain, Dabi retorts. He did a good job. Now we just have to wait for everyone to regroup here. You're the pain. Forgive me. The other villain's voice changes again. This place was supposed to be hard to find because of the wall of flames and poisonous gas, Dabi says, ignoring his comrade. But it looks like the gas is gone. Things never go according to plan, do they? For real. Kira creeps around the tree trunk as they walk past, noticing Aoyama cowering behind a nearby bush. Next to him lie the unconscious bodies of Toru and a Class B student. He must have dragged them to safety, so despite his earlier retreat he still saved some lives. Kira takes a step toward him, keeping low, but her ruined shoe snaps a twig, echoing through the forest. She quickly ducks back. From her hiding spot, she hears the villain's footsteps stop and then draw closer. Despite her determination to save Bakugou and the others, fear grips her heart, and tears begin to stream down her cheeks. She could die, right here, right now. Hey, Dabi, his comrade calls, and the burn-marked villain halts. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be calling that Nomo back? You said it would only react to your voice, right? That sounds important. That's right, Dabi replies, momentarily forgetting about Kira. You reminded me to let him loose on the students earlier. No problem. Bow before me. Shigaraki designed the monster specifically for me. He's probably taken someone out by now. A Nomu? Kira tries to calm her racing heart as the villain's footsteps fade. If the Nomu is as strong as the one at the USJ, they're all in trouble. She peeks out from her hiding spot and tiptoes over to Aoyama. Aoyama, she whispers, keeping her voice low. He looks completely frozen. Aoyama? Get it together. She places her hands on his shoulders, but he shakes his head vigorously, too terrified to respond. Somewhere to the left, where Dabi and the other villain went, a loud rumble echoes, followed by the sounds of her classmates fighting. I need your help with this, Aoyama, she urges. The villains don't know we're here, so we can catch them off guard. Aoyama shows no sign of listening. You came to UA to be a hero, Aoyama. We can't let them take Bakugou. Kira stands up and peers through the trees, spotting Shoji and Todoroki leaping for two tiny blue balls. She's not sure what that's about, but it's now or never. Poor little Shoto Todoroki, Dabi taunts, snatching the other blue ball from the air. Kira has no choice. There's no convincing Aoyama to leave his fear behind. The villains start disappearing through Kurogiri's warp gate, and the blue ball in Dabi's hands materializes into Bakugou. They're going to lose. Kira's eyes widen as Dabi drags Bakugou backward through the warp gate, her feet frozen in place, even as she desperately wants to save him. Kaken! Midoriya's cries snap her out of her daze, and she charges at the villains from the side. From this angle, they shouldn't notice her, especially with their focus on Midoriya and the others. Kira races out from the safety of the trees, tearing her shirt from her face, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her. Has she lost control and unleashed her atomic power? No, this feels different. She looks at her hand as she flies toward Bakugou and the villains. If she uses her quirk too soon, they'll spot her. Yet, her hand seems to shimmer in front of her, creating a mirage of herself like during her training with Tokoyami. Is she invisible? No, that can't be right. She needs light for her powers to work properly. The moon is full and the forest is ablaze, but this doesn't make any sense. Even if her quirk was functioning similarly to her holograms, she wasn't completely invisible. In other words, she still had to hurry. Kaken! Midoriya shouted again. Don't come, Deku, Bakugou replied. Akira reached out desperately for Bakugou. She was closer than Midoriya and could grab him before the villains even realized she was there. But Dabi spotted her. Even at the last second, even though she was close enough to touch him, the villain's eyes snapped to her, and he launched himself backward into the portal. No! She cried out, her hand reaching for anything. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for impact with the ground. But instead, she felt something hard and cold against her cheek. Opening one eye, she tried to piece together her scattered thoughts. The floor was wooden. Her gaze traveled to her hand, which was latched onto a piece of clothing. Dabi's clothing. How annoying, the villain muttered. Midoriya's screams echoed throughout the forest. With his arms injured, couldn't do anything. His classmates surrounded him, tears streaming down their faces and soaking the dirt at their feet. Aoyama hesitantly stepped out from the bushes, staring at the spot where the warp gate had closed with a grief-stricken expression. He clutched his stomach painfully as he approached the broken students. Kiriya? He croaked so quietly that the others didn't hear him. She just went. Midoriya forced his head off the ground, his eyes swollen and bloodshot. Kira? Achiko asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. That's who it was? Todoroki added, holding back tears as he glanced at the spot where Dabi and the villains had just stood. It was impossible to tell with. He trailed off, unable to comprehend the situation. I know that power, Tokoyami explained. In the cave, she used her quirk to create another version of herself to distract Dark Shadow. But he faltered, getting to his feet. Kiriya told me she struggles to perform that power with such a limited source of light, and to be able to make herself partially invisible. Todoroki found himself staring up at the full moon as blue flames flickered in the dark sky. There's nothing we can do about it now, he murmured. We just have to hope that both Kiriya and Bakugou are fighting to survive. Oh, look, Shigaraki's voice droned as he swiveled around on the bar stool. We've got a spare. Kira's eyes snapped up to the villain, whose creepy hand was latched onto his head, blue hair hanging loosely around his face. Dabi threw Bakugou into the arms of his comrades, one he had been speaking to in the forest, and another who looked strangely like a magician. Bakugou fought back immediately, and the villain struggled to hold his arms behind his back. Hey, easy there, partner. The villain with the strange personality practically hugged Bakugou's arm. Stop fighting, hero. Get off me, you dumb villain. Bakugou shouted. Dabi approached Kira, who was still lying on the floor, dumbfounded. She raised her arm to blind him, hoping she and Bakugou could make their escape, but Dabi smacked her hand away, her light searing into the floorboards. He then kicked her in the stomach with such force that she skidded back along the floor, knocking over the remaining bar stools before crashing against the far wall. Kira groaned slightly, her head ringing and her spine aching. Shall I burn her, Shigaraki? Dabi said quietly, towering over her. He grabbed her by the throat before she had a chance to recover, lifting her so high that her toes barely scraped the ground. Kira clutched Dabi's wrist, feeling the roughness of his burnt skin against her own. He chuckled as she struggled, trying to twist his arm around. He was unbelievably strong. Looking at him, you wouldn't think it for a second. Suddenly, The television answered Dabi, the monitor turning purple. No. Wait. Shigaraki hissed in case Dabi didn't hear. She could prove useful, the television continued. The villain in front of her tore his attention away for a moment, turning his head toward the television and the leader of their group. Reflecting on the final exam against All Might, Kira remembered when Bakugou fired his explosions at All Might, even while being held by the face. Everyone expected them to go for the wrist, pinning them back. So, Kira decided to copy Bakugou's strategy, placing one hand on the side of Dabi's face while keeping the other on his wrist at her throat. "Let us go or I'll burn your face to ash," she threatened. He turned his head back to her slowly. "Burn? Me?" He chuckled darkly, leaning in close without fear. "Take a good, long look and tell me if that phases me." Kira found herself gazing into his icy blue eyes, so cold and disconcerting. She almost forgot about Bakugou on the other side of the bar, still cursing at the other villains as they worked together to hold him down. He was trying so hard to fight, what could she even do? As she watched Bakugou struggle, his head snapped up and their eyes locked momentarily. Something changed in his expression from anger to something she had never seen before. Could it possibly be fear? She would have scoffed if she weren't being held by the throat by a psychopathic villain. She forced her gaze away from the determined student and to the other villains in the room. Shigaraki hadn't moved from his spot at the bar, his knuckles resting against his cheek as if he were bored. Kurojairi, the warp villain, also remained still, waiting on the other side of the bar like a loyal soldier. Who should she attack first once she got free from Dabi? It would be ideal to deal with Shigaraki, as he was the leader of this group of misfits. Besides, she had been itching to punch him ever since his appearance at the shopping center. However, Kurojairi was quick. His quirk was definitely a problem. The hand around her throat squeezed, bringing her back to reality. She watched Bakugou continue to writhe in the villain's grip, and it inspired her to fight back. Using her previous experiences, she tucked her legs into her chest quickly and kicked Dabi in the stomach, just like she had done to Bakugou at the sports festival. The villain grunted slightly, and his grip loosened enough for her to slide down the wall, her heels touching the ground. Bakugou felt a surge of adrenaline at the scene before him and managed to squirm an arm free. He fired off an explosion straight at Dabi, but it vanished, courtesy of Kurojairi's warp gate. "Dim it!" Bakugou roared in frustration, just as Kira ignited her quirk throughout her entire arm. "Enough!" Kurojairi said simply as Bakugou readied another explosion. Kira stretched her palms out, aiming straight for Dabi's already damaged face. However, she hesitates when she spots Bakugou's sweating hand in the corner of her eye. Everything goes silent, as nobody makes a single move. Not even Bakugou. Her classmate's hand has been warped to meet her, so that as soon as he unleashes another explosion, she'll feel the full force of it and not any of the villains. Kira's eyes slowly move over to where Bakugou stands, one arm still trapped behind him. He seems to be glaring at her as if she's the problem. "Good job, Kurojairi," Shigaraki praises, finally stepping off the bar stool. "I was starting to get bored. Fortunately, I was able to divert your first explosion into the back alley of this fine establishment," Kurojairi says, turning his misty form slightly toward Bakugou. Bakugou stares at the warp villain, his eyes glowing dangerously. "Dabi," Shigaraki says simply, and Dabi scoffs in reply. Kira can't even move as the burnt villain approaches her and grips her throat again. It's such a natural move for him, but he doesn't bother to lift her. Instead, heat radiates from his palm, causing her to feel an intense discomfort around her neck. Her eyes begin to water as her hands instinctively grasp his wrist, desperate to pull him away. There was an intense ringing in her ears and voices murmuring in the distance, yet she couldn't quite make out what they were saying. Kira willed her eyes to open, but all she could see was a haze of red. The right side of her face felt hard, as if crusted with something sticky, likely blood. The last thing she remembers is being choked by the burnt villain, Dabi, before she could no longer breathe and was gasping for air. Kira blinks slowly, noticing Bakugou still in chains, sitting opposite Shigaraki and the other league of villains. Her hair falls over her face, obscuring her vision as Shigaraki seems to be speaking to Bakugou, gesturing animatedly to make his point. So much criticism, Shigaraki was saying. But everyone makes a mistake or two, right? It's not like they're supposed to be perfect. Modern-day heroes sure have it rough. Don't you think, Bakugou? Once a hero receives payment to protect people, the lizard villain adds, they aren't a real hero anymore. That's what Stain's actions taught us. Shigaraki tilts his head at Bakugou. A hero in this current system only cares about money and glory, and since society buys into those foolish rules, anyone deemed a loser is shoved aside. So we want to pose some questions. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society truly fair? Soon, everyone will be asking. That's when we'll know we've won, and you like winning, don't you? How long has Kira been lying here, soaked in her own blood? How long have the villains been trying to convince Bakugou, and are they succeeding? Someone as determined and stubborn as Bakugou shouldn't be able to fall so easily for their twisted ideals. They've harmed innocent people. Bakugou would never. Dabi, let him go, Shigaraki says suddenly, and the burnt villain turns to his leader in shock. You know he'll just fight. It's fine, Shigaraki insists. We're recruiting him, so we should treat him as an equal. Besides, he's smart enough to know he can't take us all, right? But he'll certainly try, Kira thinks to herself. After all, UA students are so clever. Hey Twice. Dabi nods to the villain with the quirky personality. You do it. Sure thing. No way, man. Just do it, Dabi sighs. I do apologize for such forceful methods. The magician speaks up from the back of the room as Twice releases Bakugou from the restraints. But please understand that we aren't some kind of unruly mob committing crimes without a plan in mind. Shigaraki stands up from his stool to approach Bakugou. Even though our backgrounds are different, everyone here has suffered. Because of people, rules, and heroes who try to hold us back. I'm sure you're the same. Before Kira can even blink, Bakugou lunges from the chair, pushing Twice back and unleashing a powerful explosion toward Shigaraki. I'm done listening to your endless talking, her classmate says, ready to defend himself. Can you not get to the point, or do you just like hearing your own voice? Basically, what you're saying is you want to cause some trouble and you want me to join you. Well, forget it. Kira can't help but smile painfully as she remains sprawled on the floor of the bar. The League of Villains made a big mistake kidnapping Bakugou. She can see that now. Yeah, I want to win, he continues. I want to win just like All Might. No matter what you have to offer me, that will never change. Do you understand? His resilience is unbearably inspiring. If only Kira could move her limbs, but she doesn't have the strength. Dabi really did a number on her. Shigaraki stares at the severed hand on the ground, a look of horror in his red eye. Father, she hears him murmur. Meanwhile, the television continues to blare in the background, and Kira has just realized that it's Aizawa on the screen at what appears to be a press conference. She barely recognizes him, all dressed up in a suit and tie, with his hair brushed back off his face. Kira tilts her head subtly as she watches her principal, Nizu, reply to a question from a persistent reporter. Most of the victims were harmed by the gas attack. We've determined it to be the use of a poisonous quirk by one of the villains. It's thanks to the quick actions of Ms. Kendo and Mr. Tetsu that injuries were kept to a bare minimum. Additionally, we're providing mental health counseling to every student, though at the moment we do not see any signs of serious psychological trauma. So, you found a bright spot in this tragedy? The reporter remarks. We're relieved that an entire class of burgeoning heroes still has a future, Nizu counters. Can you say the same for the abducted, Katsuki Bakugou and Akira Kiriya? The reporter glares at the pro-heroes. They both enrolled at your school with excellent marks. Bakugou then went on to win the sports festival, whereas Kiriya placed third with Tenya Ida. Before any of that, Bakugou survived the attack of the powerful sludge villain, who eventually had to be taken down by All Might. He's obviously strong and heroic. On the other hand, the violence he displayed in the finals and his attitude at the awards ceremony both showed that he cannot control his temper. He sighs heavily. As for Kiriya, her battle against Bakugou during the sports festival was quite frankly alarming and terrifying. It's proven that her quirk is reckless and uncontrollable. What if this is the real reason the villains kidnapped them? What if they're trying to sway Bakugou and Kiriya right now, pulling them toward the path of evil? How can you sit there and tell us they still have a future? Kira winced as she tried to move one of her limbs, desperate to help Bakugou escape this place. Looking at her classmate now, she knew he could never be lured towards the path of evil, as the reporter had so casually stated his intentions were too strong, too meaningful. As the teacher of Katsuki Bakugou and Akira Kiriya, Mr. Aizawa said softly, bowing his head, "I take full responsibility for their behavior." However, their actions at the sports festival were born of their deep-seated convictions. They are both trying harder than anyone in their pursuit to become the next #1 hero. If the villains think they have a chance with either of them, they are grossly mistaken, I can guarantee you that much. Ha! Bakugou interrupted the broadcast, a grin forming on his lips. Did you hear the teachers? They get me more than I thought. I'll never join your league of miscreants. Bakugou and the villains glared at each other, each curious about the other's next move. There was no way Bakugou could take them all down and escape. There were 8 of them, after all. With all eyes on the hot-headed hero, Kira managed to move her left arm, wiping away some of the dried blood from around her face. It made her wonder how much blood she had really lost. She should probably be unconscious by now. We may not be a camp, but I'm still allowed to fight. Bakugou yelled, creating small explosions in his palms. He must have figured out he's important to us, one of the villains remarked. Clever boy. No, he's a fool, Dabi interjected. Let me take care of him, the schoolgirl added. A clever performer would have acted like we were winning him over, the magician said. Now that he's broken character, he's finished. I only do whatever I want to, and I won't pretend otherwise. I'm tired of being surrounded by a bunch of wannabes. Bakugou shot back. No. Tamura Shigaraki, be calm. Kurojairi shouted suddenly as the leader raised his hand. Instead, Shigaraki waved a hand to his comrades. Don't lay a finger on him, any of you. He picked up a severed hand and placed it back on his face. This hero is still a valuable piece. I wish you would have listened to what I had to say. I thought you and I could come to an understanding. What, you think we're the same? Bakugou snapped back. Not a chance. Shigaraki hesitated, slowly turning to the television screen. Then I have no choice. The heroes said they'd continue their investigation of our group, so we don't have time to stand here and talk. Master? Lend me your power. A master? Bakugou grinned, unable to stop himself from responding. I thought you were the boss around here? But you're just a sidekick. Kurojairi, compress. Shigaraki ignored Bakugou's snarky comments. It's time to put him back to sleep. The one called Compress sighed heavily before approaching Bakugou. I can't believe he's such a bad audience member. It's almost impressive. If you want me to listen, then get on your knees and beg. It was clear that Bakugou wasn't going to go down without a fight. He hadn't even glanced in her direction to see if she had moved at all. He must believe she's incapacitated, but still. He showed barely any reaction to her whatsoever. Bakugou may be an irrational hothead, but he must care about his classmates somehow, right? After all, he had spent 3 months with them already. Kira would scoff if she had a usable voice box. Bakugou only cared about Bakugou. A sudden knock at the bar door startled them all, even Kira, who forced her head off the wooden floor. Hello, Pizza DLVOI. The villains looked completely dumbfounded. That was until the wall was obliterated, and All Might stormed into the base, flanked by Kamui Woods and Gran Torino. Kira's eyes lit up at the scene. They were saved. Tears streamed down her face at the sight, and she tried to call out to let the pro-heroes know she was still there, still alive. Kamui Woods didn't hesitate to trap all the villains in a web of his wooden limbs. Dabi began to ignite, and Kira opened her mouth to warn the heroes when Gran Torino swooped into the bar, kicking Dabi in the face and rendering him unconscious. Just what I'd expect from a competent new hero and a veteran pro who moves faster than the eye can see. All Might's voice echoed around the small room. You can't run anymore, League of Villains. Understand? Because we are here now. The villains were completely baffled, wriggling and writhing in their restraints. Kira took the opportunity to drag her feet under her and pushed herself onto two shaky legs, leaning against the wall for support. It seemed that neither All Might, Bakugou, nor the other heroes had noticed her yet, as she waved away the smoke that concealed her. "Oh, you must have been so scared," Kira heard All Might say. "But you remained strong. I'm sorry. You're safe now, young man." "What? I wasn't scared. Not even close." "I sure was," Kira croaked, stepping out of the dust. "Young Kiriya." All Might rushed to her, while Bakugou just stared at her, his eyes widening slightly. "These merciless villains," he seethed, noticing the damage to her neck. "I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect you." Kira didn't know what to say to that, so she just eyed the schoolgirl who continued to squirm as Kamui Wood's quirk tightened around her. "Kamui!" All Might bellowed, and the pro-hero nodded. However, before anyone else could move, Shigaraki screamed in fury. "I hate you!" He aimed his insult at the number 1 hero. Just then, thick, black, oozing portals appeared on either side of Shigaraki, Nomu heads poking out of them. Kurogiri's quirk? She wondered. "He's still unconscious," Pro-Hero Edge Shot announced, as if reading her thoughts. Suddenly, the same warp gate exploded from Bakugou's mouth, and all she could hear were his curses as he began to warp. "Bakugou!" she wailed, despite her burning throat. She lunged for him, but All Might kept her at bay with one huge arm, his other reaching for Bakugou. But he was already gone. "No!" Kira dropped to her knees as All Might roared in rage. One by one, the other villains disappeared, slipping right through Kamui Wood's quirk. "It's not your fault," Edgeshot sympathized. The heroes dispersed, leaping out of the ruined building to battle the rampaging Nomus. All Might placed a strong hand on her shoulder as she wept at the space where Bakugou had just been standing. "Endeavor," All Might said firmly. "I'll leave young Kiriya here with you." She leaped to her feet, wanting to accompany All Might in his next rescue attempt, but she stopped herself, knowing how foolish it would be. He's All Might. He'll be able to save Bakugou, and soon everything will just be another nightmare. Endeavor, the flame hero, ordered her to hide in the alley while he dealt with the attacking Nomu. There wasn't much she could do against them, especially not in her current state. It was best to follow the hero's orders and not be a burden to anyone. She gazed up at the sky through the narrow space between the buildings. There wasn't much to see with the buildings on fire, smoke, and ash swirling in the air. Kira brushed her fingers over her neck, feeling the remnants of Dobby's dangerous quirk. She would probably have an unusual scar there for the rest of her life. She sighed as she heard a few Nomus screeching in the distance. Her scars were the least of her concerns. Besides, jumping through the warp gate after Bakugou had been her own choice. And she would do it all over again in a heartbeat. She doubted Bakugou was entirely grateful for her decision, even though she hadn't been helpful at all. What had she been thinking, trying to take on 8 psychopathic villains? Kira's mind flashed back to the schoolgirl who had called them the best of friends. If that was what she thought it meant, then everything was her fault. All of it. Kira blinked back a few stray tears and peeked around the corner of the alley, spotting Endeavor incinerating 3 Nomu. She couldn't just sit there doing nothing while Bakugou was taken again by the villains to be used as a pawn in their twisted game. Determined, Kira used her quirk to propel herself to the top of the roof, hoping no Nomu noticed her light. The rooftop provided a perfect view of the Chaos Nomu in every direction, battling heroes left and right. But where had All Might gone? If she had any chance of finding Bakugou, she needed to find All Might. He couldn't have gone far, not already. She spun around, trying to catch a glimpse of his flashy costume, but all she could see was flames, destruction, and despair. Unable to contain her frustration, Kira stomped on the roof, causing the fragile structure to tremble beneath her foot. All Might had really done a number on the bar. As she scanned the city, hoping to spot a large-scale battle, maybe Bakugou's quirk, her eyes began to heat up. Her atomic power couldn't possibly be acting up now, could it? There was nothing to trigger it, except for Bakugou's impending fate. Kira squeezed her eyes shut, seeing bright lights behind her eyelids. They almost looked like... No, that was absurd. She concluded, shaking her head with a sharp scoff. Kira opened her eyes slowly, gazing ahead to reveal nothing but rubble and broken, tilted buildings. Frowning, she closed her eyes again. Beyond her vision, she could see silhouettes moving, as if she were looking through infrared binoculars. "This is crazy," she whispered to herself. Just what else was her quirk going to reveal? Kira opened her eyes to glance down the side of the building at a still-fighting Endeavor. He seemed to have forgotten all about her for the time being. Kira closed her eyes, confirming the locations of the heated signatures, their bodies glowing faintly under her eyelids. She snapped her eyes open and leaped from building to building, propelled by her quirk. Kira clung to one of the crumpled structures, peeking through the debris for the body. "Hey!" she called out, her voice echoing eerily in the darkness. She allowed her arm to glow a faint green. "I'm here to rescue you." "I'm here," came a faint reply, the stranger's voice shaky and unsure. "Can you move? Can you climb?" Kira asked, noting that they sounded young. "Why, they stammered. "But my dad. He's not moving." Kira hesitated for a moment. "Okay, you come to me. Then I'll save your dad. It's best to get you out of the way first." The child mumbled in agreement, and Kira brightened her quirk slightly, so she could spot the civilian as quickly as possible. She really should be searching for All Might and Bakugou, but she couldn't just leave these people trapped under the debris. The child's tear-streaked face came into view, and Kira recognized them immediately. This was the same child who had pointed her out the day after the sports festival. Look, it's that light girl from the festival." Their dad had shielded them from Kira, as if she would ever harm another human being. The child reached out, but Kira hesitated, shaking her head carefully to avoid burning them with the heat radiating from her skin. "Dad," the child wailed. "Don't worry," Kira said, lifting the child onto her back, curious if they recognized her at all. "I'll get you somewhere safe and then get him out." "You can't leave him," the youngster sobbed. Kira sighed, losing her patience. I have to get you away from the scene first." Kira lunged from building to building once more. The child had their arms wrapped tightly around Kira's wounded neck, making it difficult to concentrate. Regardless, she set the child down, ensuring there were no Nomu around, and promised to return with their dad. Should she even bother? Dark thoughts pierced her mind. How could she even think such a thing? Bakugou had All Might. Why should she worry so much? Kira closed her eyes, praying her quirk adaptation hadn't decided to vanish. She wondered how far this new skill could reach as she propelled herself high into the air, searching for signs of Bakugou or All Might. About 3 miles away, Kira spotted a huddled group of people, their bodies appearing as a foggy haze through her new infrared vision. Could this be Bakugou and All Might? Or more civilians in need? Kira cursed her twisted thoughts regardless. They needed help. The fact that she wanted to reach Bakugou so desperately scared her. Kira glanced down at the collapsed building containing the child's father and landed softly on the side. She used the light from her quirk to assess the damage. If she moved this block, then another would surely fall. If she pushed this large cabinet, this section could potentially collapse. She hummed to herself as she slipped into the building, carefully maneuvering around each part, wary not to bump into anything that might dislodge it. The man, the child's father, was pinned under a fridge. Its contents had spilled all over him, and Kira couldn't tell if it was blood or juice. Or perhaps both. She carefully tilted his head side to side, checking for serious injuries. He seemed okay. She examines the fridge, noticing that the entire wall has collapsed on top of it. Moving the fridge could risk the whole building coming down, endangering them both. Perhaps she could find something else to prop up in place of the man's unconscious body. She sighs, brushing dust from her vision. Somewhere, a Nomu screeches, sending chills through her body. Hopefully, the child she left behind is still okay. Maybe he found a safe hiding spot. Kira refocuses on the father. Truthfully, she needs the pro-heroes. She can't save this man on her own without risking the entire structure. But she is alone right now. The other heroes are busy fighting the villains, leaving it up to her. Kira frowns, determination etched on her face as she wipes sweat from her brow. She has no choice. The building has to come down. Kira stares up in shock as an ice wall towers over her and Bakugou, her arms crossed over her face to shield herself from the shards, her heat melting the ice. The 5 people she thought were civilians reveal themselves to be Midoriya, Kirishima, Ida, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu. All the villains turn towards the ice spike, completely caught off guard by the sudden attack. "Come on!" Kirishima shouts, extending a hand as he soars through the air with Midoriya and Ida. Kira's gaze shifts back to the villains as they make a break for Bakugou. Her classmate spots her standing next to the ice, her forearms practically shimmering in the night. "You sure chose a bad time to be a hero," he calls out to her. Ignoring his comment, Kira watches as the schoolgirl dives into the air, ready to attack Bakugou with a small, sharp knife. Suddenly, all rational thought of saving her classmate vanishes as she's consumed by a desire for vengeance. Her quirk glows on her arms as she dashes toward the villain, intent on stopping her. Suddenly, Bakugou rushes at her, his hand extended, ready to prevent her from acting on her anger. "Stop!" she exclaims, raising her hands to halt him. Bakugou ignores her pleas as she tries to dodge his outstretched arm. For some reason, she's putting everyone at risk. All for what? A fleeting desire to satisfy her own needs? Even so, Kira knows she may never get this chance again. With the intense heat from her quirk, Bakugou must be brave or foolish to come into contact with her, but he doesn't seem fazed by the intensity of her power. Sure, Bakugou's own quirk relies on his sweat, so he's used to extreme temperatures, but he must be in pain, despite his indifferent demeanor. "Let go!" she yells stubbornly, using her free hand to unleash a beam of light at the schoolgirl. "You idiot!" he hisses in her ear, his grip on her arm unwavering. "What are you doing?" She fires another shot, narrowly missing the villain's cheek and causing an explosion behind them. "Akira!" Her eyes widen at the sound of the faint voice high above, and she turns her head to see Kirishima soaring through the air with Midoriya and Ida. "Come on!" he calls again, his voice echoing. She feels her quirk cool down, a slight amount of steam rising from her arms as Bakugou continues to pull her along. "Pay attention! I'm not dragging you everywhere," he yells. Kira snaps her head to him as he launches into the air with explosions, showering the villains with debris. Light emanates from her other palm as Kira and Bakugou fly toward Kirishima and the others, hand in hand. "Are you stupid or something?" Bakugou bellows at their rescuers as he slaps his hand into Kirishima's. Kira clings to Bakugou's other hand for dear life, trying not to look down there incredibly high right now. Just moments ago, she was filled with rage toward the villains, but she realizes she didn't even need to act to save Bakugou. In the end, she was the one who needed saving. "Kiriya," Ida says, speaking loudly over the wind. "In a minute, give us a giant. Look out!" Kira warns, glancing back just in time to see 2 members of the League of Villains zooming through the air after them, gaining speed. Kira aims her hand to blast them with light when the pro-hero MT Lady transforms into her giant form, blocking the villains by colliding with them. M Lady collapses to the ground, creating a wave of dust and rubble. "Yes!" Kira can't hide her excitement, hoping that MT Lady is okay in the end. "Now!" Ida commands. "Got it!" Kira replies, aiming her quirk downward to slow their descent. Kira slides to a stop, the hard ground scraping against her bare feet. She doesn't have time to complain since all of this is her fault. How will she explain this to her classmates and teachers? Her gaze travels down to find Bakugou's hand still tightly clasped with hers, and she notices the burn on his palm from her quirk. Something in her expression must have revealed her realization, as he quickly snatches his hand away and shoves it into his pockets. However, Bakugou doesn't hide his feelings. He glares at her, just like he did at Shigaraki's bar. He still blames her, and rightly so. Suddenly, Kirishima lunges at Kira, wrapping her in a tight embrace. She's no stranger to his hugs. She remembers the time they shared one after he confessed his true feelings. She pats him on the back softly, laughing at his reaction. "Kirishima, why did you go after him?" she hears him murmur in her ear, and she glances at Midoriya. He and Todoroki were the only ones there when Bakugou was taken. Did he tell everyone what happened? "Someone had to," she replies, pushing him off her while holding him by the shoulders. "It's what heroes do." "We can't stay here," Ida reminds them, and they all nod in agreement. They gather their thoughts and start heading to the station as Midoriya calls Todoroki to let him know they're okay and the rescue was a success. A rescue? Bakugou snaps, facing away from the others with his arms crossed. That's not what happened back there. You just happened to be my best escape route. Kira frowns at him, knowing full well that without Midoriya and the others, he would have been in serious trouble. She's even doubting what she could have done in that situation. Her power clearly isn't enough, it seems. Kira marches up to Bakugou, stands on her tiptoes, and gives him a light tap on the back of the head. Bakugou flinches at the impact and turns to her with a glare. What he meant to say, she says through gritted teeth, shooting daggers at Bakugou before softening her gaze onto Kirishima, is we're eternally grateful. You're welcome. Kirishima responds with a thumbs up. Surprisingly, Bakugou doesn't retaliate. We had to get out of there so All Might could take down that guy, he explains, referring to the more powerful villain at the scene. Kira rubs her hand along her throat, feeling a little soreness return. She glances at Bakugou. How long were we there? She whispers. He shrugs. Those villains put me to sleep most of the time. 2 days. Midoriya suddenly speaks up, staring at them, occasionally flickering his eyes to Kira's injury. Her eyes widen at his reply. She was unconscious for that long? You're sure? She asks, her gaze dropping to her bare feet, covered in dirt. Midoriya simply nods. She massages her wound again, wishing for a mirror to see how bad it really is. That Dabi was indeed merciless in his assault. She's sure he crushed her windpipe, but based on her survival, it seems her injuries weren't as severe as she thought. She must be weaker than she realized. Look, a bystander calls out, and Kira looks up at a huge screen displaying the battle between All Might and the villain. She steps forward, fighting to hold back her heroic instincts. After all, what can she do? It's best to let All Might handle it so he can unleash his full power. Besides, the last time she tried to help someone, a child died, and her classmates had to save her. The public watches in horror as All Might deflects a massive attack, the smoke finally clearing to reveal a frail man wearing All Might's costume. What? She questions, frowning at the screen as the camera wobbles from the helicopter. Around her, civilians murmur about the strange appearance of the skeletal figure, but there's no doubt about it, that's All Might. Kira notices Midoriya's horrified expression, but not one of shock. With all the time he's spent with the #1 hero, he must know about this secret already. The crowd starts to scream words of encouragement for their hero, even though he can't hear them. Beat him! Bakugou roars from beside her, fresh tears brimming in his eyes. Come on, All Might! Her classmates join in, everyone crying and screaming, while Kira stands amongst them, dumbfounded. This is her fault. Somehow it is. Eventually, other pro-heroes join All Might, including Endeavor, Tiger, and Edgeshot. The #2 hero must be furious about Kira's disappearance. Does he know about the child who died or the unconscious man she left behind? A bead of sweat trickles down the side of her face as the villain powers himself up, his arm transforming into a grotesque amalgamation of different quirks. All Might meets the punch with his own, causing a whirlwind of debris and dust to erupt, knocking the other pro-heroes back. When the smoke clears, it reveals a severely beaten All Might standing triumphantly over the unconscious villain. The camera zooms in on All Might in the crater, his fist raised high above his head. The crowd erupts into a frenzy, hugging and jumping around, crying and laughing. Kira and her classmates remain frozen before the screen, still in shock over their teacher's raw display of power. Finally, more pro-heroes arrive, shackling the villain and escorting him to the van. All Might's true form is now known to the whole world. What kind of effects will this have on society? We can't go anywhere, Ida says, glancing around the packed crowd. I wish we could find Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Let's just head that way, Kirishima suggests. We should let the heroes know we have Bakugou and Kira in case they're looking for them. Good idea. Ida nods, and they begin to make their way through the throngs of people. As they push through the crowd, Kirishima refuses to let go of Kira's hand, leading her with Ida in front, Bakugou behind her, and Midoriya bringing up the rear. She frowns, Feeling both guilt and concern for Kirishima, he's clearly rattled by her disappearance and doesn't seem to want to let her out of his sight. Now, All Might's voice echoes loudly over the chaos, clear as day through the screen above them. Now, it's your turn. All Might points directly into the camera, warning any other villains who dare cross him. However, something about Midoriya's reaction tells her otherwise. Everyone is cheering for their idol, giddy over his resilience, while Midoriya is in tears. Kira notices Bakugou side-eyeing his childhood friend, suspicion and distrust clear in his eyes. With how close All Might and Midoriya are, as has been proven time and time again when they're seen discussing battle tactics, could there be something else that Midoriya's hiding from his classmates? Something about his power? Many different circumstances come to light, things she wouldn't have thought twice about, but now it's just too obvious to overlook. Bakugou, Midoriya's childhood friend, was shocked and angry when he threw the ball over 700 feet during the fitness test. "Hey, Deku, tell me how you did that, or you're dead," he had said that day, as if he had no idea that the person he grew up with didn't even possess a quirk. Then there was Tsu's theory on the bus. She pointed out how similar Midoriya's quirk was to All Might's. "You're forgetting All Might doesn't hurt himself. That makes a huge difference." Kirishima had defended him that day. But how different are they really? Kira and the others met up with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, and they escorted both her and Bakugou to the police station. Bakugou didn't say a word the entire way, that is until they were questioned. The detectives were persistent with their interrogation, but since Kira had been unconscious most of the time, there wasn't much she could add to their investigation. It is troubling that Shigaraki and the League of Villains were able to escape again, the detective tells them, scratching his chin. But what matters most is that the two of you are okay. Kira hides her neck as best she can. Now's the worst time to be a burden. She shifted in her seat, feeling uneasy as Bakugou leaned back with his arms crossed over his chest. "If you officers did your job, this wouldn't be an issue, would it?" Bakugou shot back, a hint of disdain in his voice. Kira's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be so unfazed? "On behalf of the police, I apologize for that." "I don't want an apology," he snapped, slamming his hand on the desk, small sparks flickering from his fingertips. "Bakugou!" Kira's voice surprised her, but he didn't even glance her way. He settled back into his chair, rocking it slightly. The detective nodded his thanks before moving his chair closer. "Kiriya," he began, and Kira turned her attention back to him. "All Might left you with Endeavor," he stated, causing Kira to freeze. She braced herself for further questioning, not wanting to reveal too much about anything. "You pursued the villains on your own, despite the risks." Kira lowered her gaze to the floor, hoping her eyes didn't betray her. What could she tell the police? She had unwittingly betrayed her classmates and teachers, allowing a villain to manipulate her mind. She should have known better. What about the child? Kira squeezed her eyes shut, trying to erase the memory. "Can I go home already?" Bakugou interrupted, and Kira opened her eyes. "I'm tired of going in circles with you useless officers." "Kiriya?" The detective pressed, ignoring Bakugou entirely. "Hey!" Bakugou barked. "Don't ignore me." "Yes," Kira replied slowly, nodding. "I went after All Might. To save Bakugou." She felt her classmate's eyes on her as she moved her hand away from her neck, revealing the mark left by Dabi. "I couldn't live with myself if something happened to him," she explained to the detective, avoiding Bakugou's gaze. "If something happened to anyone." The detective nodded, jotting something down before looking back at Kira. "I'm sure you were informed about the incident at the training camp," Kira continued. "It's true. Foolishly, I jumped after the villains through the warp gate created by Kurogyri, which only led to both of our captures." She paused, glancing at Bakugou. "I thought I could be a hero and save him." Their interrogation concluded after a few more questions. Kira was facing a significant punishment, but considering her intentions were noble, the detectives decided to leave the matter to the UA teachers. The police drove both her and Bakugou home, but neither spoke a word. Perhaps Kira had revealed too much. Kira examined the new mark on her neck in the mirror. It was unsettling, a handprint-like burn, slightly blistered. She sighed softly, turning away from the reflection. Maybe she could adjust her costume to hide the evidence of her encounter. Days had passed since the revelation of All Might's true form, and the world felt restless. Villains were bound to make more appearances now that the #1 hero had officially retired. Kira padded down the stairs, approaching the still empty rooms. She had been alone for weeks, and it felt strange. That schoolgirl villain claimed they were best friends, yet Kira had never seen her before. The more she thought about that day, the more familiar the villain seemed. She had a theory or two about why the villain knew her, but they felt too absurd to be true. Her inner voice echoed her doubts, growing louder in the silence of her empty house. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolted her from her thoughts. "Mr. Aizawa," she said, cracking the door open before fully opening it for her teacher. "What are you doing here?" "I've come to discuss some important matters," he replied simply. As he entered, taking a seat opposite her at the table, Kira noticed he wore the same attire from the press conference, his hair tied back in a loose ponytail. "Mr. Aizawa, you don't have to be so formal," she said. "It's just me here." Aizawa paused, his hands resting on the table. "I'm sure you're aware of the idea of dormitories." Kira nodded, recalling the notice she received a few days ago. She hadn't packed anything, still unsure about the safety situation. They sat in silence for a while. Kira wasn't being very hospitable, but what could she do without someone to guide her? "I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa," she blurted out, tears welling in her eyes. "Everything that happened is my fault." "What are you talking about?" Aizawa sighed. "The attack on the training camp," she explained. I'm to blame. I don't know what happened." Kira shrugged, blinking away the tears. "When I was with the League of Villains, one of them, a schoolgirl, said she knew me." This caught Mr. Aizawa's attention. He looked up slowly, his brows slightly raised. "But I don't know her," Kira exclaimed, hoping her teacher wouldn't misunderstand. She cleared her throat. "I've never seen her before. That's the problem." "This villain," Aizawa said quietly, as if deep in thought. "Would you recognize them again if you saw them?" Kira frowned at the question. "Yeah, of course." Aizawa nodded slightly. "How long have you been here?" He glanced around the room. I don't know," she shrugged. "A few weeks, maybe." If Mr. Aizawa was concerned, his expression didn't show it. "Pack your things," he instructed, fixing his gaze back on Kira. "It won't do you any good to stay cooped up in this big empty house." Aizawa stood, pushing his chair back under the table, and Kira stood up abruptly, nearly knocking her chair over. "Mr. Aizawa, please," she whispered. "Do you have any idea where where my mother really is?" "I don't," he replied, shaking his head. "No one's heard from Lightbringer in a very long time." Kira sagged slightly, but she had expected that answer. Mr. Aizawa was an underground hero, he wouldn't know about Lightbringer's whereabouts. "Listen," Mr. Aizawa added, his tone growing more sincere. "It's clear now that you're no longer safe here. The new dormitories would provide that safety. But with everything that's happened with All Might, we really should have moved you out of here sooner." Aizawa glanced to the side, frowning more at himself than anything. Mr. Aizawa shook off his sudden uncertainty and made his way back to Kira's front door. She rushed around the side of the table to accompany him. He opened the door himself, not needing the warmth of hospitality from Akira, when she placed a firm hand on it, preventing it from opening any further. "And that villain?" she asked blankly. Aizawa turned his head slightly in her direction but refused to make eye contact. Instead, he stared at her hand gripping the door. "Like I said, get your things. You won't be able to do any good stuck here." Granted, Kira's house wasn't far from UA to begin with, just down the hill and around a few corners, but Mr. Aizawa was right. She was no longer safe at her own home. Kira met her classmates, gathered in an excited bunch outside the dorm building. "Given everything that has happened," Mr. Aizawa began, standing in front of the students, "I'm glad we were able to bring class back together." "So we all got the go-ahead to move on campus," Siro said, turning to his classmates. Toru released a heavy sigh. "It took a lot of convincing from my parents." "I was pretty concerned about mine," Kyoka added, scratching her chin nervously. "We're glad to see the teachers got to come back too," Tsu said. "I was afraid you wouldn't be allowed." The people at the press conference seemed pretty upset with you guys. I was surprised as well, Aizawa admitted. But circumstances have changed. Now then, I'll explain how your dorm assignments will work shortly. He clapped his hands together to get the class's attention. First, however, we haven't forgotten about the provisional hero licenses you were supposed to get during the training camp. That caused a stir among the classmates. Everyone had forgotten the real reason they were there due to all the chaos that had happened. This is important, so listen well, Aizawa continued. Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Midoriya, Ida. You 5 are the ones who broke the rules and went to rescue Bakugou and Kiriya that night. Aizawa sighed heavily. Based on your reactions, I assume the rest of you were at least aware of their plan. I'm going to set aside a number of issues and just say this. If it weren't for All Might's retirement from the hero scene, I would expel everyone here, except Bakugou, Kiriya, and Hagakure. The 5 of you who went, of course, but also the remaining 12 who didn't step up and try to stop them. You betrayed our trust, even if it was to protect your friends from getting into trouble. In order to regain our confidence, you'll need to obey every rule to the letter and live as model students. That's all. Now, look alive, enjoy your new home. Aizawa walked off, as simple as that, leaving the students feeling guilty and chastised. If it weren't for All Might, Kira would be looking for a new school right now. Besides, she should be in an equal amount of trouble as her other 5 classmates, considering she too made a reckless move and left the safety of Endeavor's side to save Bakugou. Chapter end. After about another half an hour or so, the other girls finally decided to make an appearance. About time. Kira called, spinning on the sofa to face them. Yeah, what took you all so long? Kirishima wondered. Well, we're going to be staying here now. Mina answered, rolling her eyes at both of them. It's got to look like home. Kira nodded in understanding. Perhaps she should have spent longer fitting into her dorm room. Anyways, she jumped on the spot. Us girls have been talking and we have the best idea. Toru interrupted. Kira frowned. Why wasn't she a part of this girl's idea? Let's go around and see who has the coolest room, Mina suggested. Kira sighed, rubbing her neck. I don't know, Mina. It's getting pretty late now. I mean, who knows what Mr. Aizawa has in store for us tomorrow? We should be getting as much rest as we can. Oh, come on. She practically pouted. It won't take that long, Toru insisted. You mean checking out all 20 rooms? Kira quipped, glaring at the invisible girl. Sure, it won't take long at all. It could be fun, Kirishima said with a half-hearted shrug. Before anyone else could protest, the girls spun on their heels and made their way toward the first room. Grumbling, Kira stood up from the sofa. She was pretty curious to see what everyone's rooms looked like. Kira. She stopped at the sound of her name and turned, spotting Kirishima staring at his phone. I need to talk to you. About something. She blinked at him. Is it important? Can't it wait until tomorrow? The lift bell dinged as her classmates loaded onto it. No, he replied bluntly as his phone vibrated in his hand again. The lift descended with the others, and Kira sighed heavily, rubbing her tired eyes. Okay. She nodded. Okay. However, instead of spilling his thoughts, he headed for the lift, pressing the button to summon it once more. Kira hesitantly stood next to him, waiting for that familiar ding to resonate. Whatever he wanted to talk about seemed serious. They stepped inside the lift, as Kirishima pressed the button for the 4th floor. She frowned at his silence, and he glanced at his phone once more when it vibrated loudly in the confines of the metal box. Kira sighed irritably, stepping over and jabbing the yellow button, stopping the lift halfway through their ascent. Kirishima placed his phone by his side, ignoring the aggressive vibrating and instead focused on the tired girl in front of him. What is it? Kira blurted, crossing her arms over her chest. She didn't mean to snap, she just wanted nothing more than to be wrapped up in her warm, new blankets. The last thing she ever wanted to do was take her frustration out on him. Kirishima didn't reply, as if his tongue was caught up in the millions of thoughts scattered around his mind. It was then she noticed how troubled he appeared. His brows were knitted together, the corners of his lips were turned down, his usual glimmer of excitement absent from his eyes. Kira had never seen Kirishima portray a quality besides undying charisma, but now, as his phone screen flashed across his features, Kira's heart ached at being so utterly oblivious to how he must really be feeling. Kirishima. She stepped forward, reaching a hand out but hesitating. Something's wrong, isn't there? He dropped his phone to his side, still vibrating. What is it? It's nothing, he replied almost immediately, straining a smile. Kira frowned at him. We may have only known each other for 4 months, Kirishima, but I can tell when you're not being completely honest with me. She waits for him to open up, contemplating whether to press him further, when she notices him glancing at her new scar. Does it hurt? No, she replies, her voice suddenly thick with emotion. It pains me that He looks at the buttons in the lift, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I couldn't do anything. Well, of course not, she scoffs, trying to lift the heavy atmosphere with a light-hearted gesture. You weren't even there to begin with, Kirishima. Maybe I should have been. Kira opens her mouth to argue, but he interrupts, his voice rising with frustration. How can I live up to my dream of being the next Crimson Riot if I can't even save you? She blinks at his confession, forcing him to meet her gaze. Save me, she echoes. Last I checked, I was the one who recklessly jumped in after the League of Villains. That was my choice, even if it was the wrong one. It was my fault. A flicker of anger crosses his face, but Kira can't tell if it's directed at her or himself. If I had just passed that stupid final exam, I could have been right there with you, fighting those villains. Maybe, Kira replies softly, trying to imagine being in his position. But there's no point in dwelling on it. Kirishima seems at a loss for words. Isn't that what you say? She continues, nodding to catch his attention as he looks down in what she interprets as defeat. All you can do is learn from it. Learn and get stronger. Then, together we can teach those villains a lesson. What do you say? Kirishima glances up slowly, that familiar smirk returning, and Kira knows she has said something convincing. It seems infectious as she too feels her determination rise, a smile forming on her lips. Kira reflects on her own words. She'll get stronger, master her powers, and then she'll face Dabi and that schoolgirl villain. Hey Kira! She snaps out of her vengeful thoughts to face her classmate. He steps forward hesitantly, leaning over to press the yellow button, allowing the lift to continue its journey. They're now just a breath apart, and Kira can still see the faint trace of tears in his eyes. It's true, it's only been about 4 months since they first met at the entrance exam, but Kira hasn't bonded with anyone quite like Kirishima. His positive outlook and determination to be a better person are incredibly contagious. His integrity is something Kira aspires to possess one day. In those 4 months, he's the only person she's felt close enough to want to spend time with outside of school. Even though her own power frightens her to the point of wanting to isolate herself, he's been there, unafraid and wanting to support her. It's clear now. She's been foolish. Kira hasn't realized how long she's been staring at him, admiring his features, until the familiar ding resonates and the doors slide open. Kirishima steps out first, but Kira can't will her feet to move. He holds the door open, waiting for her to exit. Finally, her legs start to obey, and she follows him onto the 4th floor. There was another reason I wanted to come up here, he blurts out, wincing slightly. She frowns as he releases the doors, revealing the one person she least wanted to meet, leaning against his door with an angry expression. Kirishima, she growls, turning her head to the redhead. What took you so long? Bakugou asks, his tone low but clearly displeased. As much as I enjoyed our enlightening conversation, Kirishima says to Kira, grinning at their annoyed reactions, there's an actual reason we came up here. Kira's eyes drift to the phone in Kirishima's pocket and then to Bakugou, connecting the dots. You couldn't come find me yourself? She says to Bakugou. You had to use Kirishima as a messenger? No. Kirishima waves his hands in front of him. I don't mind. It just shows that Bakugou is actually trying to. Shut up, stupid hare. Bakugou snaps. She has some explaining to do. He points at Kira, practically vibrating with anger. Kira sighs irritably. Today's been a long day. Whatever you want to yell at me for can wait until tomorrow. Kirishima glances at his phone. Wow, it is pretty late, Bakugou, he murmurs. What are you still doing here? Bakugou roars, advancing on Kirishima. Would you calm down? Kira frowns. It's way too late for this. She grabs Kirishima's arm, leading him away from Bakugou. We'll have plenty of time tomorrow for your problems. She hears Bakugou fuming behind her as she leads Kirishima back to the lift, seeking refuge from the angry boy. She knows he wants to join the other students in the hunt for the best dorm room. Hey, don't walk away from me, you idiot. Bakugou calls out, and she pauses. I want some answers. Kira sighs heavily, nodding to Kirishima as he steps inside the lift, leaving her alone with Bakugou on the 4th floor. She might as well get this over with now that she's here. Answers? She asks, watching the lights above the lift indicate its descent. 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. He doesn't respond, and Kira forces herself to turn and face him. You're going to tell me how you survived, he orders, his voice low. Survived what? Don't play dumb, he snaps, meeting her gaze. There's no way you can be alive right now. Not after what that villain did. She frowns slightly. You mean, Dabi? He remains silent. It wasn't that bad, she scoffs. He burned me, that's all. Bakugou stares at her, as if analyzing her. For 2 days, he finally says. For 2 days you were there. Yeah, she raises her brows as if it's no big deal. And then All Might and the other pros came and rescued us. They didn't, Bakugou starts, but cuts himself off, tearing his eyes away from the girl for a moment. Kira seizes the opportunity to inch closer to him, hoping he won't lash out for even moving. What were you thinking? He says quietly, glaring at a spot on the wall beside them. I guess. I wasn't, she admits. If it weren't for you, he adds, changing his tone, I wouldn't have even needed All Might to come and get us out. I could have handled them all if you hadn't jumped in afterwards. Kira straightens at his words, recognizing the truth in them. I would have done it for anyone. Bakugou sighs irritably, bringing his attention back to her. That's exactly the point, he grumbles. I'm not gonna lie, she tries to joke, hoping to ease the tension in the conversation. It didn't go exactly as I planned. He narrows his eyes at her, clearly unimpressed with her attempt at humor. She clamps her mouth shut, wondering if he's going to yell at her again. They stand outside his door, Bakugou's expression unreadable as he glares down at Kira. For a moment, she could have sworn she noticed his piercing red eyes flicker down to the scar on her neck, but it might have been a trick of the dim corridor light. After all, what does Bakugou care about Kira and her unfortunate injuries? You were there again, he says plainly, causing Kira to tilt her head quizzically. Did you plan that too? Could he be referring to her appearance when the villain took Bakugou from the bar? You slipped through my fingers, she replies, refusing to break his gaze, remembering the haunting feeling as the black goo erupted from his mouth. Even if All Might was there, the #1 hero, it could never stop me from saving you or anyone. Bakugou glances at his door beside him. That was reckless. Kira blinks up at him. Honestly, what did she expect from the hothead? A thank you. He barely granted the pro heroes his gratitude, so what would he ever give to her? Besides, when she left the safety of Endeavor to go save Bakugou, she made the situation 10 times worse. Her eyes widen as she remembers the small boy she saved. Only to lose him, and she tears her gaze to the ground, hoping Bakugou doesn't notice her sudden wave of grief. I didn't need your help or All Might's, Bakugou adds, uncaring who he hurts with his words. You were just in the way. I get that, she whispers, her eyes still cast down until she regains control of her emotions. It was written all over your face when we were taken by the League of Villains. She hears Bakugou shuffle in front of her, but she can't seem to force her concentration back to him. The look in your eyes. She trails off, sniffing slightly as she straightens, finding the courage to face him once more. His eyes are narrowed again, but she can't place the emotion. Behind them. She opens her mouth to continue, but the lift bell dings, and she glances over his shoulder to see the lights above indicating someone's ascent. Could the others be done with their tour already? She shakes her head slightly. They haven't completed this floor yet. Second floor, third floor. The lift doors open with that telling, resonating ding, and Kira's classmates pile out, Mina being the first to notice her standing beside Bakugou. There you are. Mina rushes over. Kira takes her eyes off Bakugou momentarily. You done with the tour already, Mina? She questions. Not quite. Mina offers a wink. Just gotta do this floor next. Her eyes flicker over to Bakugou quickly before landing back on Kira. You coming? Kira glances up at Bakugou, who has turned away from the others, staring up at the top of his doorframe. In a bit. She offers a warm smile to her classmates as they venture down the corridor. Kirishima hesitates in front of them for a moment, noticing the tension radiating off Bakugou. Kira gives him a slight nod. There are still some unspoken worries between the two of them that they need to address. With a sigh, Kirishima jogs away to catch up with the others as they enter Shoji's room to examine. Once they're out of sight, Kira allows her gaze to linger back on Bakugou again. He appears off more than usual. He's tense, uneasy, as if he's confused. But Bakugou is always certain about everything. That's what makes him so arrogant and stubborn. Another thing she's noticed is that Bakugou has never displayed emotions like grief, regret, or sadness before, but peering up through his locks now, those feelings are definitely evident, no matter how hard he tries to conceal them. Perhaps that's why he's finding the top of the doorframe so interesting right now. But Kira isn't going to judge. The past couple of weeks have been difficult, stressful, and exhausting. They were kidnapped and tortured, both emotionally and physically. All Might is no longer number one Bakugou's idol and hero. Before she can even utter a single syllable, Bakugou finally lowers his head, glaring at her with bloodshot eyes. She's completely taken aback by his reaction, his hands balled into fists by his sides as he leans down to match her height. This wasn't my fault, he says plainly, tears welling up in his eyes. All she can do is frown in reply. She hasn't the faintest idea what he's referring to. All Might's descent, their capture? What? She wants to ask, but the shock of realizing his distraught expression leaves her speechless. Not once has she seen Bakugou portray these emotions, and not once did she expect him to. You hear me? He adds, growing more irritated, but whether it's with her or himself, she'll never know. This was your fault. What did you think was going to happen? You were going to save me and it would all be happily ever after? Compared to those villains, you're weak. Kira's frown deepens, her own tears forming, blurring her vision so that Bakugou looks like some kind of abstract painting. She understands his rage, and she finds herself okay with allowing him to take it out on her, even if his words sting just as badly as the injuries she has endured. Bakugou opens his mouth to vent some more when the door to Shoji's room opens, and the students leap into the corridor, chatting and laughing with each other. Akira! Toru calls out, and Kira quickly wipes her eyes, turning to her friends. We're going into Kirishima's room next. Yeah, you should join us, Mina adds, wiggling her brows. Kira would laugh if she had the energy. Okay. She nods instead. I'll be right there. Hey, everything all right? Kirishima approaches, his brows creased in concern. Kira looks back up at Bakugou, who has his head down, concealing his emotions. His shoulders are tense, and his hands are clenched tightly. Fine, she croaks out, sniffing again. Just talking. Kirishima doesn't look entirely convinced but nods nevertheless. You should come now, he replies, glancing at Bakugou's troubled frame. He then takes Kira by the arm and leads her away from Bakugou. Hey, the blonde barks, still unmoving. She stops and glances back at him over her shoulder. This conversation isn't over. Kira nods again, her neck cramping from the movement. Okay, she mumbles. Whatever you say, Bakugou. Chapter end. They all return to their dorm rooms after the competition. It turns out Sato won the game, impressing the girls with his cooking skills and charming them with sweet treats. Mineta and Kaminari were not pleased, confronting him about his tactics for winning both the tournament and the girls' hearts. Kira chose to relax outside on her balcony, enjoying a beautiful view of UA. She leaned over the railing slightly and glanced down the side of the dorm building. Yue's location has always been ideal, perched atop a mountain and surrounded by woods on every side. Kira's forearms rested on the chilly metal railing, a cool breeze lifting her hair off her shoulders. Her curtains fluttered behind her before settling gently on the ground next to her feet. She sighed, her mind racing. Bakugou's words could have been misinterpreted as a threat. This conversation isn't over. But Kira knew he was curious. He wanted answers. The thing is, so did she. Back at the League of Villains base, that schoolgirl had tricked her, but Kira had no idea how. How did she know about her? What had she done? It must have something to do with her quirk. However, if that was the case, why hadn't she just eliminated her already? Why toy with her? Another breeze brushed against her bare shoulders, prompting her to spin around and slide down, her back against the railing. Her head throbbed from everything. All Might's retirement, the new dorm situation, Bakugou, Kirishima, the League of Villains. She grabbed her hair tightly but released it almost immediately. Tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow she'll get answers. With one knee up and the other straight, Kira relaxed her arm on her raised leg, her eyes feeling heavy and her head pounding. She could easily fall asleep out here in the cool, calming wind if she wanted to. That is until she heard a scream. Kira was on her feet immediately, her quirk flaring brightly on her arms. She nearly melted the railing as she gripped it tightly, leaning over to find the source of the cry. Barely visible due to her quirk, Toru, a floor below her and slightly to the left, had her curtain wrapped around her. It was hard to determine what was really happening when her friend was invisible. Toru! Kira called from above, and she saw the curtain rustle in response. What is going on? Are you okay? The curtain rustled again, a bigger movement this time. Over there. A monster or a villain? What? Kira frowned down at her friend before directing her gaze to the forest. There, standing on the trail as if analyzing the building, was Class B's eccentric Monoma. Monoma! Kira yelled, canceling her quirk. What are you doing out there? He looked up at the sound of his name, using his hand to shield his eyes from the light. You gonna let me in or what? He replied nonchalantly. By now, others had peeked out from their dorm balconies at the commotion, rolling their eyes at the sight of Class B's troublemaker. Nevertheless, Kira and her classmates made their way down to the ground floor, where Monoma waited at the main door, tapping his foot impatiently. Ida, being one of the more responsible students, swung the door open slightly. Do you have any idea what time it is? You should be back in your dorm. Oh, calm down, Monoma interrupted, helping himself through the other double door, swinging it open wildly and strutting into Class A's dormitory. Kira and the others followed him around as he examined every nook and cranny, opening the cabinets in the kitchen and removing the cushions from the sofas. Since no one's asking, I will, Kira sighed, knowing she was going to regret it. What do you want? Nothing, he answered, finally plopping down onto one of the chairs in their living space. Just wanted to check out your dorm. Why? She pressed. Doesn't matter. We win anyway. Why does everything have to be a competition with you? Kirishima asked, his hair flat as if he were already in bed. Monoma just laughed at that, as if Kirishima had told a hilarious joke. Kira and her classmates exchanged uncertain glances as the bizarre student continued to chuckle to himself. You've had a look around, Ida said, swinging his arms. Time to leave. Monoma side-eyed Ida, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Not quite. Before anyone could question his motives, Monoma leaped up from the sofa, causing everyone to jump back, as if he might explode. They all followed after him like a huddle of ducklings trying to keep up with their mother as Monoma made a beeline for the lift, jabbing the button excessively. He muttered something about his lift being quicker, before it dinged, and Kira and her classmates bundled into the lift, determined not to let Monoma out of their sights. Now then. Monoma dusted his hands together, as if preparing for something challenging. Who's first? Class 1A stood in a bewildered huddle as Monoma burst into Aoyama's dorm, opening the door with such force that they all heard it smack against the wall. Aoyama, part of the crowd, jumped in surprise and rushed forward. Oh my, Kira heard Monoma's tone from inside. It's way too bright in here. Aoyama faltered mid-step, looking smug at the comment. Oh well, thank you. I was worried it wasn't flashy enough. He then struck one of his signature poses, sparkles practically radiating off him, but everyone was too dumbstruck by Minoma's bizarre behavior as he approached another room. Midoriya, huh? Minoma read the plaque on the wall beside the door. No. Midoriya squealed, sprinting for Minoma. The class had already seen his room, so what could he possibly be embarrassed about? Then again, this was Minoma. Midoriya can handle a bit of innocent teasing from his classmates about being an All Might fan, but from Minoma, it's a different story. Ha! Minoma exclaims, followed by a handclap. I knew it. With a confident strut, Minoma exits Midoriya's room, arms crossed over his chest and head held high, eyes closed in self-satisfaction. He pauses for dramatic effect, tilting his head down to the confused Class A before opening his eyes wide. A total All Might fan, he declares, finishing with a triumphant huff. I've seen all I need to see from this floor. The class collectively sighs in relief. Minoma continues his judgment of each floor, selecting a few rooms, deeming them too serious, boring, or lacking in character. When they reach Kirishima's room, Minoma pulls out a photograph, revealing a room strikingly similar to Kirishima's. What's that? Kirishima asks, his brow furrowing in confusion as he points to the frame in Minoma's hand. I can't believe this! Minoma exclaims. Of course you two would have such similar tastes.